145. Pete Chin Pingon at the mouth of the well said, "Come up." The boy in white at the bottom of the well shook his head and said, "No." Chin Pingon said calmly, "Let's have a good talk and reason first. We won't fight at the beginning. Besides, I only know a little brute force. If we really fight, can I beat you, Chui Dongshan?" The boy below Chui Dong shook his head hard and said, "I don't want to." Chin Pingon frowned and said, "Why?" Chui Dong said loudly, "I'm afraid of the heat. It's cooler at the bottom of the well." Chin Pingon took a deep breath, stood up and walked slowly around the old well. Soon a voice came from below, "Chin Pingon, don't pretend. You don't think I'm your student, but I think you're my teacher. So I can't beat you or kill you. If you insist on fighting, I'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Also, your murderous aura is about to fill this old well. If I still go up and get beaten up, I'm not stupid." The boy in white said with a smile. He stepped on the rippling water and reached out to the inner wall of the old well. The green moss was smooth and cold. Although his words were casual, he was not at ease at all at the moment. It was even more exhausting than pretending to be a master in the big water mansion. Because after coming to the bottom of the well from the bottom of the river, Chui Dong realized for the first time that the boy surnamed Chin Pingon could really threaten his life. Although he did not know what shocking means Chin Pingon had hidden, his intuition had always been very accurate. Chin Pingon was walking in circles, but he didn't want to beat around the bush with that guy. He asked straightforwardly, "Did you ask County Magistrate Wu Yuan to secretly tamper with the maps from the county yamen?" Chui Dong shouted, Hey. Chin Pingon, what are you talking about? I can't hear you clearly." Chin Pingon nodded and said, "That's right." Chui Dong suddenly became anxious. "What? Is there such a logic?" Chin Pingon asked, "I only have one question for you. Will you hurt Li Baoping and the others?" Chui Dong didn't answer the question directly. Instead he asked, "If I tell you the answer, will you believe me?" Chin Pingon said without hesitation, "No." Chui Dong was hopping mad. "Then why the hell did you ask?" The youth above did not say anything else. Chui Dong pricked up his ears to listen, but there was no movement. He immediately panicked and felt wronged. His expression was solemn and stirring. He thought to himself, "Motherf asterisk cur, a tiger that has fallen to the plains will be bullied by dogs. If it was tonight at the mansion of Deshui, I could randomly pick up an ant and throw it in front of you, Chin Pingon, and you dare to be so arrogant again?" However, it was a pity that he was under someone else's roof and had no choice but to lower his head. The young man in white quickly stretched his neck and shouted, "Chin Pingon, young Master Chin, Brother Chin, Grandpa Chin, Ancestor Chin. You don't want to be my Mr. no matter what, so I don't care if you don't want to be my Mr. Chin. However, we don't have any grudges against each other. Can you not be so unreasonable? If you don't want to talk about friendship, we can talk about Jianghu ethics." Finally there was a response from above. "I promised Mr. Qi that I would send them safely to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom." On the surface of the water at the bottom of the well, the young man in white was completely silent. Beside the well, after these words were spoken, it was totally silent. Chin Pingon had never trusted the young man in white and was very wary of him. There was no doubt that the man surnamed Chui had ulterior motives from the beginning. Even a blind man could see this. For example, when they stayed at the autumn reed in this time, the man surnamed Chui first used the town god temple as a bait and naturally implicated the autumn reed in. It seemed that he meant well, but in fact he used Lin Shui's cultivation as bait to make Chin Pingon take the initiative to ask to find the old town god temple. After leaving Yefu Pass of Dali, the journey was much smoother than the bumps and bruises they had encountered before. Lin Shui cultivated in peace. Li Huai was heartless and was still young. Although Li Baoping did not say anything, the father and daughter, Zhu He and Zhu Lu, hurt the little girl a little. Moreover, she was the one who carried books all the way to study. She often thought about some strange questions. Moreover, compared to Lin Shui, who was already a Qi refinement warrior, and Li Huai, who was extraordinarily talented, Li Baoping was the one who suffered the most on the road to study. As for Xie Xie and Yu Lu, it was the young man in white who brought them into the team. Chin Pingon was busier than anyone else all day long. In addition to taking care of the three people's basic necessities, he had to constantly practice the walking stance during the journey. When he was free, he would nourish his body with the standing stance sword furnace and mend the holes in his body. However, Chin Pingon was busy in the battle on Chiduan Mountain, Zhu Lu's insidious assassination in the Pillow Inn in Red Candle Town, the dangerous encounter with the ghost in wedding dress, and the long journey in Huangting country. Chin Pingon never forgot one thing. He was escorting Li Baoping and the other two to the Great Sui Kingdom to study. Tonight at the pavilion before Lin Shui left, he reminded him that what Cui Dongshan wanted from Qin Pingan might not necessarily be a physical object. It might be something very big and empty that involved the great way of cultivation. Li Baoping also mentioned inadvertently that Cui Dongshan was very good at playing chess. She and Lin Shui could only calculate the last few moves at most, but Cui Dongshan could calculate so far ahead that she, Lin Shui, Xie, and Yu Lu could not imagine that when playing chess with them, Cui Dongshan might have thought of the middle game or even the ending game when he started. After Lin Shui left the pavilion, Qin Pingan looked at the old well and felt that the knot in his heart was more and more difficult to untie. Qin Pingan thought about it for a long time, but not only was he unable to figure it out, his mind was in a mess. In the end, he had no choice but to try to put all the complicated things aside and push everything back to the beginning. For example, the small town in his hometown. For example, the first time they met. Then Qin Pingan thought of an outsider, the county magistrate Wu Yuan. If there was a county magistrate, there would be a government office. The real source of the big and small maps on him was that government office, not Miss Ruan Xiu. After Qin Pingan returned to the room, he began to spread out the maps. He spent a whole hour looking at them. He still couldn't find the exact truth, but Qin Pingan vaguely saw a line. This line might not even be 10 feet long even if all the maps were added together. However, such a short distance was enough for Qin Pingan and the others to walk for so long. Cui Dong raised his hands. I'm scared of you. I swear to God, okay? I Cui Dongshan, promise that I won't hurt Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shui. Cui Dongshan. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment. You're serious? Cui Dong patted his chest so hard that the well could hear it. Trust me this time. At this moment, a clear voice sounded cheerfully. Young martial uncle. You're really here. A little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket sprinted to the pavilion. She jumped, her two slender arms swinging in the air. With a thud, her feet landed almost at the same time. She stood straight outside the pavilion. Her body swayed and swayed. Finally she stood still. There was still some distance between her and the old well. The little girl continued to run. Qin Pingan opened his mouth and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He got used to it. He walked quickly to her and asked, Why can't you sleep? Li Baoping sighed like an old man. Well, thank you for snoring in her sleep. It's very noisy. Qin Pingan smiled and didn't say anything. The little girl immediately said honestly, All right, I admit that she doesn't snore in her sleep. I woke up from a nightmare. Qin Pingan turned his head and glanced at the well. After retracting his gaze, he smiled and asked, What nightmare did you have? Li Baoping shook her head and said, I've had dreams almost every day since I was young. But after I wake up, I don't remember what the dream was. I can only remember if it was a good dream or a nightmare. Qin Pingan pulled her back to the pavilion and sat down. The little girl talked non-stop. Young martial uncle, we left the town and walked for almost half a year. According to the map, we've already covered more than half of the journey. Time really flies. It's even faster than me running, right? Sigh, if only the Great Sui Kingdom was at the southernmost part of our Aquarius continent. I can also see the scenery of the sea with young martial uncle. Young martial uncle, you said that the Chiefu River and the Embroidery River are so big. Then how big is the sea? I heard from my big brother that there's an old dragon city over there. Looking south from the city, the waves are as high as 10 stories. Don't you think it's scary? Qin Pingan smiled and said, If we walk that far, we'll wear out many pairs of straw sandals. But this time we're going to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. I heard that once we reach the Great Sui Kingdom, there will be fewer mountain roads. At that time, you won't have to wear straw sandals anymore. You'll have to buy comfortable boots. Li Baoping lowered her head and looked at the thick straw sandals on her feet. She raised her head and grinned. At that time, I'll wear the same boots as young martial uncle. It's just that the size is different. We've agreed on it. Qin Pingan joked, What, do you dislike young martial uncle for not wearing boots and continuing to wear straw sandals? You'll embarrass yourself when the time comes. The little girl was surprised and widened her eyes. Wow, young martial uncle, you can joke with people now. Qin Pingan was stunned. Li Baoping sat on the bench, swinging her feet in straw sandals. She raised her head and inadvertently found a string of small wind chimes hanging under the eaves. The little girl said for no reason, Young martial uncle, I always feel that sir is missing us. Qin Pingan nodded. The little girl leaned her head against the vermilion pillar, closed her eyes and listened. It was like the last breath of spring wind in the world, blowing the bells under the eaves. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. The little girl waited for a long time, but did not hear the second string of wind chimes. She suddenly jumped off the bench and ran away. As she ran, she turned her head and waved. "Young Marshal uncle, I'm going to sleep first." Chin Pingan smiled and waved his hand, then returned to the old well. The young man in white stayed where he was. He did not leave from the bottom of the well, nor did he appear at the mouth of the well. The mountain range to the west of Longquan extended. One of the mountains was called Luapa Mountain. A secretary named Fu Yu, as the #1 confidant of County Magistrate Wu Yuan, had a dispute with outsiders in the county. Wu Yuan did not want to cause more trouble at this juncture, and did not want people to make an issue out of it. Thus, she let Fu Yu be in charge of watching the construction of this mountain temple. In fact, he was here to avoid the limelight. In the middle of the night, when there were few stars, this young man from Dali's rich family, who had been reduced to a corrupt official, found a strange person who was building a bamboo house on Luapa Mountain alone. After that person saw Fu Yu, he smiled and asked, "Shouldn't it be that Imperial Tutor Chui's student, County Magistrate Wu, who is looking for me personally?" Fu Yu's expression was indifferent. He went straight to the point and explained, "Wu Yuan is a chess piece that the Empress placed beside her husband, and I am a chess piece that the Imperial Tutor placed beside Longquan's County Magistrate." The handsome appearance, the demeanor of an aristocratic family's son, the indifferent gaze, and finally the cold words. It was completely different from the gentle and refined impression that Fu Yu always gave people in the yamen. After Fu Yu revealed the secret, he stretched out a palm and opened it in front of the other person. That person picked up a black chess piece from Fu Yu's palm and gestured for Fu Yu to sit on a bamboo chair. His face was full of smiles. "I understand. Then one of us will ask for a sky-high price, and the other will sit on the ground to return the money. Under the bright moon and cool breeze, will we do things like seeking personal gain?" Fu Yu looked at this former divine water country's North Mountain god and nodded. He did not get angry from Wei Pai's mockery. He calmly sat on the small bamboo chair and turned his head to look at the unfinished bamboo house in the night. The bamboo house was not big. It took a long time to build, but it was not even half built. This was because Wei Pai did not spend money to hire the town's strong young men, nor was he willing to talk to the Longquan County Magistrate to borrow a group of loose felons. He did everything himself. This was because only a few mountains, including Luopa Mountain, were not forbidden. The woodcutter villagers could still enter Luopa Mountain to chop firewood. The other mountains had various immortals who had people build mansions. It was in full swing. Every day the mountains would be covered in dust. Rumor had it that Luopa Mountain had a bottomless cliff cave. Around it one could see a huge crush mark. Many of the yamen officials and young people who built the mountain temple on Luopa Mountain said that they had seen a black snake whose body was as thick as the mouth of a well. It often went to the stream to drink. When it saw them, the huge monster was not afraid to retreat. It also did not take the initiative to hurt people. After it finished drinking, it slithered away. Wei Pai made himself an exquisite and elegant bamboo paper fan. He sat on the bamboo chair with his legs crossed and gently fanned the cool breeze. This year's summer there were almost no hot days. Now that autumn was about to arrive, it caught people off guard. It was as if the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket from Fulu Street had jumped from spring to autumn in an instant, just like the squares drawn with charcoal on the ground. Fu Yu hesitated for a moment and said something off-topic as an opening remark. "Although we are in different camps, Official Wu is a good person. He will be a good official in the future." Wei Pai's face was full of disapproval. He smiled, "Then I have to be alive." Fu Yu's face was a little ugly. Wei Pai deliberately turned a blind eye to it. He slowly waved the bamboo fan. The mountain breeze came slowly, and the hair on his temples was blown. He was more immortal than an immortal. Wei Pai languid said, "I only have a few things that I can take out to make a deal. Why don't you tell me what I can get first?" Fu Yu took a deep breath. "Become Dali's North Mountain god." Wei Pai's expression was calm. He smiled. "If I remember correctly, your North Mountain god is still safe and sound after that great battle. Emperor Dali can't just casually take away the deity position of such an important character, can he?" Fu Yu lowered his voice. Previously, His Majesty proposed to upgrade Cloud-Splitting Mountain here to Dali's North Mountain. It was later shelved, but there have been new developments recently. His Majesty has decided to push forward with this matter boldly and decisively. Wei Pai asked, "Really?" Fu Yu nodded, "Really?" Wei Pai smiled playfully, "Isn't it a little hasty? Not to mention the great Sui Kingdom's Gao family, Dali hasn't even conquered Huangting, and you're already placing the North Mountain at the southernmost point of the country's territory?" Fuyu was resolute in his silence. He was tight-lipped and would not easily comment on His Majesty's decision. Wei Pai closed his folding fan and thought for a long time. He sighed, Dolly has painted such a big picture for me. He stood up and patted his palm with his folding fan. He turned and glanced at the bamboo building. Haha, your Emperor Dolly has a good eye. I Wei Pai was stabbed by Alliance, but I'm still alive and kicking. So, I'm more than qualified to be the North Mountain God. Finally, he stared at Fuyu and narrowed his eyes. All right, tell me, what do you want me to do? At this moment, Wei Pai. He was no longer the white-haired lord of the land who first appeared in Kaidenshin Shiping. He was also no longer the handsome young man who held the delicate yellow wooden box. He was no longer the pitiful man who brushed shoulders with a girl on the mountain path. Fuyu was a little nervous, because this man in front of him was very likely to be the most important North Mountain god in the entire eastern Aquarius continent in the future. More than 200 miles west of Red Candle Town, in the upper reaches of Xiuhua River, there was a small lonely mountain in the middle of the river. It was commonly known as the Steamed Bun Mountain. The incense in the Earth Temple could only be considered passable. A man with a short stature walked out of the clay statue that was badly peeling off its paint. After he landed, he reached out his hand and picked up a boy dressed in red from the incense burner. The boy was only as tall as a palm. He was the only remaining incense boy in this local temple. The man placed him on his shoulder and began to walk out. The river water surged as the man stepped on the river and left. The boy in red lay on his shoulder with sleepy eyes and cursed, Damn you, why did you disturb my sleep? You've been a little strange since the previous encirclement failed. Is it because you've seen the seductive girls in Red Candle Town but you don't have the money to sleep with them? Is that why you're so impatient? It was rare that the man did not teach the little incense boy a lesson. He said in a dull tone, Let's go to Red Candle Town to find that carp demon and give him a snake gall stone from Liju Cave Heaven. He will soon become the water god of Chongdan River. If you're willing, you can follow him in the future. The incense in the water god temple is more prosperous than my small earth temple. The boy in red was first stunned, then he was furious. He jumped up and slapped the man's cheeks. It was just a little guy. The man was a real lord of the land. It was no different from scratching an itch. The little incense boy jumped and cursed, Damn you, don't insult me. The boy in red finally sat on the man's shoulder and sobbed sadly. The man grinned and said, It's okay if you don't want to enjoy life. If you like to stay at home and suffer, you can continue to eat and wait for death in Lonely Mountain. I'm too lazy to care about you. The boy in red immediately wiped his tears after hearing this. He smiled through his tears and said, A home is better than a home. By the way, don't get me wrong. I don't have any nostalgia for you in that broken temple. I just can't bear to part with that incense burner. The man did not say a word. The boy in red was silent for a moment and then asked softly, You're the lord of the land in our state for the longest time. Many of your colleagues in the past are now Lord Xing Wang. You obviously have a good relationship with them. Many people want to come to Lonely Mountain to visit you. Why don't you want to see them? The man obviously did not want to talk about this, so he kept silent. However, the little incense stick that he relied on for survival was unwilling to let go of his master just like that. He chattered endlessly, Our neighbor, that coquettish woman from Embroidery River, every time she sneaks a peek at you, her eyes are watery. Even I almost can't hold myself back. Why do you have to have a heart of stone? If those shrimp soldiers and crab generals under her knew that you had such a relationship, they wouldn't dare to bully us all the time. As long as they're from the Water Clan, they would spit on the shore of Lonely Mountain. I'm so angry. Every time I go out to stroll around the town, my clan doesn't like to take me out to play. They think that I'm poor and that I'm a poor bumpkin. It's all your fault. The man was in a good mood. He smiled and said, A son doesn't dislike his mother for being ugly. You talk too much. The boy in red rolled his eyes and said angrily, These years I've heard a lot of rumors. Some said that you annoyed the big shots of the Ministry of Rites in the capital of Dali. When they brought their families to Lonely Mountain to burn incense and worship, not only did you not worship them properly, you were also very rude to them. There was also a rumor that you had harmed a maiden from an immortal mansion, which made the trial of love difficult and delayed the Great Tao. As a result, the sect leader pressured the imperial court of Great Li, asking you to guard the ruined temple and be the Lord of Earth for the rest of your life. Also, the man smiled and said, Okay. I've already forgotten about those muddled accounts. What are you guessing blindly? The emperor is not worried, but the eunuch is. The boy in red jumped up and slapped the man's face. Who are you calling a eunuch? The man didn't care about the little guy's disrespect. He suddenly took out a sparkling and translucent green stone and put it on his shoulder. This is the legendary snake gallstone. I'll let you see it. Aquatic creatures, especially aquatic creatures of the flood dragon family, once swallowed, as long as they don't die, their cultivation realm will advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, there are no side effects. It's equivalent to a first-rate elixir of the immortals. The boy in red hurriedly put his hands on the giant stone, that was half a man's height. He asked curiously, "Who gave it to you? Why didn't he directly give it to Li Jin's koi fish?" The man shook his head and said, "At that time I was too lazy to ask. Now I'm too lazy to guess." The boy in red held his face with both hands. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Oh God, how did I end up with such an unambitious master? The heavens have pity on me. As compensation, can you reward me with a lively, cute, beautiful, educated and well-educated young lady to be my wife?" The man took the snake gallstone and joked, "You? Maybe in your next life." The boy in red angrily climbed onto the man's head. He sat in the middle of the man's messy hair. After a moment of silence, he began to twist and turn. The man asked, "What are you doing?" The boy in red angrily said, "Your words just now were too hurtful. I want to poop on your head. If you don't get beaten up for 3 days, you'll go to the roof and tear down the tiles." The man angrily grabbed the little guy and threw him to the other side of the river. The boy in red flipped in the air and laughed cheerfully. "Wow, it feels like an immortal flying on a sword." The man who was walking on the river laughed angrily. "Little bastard." A rolling black smoke gushed out from the ground and appeared in front of the magnificent mansion with the plaque Xiao Shui Gao Feng. It condensed into a human shape. Thousands of lanterns lit up at the same time in the originally lifeless mansion. The red light soared into the sky. A woman with a snow-white face flew out from the mansion and hovered in front of the plaque. She angrily said, "What are you doing here? What's wrong? You lost your mind and almost destroyed my mountain and water source. Did you not have enough fun?" For some reason, the female ghost was no longer wearing the bright red wedding dress. Yin Shin said, "Do you want to leave this place? If you do, you will have to pay a high price. For example, I will be the new owner of this mansion." The female ghost held her stomach and laughed. "Lost your mind? You really lost your mind this time." Yin Shin said expressionlessly, "You know I'm not joking. Don't you want to go to Lakeview Academy and fish up that corpse from the bottom of the lake? Don't you want to find clues and avenge him? It has been dragged on for so many years. If you continue to drag on, your enemies will probably be enjoying their old age comfortably and then die of old age one by one." The female ghost suddenly fell silent. She asked a crucial question. "Even if I'm willing to hand over this place, how will you get the Dali Imperial Court to recognize your identity?" Yin Shin replied perfunctorily, "I have my ways. You don't have to worry about it." The female ghost floating in the air turned to look at the plaque and then turned to look at the mountain path in the distance. Once upon a time, there was a thin scholar who carried a worn-out book box on a rainy night and staggered along. Perhaps to boost his courage, he loudly recited the contents of the Confucian classics. The poor scholar who came to the capital to take the imperial exam had a bright gaze. She floated to the ground and asked, "Can you not change this plaque?" Yin Shin nodded. "Why not? In at most 100 years, I will return this mansion to Madame." The female ghost walked forward slowly and brushed past Yin Shin. Just like that, she walked into the distance. She muttered to herself, "The mountains and rivers meet again, but there will be no reunion." She turned and smiled. "The crux of this mansion is on the plaque. I have already given up control of it. How much of the destiny of the mountains and rivers will depend on your own ability?" Yin Shin asked doubtfully, "Don't you hate the Dali dynasty? They deliberately hid the truth from you so that you can continue to control the destiny of this place." The female ghost did not say a word and floated away. There was a villa that lived in seclusion in the northern mountain forest of Huangting country. The mountains and rivers were steep, but there was a scenic spot nearby. On the mountain wall by the river, there were obscure cliff stone carvings. Every word was as big as a bamboo hat, which attracted tourists. In addition, this mansion built a wide mountain path that allowed carriages to pass through, so it was not considered unfrequented. From time to time, people would pass by to stay or rest. The owner of the villa was a hale and hearty old man. His status was quite high. He was the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue of Huangting country. The old man had always been hospitable. Regardless of whether the visitor was a high-ranking official or a rural woodcutter, he would treat them warmly. There was a full moon tonight. The mountain forest and river were covered with moonlight. At a small ferry that no one cared about throughout the year, there was an old man carrying a dim yellow lantern and a yellowed ancient book under his arm. He walked out of the mansion alone and went down the mountain to the ferry where there were no wild boats. He took out a small wooden boat mold from his sleeve and gently threw it into the small bay. When it was 10 feet above the water surface, the small wooden boat suddenly enlarged and finally became no different from a normal boat. It crashed into the water surface and splashed countless water. In the silence of the night, the sound was particularly shocking. The old man boarded the small boat, but there was no wooden paddle to paddle. The old man lifted the lantern in his hand. After releasing his fingers, he took out the book under his arm. The lantern that was supposed to fall was strangely suspended in the air, emitting a soft white light. The old man sat cross-legged. He held the book in one hand and flipped it with the other. The small boat sailed out of the small bay and headed towards the river. The old man flipped the book extremely slowly. Tonight, the river was unusually calm. The small boat did not sway at all. When the old man arrived at the stone wall in the boat, he raised his head and looked at the ancient words that no one could solve. To be precise, someone had given the correct answer not long ago. It was a young man in white from the Dali dynasty. He looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, but he was able to see through the mystery. He said that the words were personally carved by the heavenly monarch of thunder, and the heavenly monarch urged the flood dragon. Even though the old man had seen the splendor of spring and the withering of autumn countless times, he was still shocked at that moment. It was just that he did not show it on his face. The old man withdrew his gaze. He felt complicated and sighed slightly. The tree wanted to be quiet, but the wind did not stop. Under the surface of the river, all the fish, prawns, snakes, crabs, turtles, and all the other living creatures were crawling at the bottom of the river, shivering. The old man put away the lantern and the book. He and the boat bathed in the quiet moonlight. The old man took out a wine pot. He was not in a hurry to drink. He looked around and sighed. Blow out the reading lamp. I am surrounded by the moon. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely. Only those who drink leave their names. Drink, drink, drink. The old man laughed and began to drink. The small wine pot only had a capacity of 1.5 caddies, but the old man had already drunk no less than 100 mouthfuls of wine. In the end, the old man was dead drunk. His head was swaying. He threw the wine pot into the river and fell backward. With a plop, he lay down in the small boat and fell asleep. The small boat continued to go against the current. Suddenly, the head of the boat tilted slightly and left the water. Then the entire boat left the river and floated towards the sky. It went higher and higher. The small boat pierced through layers of clouds. The river had long become a silk thread. The entire Huangting country had become a soybean. The eastern treasured bottle continent had become an inch bottle. When the old man woke up, he did not know how far the small boat had left the earth and how close it was to the sky. The small boat swayed gently. It was another big river. However, it was different from the human world. This river seemed to have no end. The stars were bright and dazzling. The old man looked sorrowful. His lips trembled as he muttered, "Where's the wine?" The old man lay down on his back again and closed his eyes. He seemed to have recalled the most unbearable memory. His face was filled with pain as he repeatedly muttered, "Where's my wine, where's my wine, where's my wine?" After getting drunk, one would not know the sky or the water. The boat would be filled with dreams. A handsome Confucian scholar was standing on a cliff by the river, waiting for the return of the small boat. He was Cui Ming Huang of Lakeview Academy. As one of the 2 most famous scholars in the Aquarius continent, he had personally participated in the closing of the Pearl Grotto Heaven. After receiving the 2 secret letters, he rushed here. He wanted to help the imperial tutor Cui Dong and the small town Old Yang to make a deal with this old dragon. Because Dali now had the last half of a true dragon in the world. This was the biggest bargaining chip and in fact the only bargaining chip. Old City God's Site, Autumn Read Inn. At the mouth of the well and the bottom of the well. There were 2 youths who seemed to be similar in age but had a huge disparity in status. Qin Pingan gently stepped on the edge of the well. He leaned forward slightly and looked at the bottom of the well. He shouted, "Cui Dong Shan." The white-robed youth put his hands behind his back and looked up with a smile. "Why, have you finally thought it through?" Qin Pingan continued, "When we first met, what did you call yourself?" In an instant the youth, Cui Dong, suddenly became alert. His scalp went numb and his heart boiled. Then a snow-white rainbow crashed into the bottom of the well. Sword chi poured down like a waterfall, covering the entire well. 146. A waterfall came crashing down on his head. The white-clothed youth was shocked. His appearance was at the age where he was full of vigor and vigor. It had more or less affected Chui Dong's temperament. In addition, the speed at which his body was sinking into the water in the ancient well was not faster than the sword chi. Chui Dong had already retreated to a point where he could no longer retreat. He did not retreat at all. With one hand in front of him and the other palm facing the well, he took out a life-saving talisman that could be said to be his trump card. A mirror appeared in the youth's jade-white palm. The surface of the mirror was only slightly smaller than the well. On the surface of the mirror, there was a layer of faint yellow halo. Some of the white sword chi flowed along the edge of the mirror and flowed down. The well water instantly evaporated. The entire surface of the mirror blocked most of the sword chi. Under the collision, the surface of the mirror bloomed with dazzling electric light. Bang! The white-clothed youth's body sank down more than 5 feet. His entire arm trembled incessantly. Then it was suppressed by the sword chi and slowly bent. In the end, his palm gradually fell until it was level with his head. The youth Chui Dong's head began to tilt. He lifted the ancient mirror on his shoulder and at the same time used his hands to support the bottom of the mirror. His head could tilt, but if the mirror was tilted and he was drenched by the sword chi, then not only would his priceless and pure body be burned, but he himself, the youth Chui Dong, would also die. Only the Dali imperial tutor Chui Dong would be left in this world. His body was naturally born with the bones of the highest grade golden branches and jade leaves. All of his joints made a dull sound like soybeans exploding. The youth Chui Dong's face was ferocious. His shoulder was scratched by the bottom of the mirror. His face was pale and colorless. His body at the bottom of the well was pressed down inch by inch. He still laughed hoarsely and said, "I also have a day like this? Old Shutsai Chi Jingchun, you two bastards, you have caused me a lot of harm. One caused me to fall from the 12th realm to the 10th realm, the other caused me to fall from the 10th realm to the 5th realm. If you have the ability, then let your disciple and junior apprentice brother, let me Chui Dong become a completely ordinary person. If you have the ability, then come. I don't believe that the sword chi of a youth in the 2nd realm of martial arts can break this Thunder Department seal mirror." When a land sword immortal used his sword, his chi would often rise from the earth and illuminate the sky. Because Chen Pingan's sword strike was aimed at the bottom of the well, it was relatively inconspicuous. However, the waterway at the bottom of the well that led to the river had already suffered a great calamity. Even the great water mansion on the far side of the river had begun to shake. As the water god of the Hanshi River, the green-robed man originally thought that tonight's encounter was a blessing in disguise. He was drinking and celebrating with his 2 trusted subordinates of the river god, Sui Bin, and the river god, the river god, the river god, when a calamity struck. With this, the 3 golden words, Great Water Mansion, began to crack. The green-robed man hurriedly flew to the gate and reached out to hold the 2 sides of the plaque to prevent the golden words on the plaque from collapsing and causing the river's luck on his body to flow and scatter. At the bottom of the well, the handsome youth with a mole between his eyebrows put his shoulder against the mirror and said in pain, "Chin Pingan, if you don't kill me this time, I, Chui Dong, will kill you with my own hands even if I have to risk half of my life. I will peel your soul bit by bit and let you live a life worse than death for 100 years." In the small town, Chui stole the spring festival couplets on the wall of Song Jisen's house. Chin Pingan went to the backyard of the Yang family's shop and mentioned Xiao Hu and martial uncle to old Yang. But the old man didn't say anything. Chin Pingan didn't get to the bottom of it. He just thought that old Yang wasn't familiar with it or was completely uninterested. This was because the young man with the mole between his eyebrows had only said 2 words when he announced his name at the foot of the memorial arch. The young man himself had said that the second word was very obscure, so Chin Pingan was only sure of one word, Chui, from beginning to end. Later on, Chin Ping, and recalled something. Lady Ning Yao had once unintentionally mentioned that there was a fellow in the Li dynasty nicknamed Embroidered Tiger. He was very good at chess and was the only person who could make the great Sui dynasty's national player view him as a great enemy. Chin Pingan asked Li Baoping and the other 2 if they had heard of Xiao Hu. The 3 children who grew up in the small town like him shook their heads. Later on, Chin Pingan had asked the Yin god this question, but the Yin god clearly knew the answer. He said that he had rules to abide by and could not say anything. If he violated those rules, Yin thunder would rise from the ground and destroy his soul. Of course, Chin Pingan didn't want to force the Yin god, so he put the question aside. Chin Pingan looked at the Yin god's attitude towards the youth surnamed Shui. From the beginning to the end, the Yin god was distant and calm. At the very least, he didn't treat the white-clothed youth as an enemy. Chin Pingan was relieved. He felt that whether it was Cui Dongshan or the chess player Xiao Hu, no matter what they coveted, it was a fight between the two of them. Even if he lost in chess, he could just use his sword qi and destroy it. If one strand was not enough, he could use another. If he used up 2 strands of sword qi and still couldn't kill the white-clothed youth, then Qin Pingan could only resign himself to fate. However, when Qin Pingan saw the line on the map, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He was afraid that the line that started from the Yamen was actually a further source. Qin Pingan couldn't imagine the conspiracy that started from the Yamen. For example, Mr. Qi suddenly died. After that, the coach of the school suddenly died while leading Li Baoping and the others to Cliff Academy. Qin Pingan, on the other hand, became the richest person in the town in the end. He sat on 5 mountains. Before the white-clothed youth surnamed Cui entered the well tonight, he personally mentioned a seal of World Winter Jasmine in the house. Qin Pingan just happened to have a seal of Jingxin's pride that Mr. Qi gave him. It must have something to do with Mr. Qi. It must have something to do with Li Baoping and the other two. It might be a situation where people die. Back in the small town, Qin Pingan had personally experienced the ruthlessness of cultivators. Qin Pingan couldn't imagine how much regret he would feel if the cute Li Baoping, the timid Li Huai, and the smart Lin Shui died in front of him, and he couldn't do anything about it. Qin Pingan's chess skills were slow and not agile. He didn't even deserve to carry Lin Shui's shoes. Although he didn't sort out the complete sequence of events in the end, since he had already thought of the worst-case scenario, there was no way he would let Xiao Hu, who was extremely good at chess, advance step by step. When the time came, Qin Pingan was afraid that when this person closed the net, even if he had 2 wisps of sword qi, he wouldn't be able to change the outcome. If it was only Qin Pingan's object or Lin Shui's so-called illusory great way, Qin Pingan wouldn't be so determined to make the first move. At this moment, after Qin Pingan used this wisp of sword qi, the qi residence where the sword qi resided was swept away. There was nothing left. Therefore, the qi ji in his body took advantage of the gap and crazily rushed in. This caused the qi and blood in the nearby aperture acupoints to be violently turbulent. Qin Pingan felt a sharp pain in his heart. The pain made the youth fall down on the edge of the well and gasp for breath. Blocked by the ancient mirror, the rainbow of sword qi didn't disperse for a long time in the well. Qin Pingan stared at the bottom of the well and hurriedly adjusted his breathing. He tried to force himself to take a breath, but failed. He tried again and again. The youth's eyes were red, his ears were buzzing, and his heart was beating like a drum. All the meridians in his body were like rivers and streams after a rainstorm, rushing together. With only one thought left in his mind, the youth stood up shakily and told himself in his heart, "Again, I must do it again. I must let this last wisp of sword qi accumulate power in the qi residence. Otherwise, if that person still has the strength to fight back, he will kill everyone. I promised Mr. Qi that no one will be harmed. I must keep my promise." The youth in straw sandals, who was in a daze, first stood up shakily and then stepped onto the well with his other foot. No matter how the youth's upper body swayed, Qin Pingan's 2 feet seemed to be rooted on the well. Unfortunately, no one was there to see this scene. The youth's 2 fingers formed a sword and trembled as he pointed to the bottom of the well. On the west side of the Aquarius continent, by the shore of the ocean, a poor scholar was planning to leave the Aquarius continent and return to the distant Central Plains. He sensed the situation at the last moment and said helplessly, "You little kid, the younger you are, the more you seek death. You are not strict enough in teaching, the teacher is lazy. Forget it, you have to clean up your own mess." Let me see where it is. North of the Huangting country, I haven't reached the Great Sui Kingdom yet. It's very close to the river. Very good, very good. I happened to go to the Thunder Cliff before, it can save me a lot of time. It's not good to have too many abilities. It's troublesome to make a choice. Let me think, let's use the Taoist ground shrinking technique. The old scholar shook the bag on his back and sighed. He stretched out the tip of his foot and rubbed a pile of sand in front of him. After muttering some words, he flattened the small pile of sand with his foot. At the same time, the old man's figure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, on the cliff of the ancient Shu country ruins, where the words "Heavenly Emperor admonishes the Flood Dragon" were written, an old scholar appeared. He stepped lightly on the peak of the mountain and looked into the distance. His expression was full of self-satisfaction as he sighed, "Without this body of flesh as a burden, I am indeed more powerful." The entire cliff began to rumble and shake. The water of the great river was like a piece of silk spread on a table. It was pulled by someone and shook a few times. In the nearby river, huge waves that were as high as several stories rose every few hundred feet. The old man did not want to spoil the scenery on both sides of the river. He quickly stretched out his hand and pressed down. As if there was a flood dragon stirring up waves in the river quieted down in an instant. At this time the old man discovered that at the edge of the cliff, there were two tourists, one old and one young, who looked like scholars. They were staring at him with wide eyes. The old scholar could only laugh awkwardly. "The moonlight is not bad, the moonlight is not bad. I will not disturb you from enjoying the scenery. Just pretend that I was never here." The old scholar then looked into the distance and nodded. "It's there. Luckily it's not far." The old scholar was just about to take a step forward. The sole of his shoe was just a hair's breadth away from the ground. But he stopped there. The old man's expression suddenly became serious. With the river cliff as the center, on a circular line about 10 miles away, strands of sword chi appeared out of thin air. Countless strands of sword chi gathered together to form a shockingly huge circular sword formation. Anyone who came into contact with the sword chi would be reduced to dust. This was the first feeling of Lakeview Academy's Chui Minghuang. The lightning pool was absolutely insurmountable. This was the thought in the mind of the old man who had returned from the Milky Way. Then the two of them looked at each other with a bitter smile and bewilderment. It was said that when immortals fought, mortals would suffer. But the two of them were already considered true immortals on the mountain. What was going on now? The old scholar sighed and felt a headache coming on. He muttered, "What is going on?" A woman's mocking voice sounded, "What, only you are allowed to have helpers and backers? My little Ping, and is not allowed to have one too?" End of chapter. 147. At the peak of the cliff where the Celestial Emperor was commanding the Flood Dragon, there were 3 people standing there. There was also the lady who was skilled in swordsmanship. No one knew where she was, only her voice could be heard but not her face. Among them, Chui Minghuang from the Lakeview Academy, who had the lowest cultivation, was the most troubled. In other places he, the great gentleman, should be a first-class immortal. He would be respected as a distinguished guest. Unfortunately, in this place tonight, Chui Minghuang was reduced to the most inconspicuous ant. He might even be worse than an ant. This terrible feeling made Chui Minghuang, who was used to being superior, feel depressed. He had no choice but to recite the Confucian classics silently and suppress his distracting thoughts. He glanced at the old man who returned to the human world from the Milky Way on a boat. The old man was now disguised as the former assistant minister of the Huangting country, but in reality he was an old flood dragon who was frighteningly old. The old man was much calmer than Chui Minghuang. He twirled his beard and looked at the sword aura cage with great interest. He muttered to himself and clicked his tongue in wonder. Chui Minghuang was ordered by the imperial tutor to the south to discuss secret matters with the hibernating flood dragon. Imperial tutor Dali wanted this old man, who was temporarily the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Huangting country, to be the first hill master of the new academy built in the cloud-splitting mountain. Chui Minghuang would still be the deputy hill master as previously agreed. Together with a reputable Dali, the 3 of them would be in charge of the new academy that filled the vacancy of the Cliff Academy. It was believed that with Emperor Dali's ambition and boldness, the unnamed new academy in the cloud-splitting mountain would be bigger and more scholarly than Qi Jingquan's Cliff Academy. As for the position of the new academy's hill master that was originally promised to the Lakeview Academy, it was said that Emperor Dali had privately compensated for it. Before Chui Minghuang received the secret letter from the imperial tutor, Chui Dong, he had no idea that there was such a huge flood dragon hidden in a small pond in the small Huangting country. Flood dragons were blessed with a tough body and were born with the ability to master water techniques. Even if it was at Realm 10, its combat strength would not lose out to a Realm 11 Chi refinement warrior. State Preceptor Chui Shi's secret letter revealed that ever since the dragon-slaying battle that shocked the heavens and earth, the ancient Shu country, which was famous for its many flood dragons, had blood flowing through the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Broken flood dragon limbs and bones were everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Then, in the long river of time, this extremely old flood dragon hid very well. It had been constantly changing its appearance. It had been a general, a minister, a peddler, a soldier, and a hero. It could be said that it had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The old flood dragon was not interested in reproduction and had very few children. In the surrounding mountains and rivers of the Huangting country, there was only 1 daughter and 2 sons. Among them, the youngest son was the Hanxi River god of the Great Water Mansion, while the eldest daughter was the founder of the Kaiyulialu in Lujiahui Xiang Mansion. However, her true identity had been kept a secret to the outside world. Even among the first generation of direct disciples of her Xiang Mansion, there were only a few people who knew about this. Now, with the passing of those old ancestors of the Xiang mansion, the truth had long been lost. As for the eldest son of the old flood dragon, his temperament was pure and kind, unlike the other flood dragons. Since young he liked to wander around the world. Now there was no news of him. It was hard to say whether he was still in the Aquarius continent. The poor old scholar with a bag on his back had just arrived at the peak of the mountain from the seaside using the Taoist shrinking earth technique. He never thought that he would be stopped by someone. The key point was that the trouble was not small. This made the old scholar frown even more. Because of the soaring sword chi wall that blocked the chi of heaven and earth, even the old man was temporarily unable to sense the outside world. The old scholar rubbed his chin. Oh my God, the antis outside are all so powerful now? The old man sighed. He raised his arm and knocked on the void with his finger. He said softly, "Stop." The heaven and earth instantly became silent. There was no longer the sound of the surging river or the slight shattering sound of the mountain wind hitting the sword wall. Within this 10 miles of mountains and rivers, time no longer flowed. The Confucian saint's aura was vast and mighty. Chui Minghuang's fear turned into ecstasy. He began to recite the teachings of the saint loudly in his heart to increase his noble spirit. For a Confucian gentleman who aspired to become a saint, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, even the experienced and knowledgeable old flood dragon was shocked. He subconsciously took a few steps back and distanced himself from the unprepossessing old scholar. Even if this distance was of no use, old flood dragon still did it to show a humble attitude. In the ancient times, before the dragon slaying, when the old flood dragon was still young, he heard from his elders that there was a Confucian saint who was only second to the great sage in the Confucian temple. He had once set an unwritten rule with the dragon kings of the 4 directions. The flood dragons on the land had to avoid the sages and hide when they met the saints. Once, there was a huge flood dragon that was only second to the dragon kings of the 4 directions. He used the fact that he was in a huge lake and deliberately raised the waves to the sky in front of the saints who were traveling on the shore. He deliberately raised the waves to the sky higher than the cities and farmlands on the shore to intimidate the people on the shore. He used this to provoke the saints. This action meant that he didn't go ashore and didn't break the rule. What could the Confucian saint do to him? At that time, the young flood dragon was just feeling satisfied with this action. However, he heard from his elders what happened next. The Confucian saint stretched out a finger and said something similar to what the old scholar said tonight. He used his great power to stop the storm and fixed the true dragon in the air, causing the lake water to flow backward for dozens of miles. Therefore, the true dragon went ashore without permission and didn't hide when it met the saints. Therefore, the saints skinned it and pulled out its tendons before suppressing it under a lake rock that was as big as a mountain at the bottom of the lake. As a punishment, it couldn't appear in the world for 1,000 years. At that time, the elders had warned the younger generation that the tempers of the scholarly sages, especially those who had altars and statues in the Confucian temples, were not very good. Otherwise, why would there be such a saying as Taoist appearance is peaceful? The old flood dragon was puzzled and asked, "Isn't the Confucian saint's action against the rules?" The elders angrily replied, "Idiot, have you forgotten who set the rules?" At this moment, the old flood dragon at the top of the cliff seemed to have remembered something from the past and was a little sad. He murmured, "The flood dragon and the others enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. They are noble beyond words and can be regarded as a vassal town that only listens to orders. In the end they are almost extinct. The saints can't be blamed for this. It's all because of their ambition." The old scholar was surprised and turned to look at the old flood dragon who looked like a scholar in his 70s. He nodded with a smile and said, "It's good to be able to change one's mistakes. No wonder when I passed by this place last time, I still felt that something was missing even though I saw the beautiful scenery. It's because of you. Well, there's also a gentleman." "A gentleman," Xiaoqi back then. "Well, it's fate that we met. It's a pity that I can't take care of you for now. Go." The old scholar muttered to himself and then gently swiped his finger outwards. The old flood dragon and Chui Minghuang were forcefully moved away from the top of the cliff. The man and the flood dragon landed on the surface of the river in the distance. They opened their palms and looked down. Then, almost at the same time, they clenched their palms and hid the golden characters in their palms. Of course, they didn't want to reveal it to the public. The old scholar in the sword formation looked around and laughed. "Hiding and hiding, you can't be considered a hero." The old scholar quickly realized that his words didn't make sense. He stammered and didn't know how to get himself out of this situation. On the other side of the cliff near the water, a tall woman in white appeared. She was holding a big lotus leaf in her hand which could be regarded as a lotus umbrella. However, the lotus leaf and the lotus handle were snow white, complementing her white clothes and white shoes. It was spotless. After the old scholar saw the lotus leaf, he frowned and quickly began to calculate in his heart. In the end, his expression became gloomy and he sighed. He looked up at the sky and didn't look away for a long time. He muttered, "Where was the last time I went?" Thinking back to that young man who was full of vigor, he kept saying that a gentleman would rather break than bend and destroy jade and common stone together. In the end, it's been hard on you. The old scholar looked at the tall woman in white and said, "If Chen Pingan killed young man Shui Dong, it wouldn't be a good thing." She smiled and said, "I see. But I can't do anything about it. If you have the ability, you can talk about it after you leave the sword formation. It's useless to reason with me. You can talk to my little Ping and it might be useful." She paused and sneered, "But the premise is that you have to walk out first. You were able to send those two guys out smoothly because I was too lazy to stop you." The old scholar said helplessly, "When I was alive, I wasn't good at fighting and now I'm even worse at it. Why do you have to force me to do something I don't want to do? Besides, Qin Pingan and the young man Shui Shi, one is now my half-disciple and the other half my grand-disciple. Who do you think I should help? Although I'm going there this time to help Shui Shi survive, in the end, isn't it for Qin Pingan's sake?" The woman in white nodded and said, "It's very reasonable." Then she shook her head and said, "But I didn't come here to reason with people." The old scholar became more and more helpless. "For the sake of your little Ping, and can't you make an exception for me? I'm just a teacher. If you don't listen to reason, I won't be able to use my skills. And you're one of the best fighters in the world, one of the few swords. It's not entirely correct to call you a sword. Forget it, forget it. Let's not argue about this title. Anyway, it's very unfair to me." The tall woman held a strange umbrella and said with an indifferent expression, "Break the formation." The old man had no choice but to ask carefully, "Do you know who I am?" The woman in white smiled and said, "I know. You're the sage of literature." The old man was stunned. He thought to himself, "She knows my background but she still doesn't give me face. This is a bit too much." The sage of rights and the sage of literature were the sage of literature and the sage of literature. They were respectively the hierarch of Confucianism. This old man was the sage of literature revered by all Confucian students in the world. He sat at the highest and most central position in the Confucian temple. Next were the statues of the second hierarch of Confucianism, the sage of rights, and the sage of literature, the sage of literature. The former received the most praise and commendation from the sage of literature. He was regarded as a moral role model and a teacher of etiquette. He established the most rigorous and complicated set of rules in Confucianism. The sage of literature was widely acknowledged to be the most knowledgeable. He was the closest to the sage of literature. Moreover, he opened a new path for Confucianism and made it the only imperial school in the world. The sage of literature was the fourth highest position in the Confucian temple, the sage of literature. Of course, this was a long time ago. This position had been vacant for a long time. Because the statue was lowered time and time again, it couldn't stay in the Confucian temple any longer and was moved out. As the fourth sage of literature, he was kicked out of the Confucian orthodoxy. That wasn't all, but in the end he couldn't even keep his statue. A group of stubborn and extreme Confucian students smashed the statue, which was so miserable that it had to live under someone else's roof, into pieces. Only then did they leave. The old scholar reached behind him and patted his bag. The bag disappeared. The old scholar asked patiently, "Why don't we talk nicely? Can't we not fight?" The woman thought for a while and nodded, "Then I'll be polite." The old scholar nodded happily and said with a smile, "That would be best." In an instant, the sword energy of the sword formation became even more dense and majestic. The unparalleled sword aura seemed to be able to cut through the Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that there were many sword immortals in the ancient times. They dared not lower their heads to the ancestors of the three sections. They wantonly roamed the world with their sword techniques and end-realm sword Tao. They were invincible sword spirits. The woman's lips twitched. "Sage of literature, please break the formation. Isn't that a little too courteous?" 148. The old scholar stomped his feet and said angrily, "Only villains and women are difficult to deal with. The ancients didn't lie to me." The tall woman twisted the snow-white lotus leaf that she had picked from somewhere. She was full of killing intent. Although she was still smiling, she looked cold. "You can't beat me, so you scold me? Are you looking for a beating?" The circular sword formation that was originally spread out over a radius of 10 miles was instantly retracted, only surrounding the riverside and the cliff. At the same time, the sword chi became even sharper and more astonishing. The sword chi condensed into a sword formation wall, as well as the invisible great Tao of nothingness that flowed between heaven and earth. The old scholar shrank his neck and suddenly had an idea. He immediately became confident and asked loudly, "We can fight, but can we change the way we fight?" "Don't worry. My request can also bring Qin Pingan along. I guarantee that it's reasonable and it's what you want." The tall woman was silent. Suddenly, she saw that the old man was trying to signal her with his eyes. She hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay." On the mouth of the well in the inn, the young man put 2 fingers together like a sword and pointed to the bottom of the well. The rainbow light created by the first wisp of sword chi gradually faded away in the old well. It was no longer so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. With the help of the light, Qin Pingan could vaguely see that the wisp of sword chi, which was said to be extremely small, had condensed into substance after leaving the Chi Fu acupoint. Like a rainstorm, it crazily smashed onto a piece of ground. And this piece of ground that was hit by the rainstorm was like the surface of a mirror. Of course, Qin Pingan didn't know that it was called the Thunder Department's seal mirror. It had an extraordinary origin and a deep history. After the death of a celestial emperor in ancient times, the gods of the Thunder Department took advantage of the situation and divided the thunder power of the ancestor of all laws. They each controlled a part of the thunder power. After that, they were in an even worse situation. Except for the god of the Thunder Department who was in charge of praying for spring, the other gods had long been reduced to the existence of mountains, rivers, and rivers. They were either bound by the edict of the saints of the 3 religions and were not allowed to step out of the thunder pool. They were often called by military forces like Wind Snow Temple and Jinwu Mountain, or some Taoist sects with the Thunder Talisman and the art of inviting gods. The owner of this Thunder Department seal mirror used to be one of the gods of the Thunder Department. Although it had suffered many disasters from the surface of the mirror to the inside, it had long been broken and the brilliance of thunder and lightning inside was almost exhausted. It was definitely not something that a cultivator of the middle 5 states could break. The body of the young man in white in the ancient well had been suppressed for more than 10 feet, but he still used his hands and shoulders to resist the bottom of the mirror. The surface of the mirror was constantly shaking and breaking under the impact of the sword chi. However, it was quickly repaired by the remaining thunder and lightning in the mirror to its original appearance. The attack of the sword chi was like the attack of an iron horse, while the defense of the mirror was like the defense of an infantryman. The 2 sides wore each other down, and it depended on whose momentum was exhausted first. The young man Shui Dong clenched his teeth. His handsome face was covered with blood, blurring his handsome face. At this time he didn't have any extra strength to speak harshly. He could only say in his heart, "After I get through this storm of sword chi, I will return it 100 times more. I can definitely do it. The momentum of the sword rain is declining. I just need to hold on for a little longer. Qin Pingan, just you wait." Although the spirit of the young man in the well didn't diminish, his appearance of being bathed in blood was really a little desolate. Even in the bleak years when he betrayed his master and traveled all the way, leaving the central divine continent and going to the big continent in the south, he finally chose to settle down in the eastern treasured bottle continent, which had the smallest territory. The head disciple of the sage of literature in the past, Shui Dong, had traveled tens of millions of miles. Along the way he was free and unfettered. Demons, ghosts and monsters who could make him so miserable. One had to know that before becoming the imperial tutor of Dali, Shui Dong, the wandering scholar, had a catchphrase that was difficult to describe. Just because he liked to kill demons he would say, "Turned into ashes in the snap of a finger, you are really worse than an ant." The young man carrying the mirror, Shui Dong's body continued to fall, but the extent of his fall gradually became smaller. The mirror could still hold on, but outside the mirror, there was sword chi constantly flowing down. Being continuously soaked by the sword chi, the young man's body was already on the verge of collapse. He could only think of something and slide out a life-saving talisman from his sleeve. He had kept it for many years and now that he had to use it, his heart ached so much that his face was somewhat sinister. The golden talisman first stuck to the white sleeve, and then instantly melted. Soon, the surface of Shui Dong's white robe was covered with golden talisman characters. If one listened carefully, there was actually the sound of Buddhist Sanskrit rising in spirals. The white robe flowed like water ripples, setting off the young man Shui Dong's solemn appearance. This talisman was extremely special. If gold powder and cinnabar were the main materials for drawing talismans, then there were other materials that could only be encountered but not sought. Once made into a talisman, the various effects of the talisman would be indescribably wonderful. For example, Chui Dong's talisman was made from the golden blood of a Western Buddhist kingdom golden arhat as the main material for drawing talismans. Moreover, this senior monk who had attained the Tao had almost become a bodhisattva, so his blood appeared golden. When poured into the gold powder and written sutras on the talisman, it could turn into a Vajra amulet with boundless dharma. It could even withstand a full blow from a sword immortal of the land. How could the young man Chui Dong not feel distressed? After taking out this invaluable life-saving talisman, the young man calculated in his mind and easily calculated that the sword chi would only break the mirror at most, but the mirror itself would not be damaged. In the future, as long as he went to the sea of clouds with lightning and thunder every night of a thunderstorm and guided the thunder and lightning into the mirror, this mirror of the thunder department would be restored to its original state in a few years. In this way Chui Shi's heart calmed down, and he tilted his arms slightly to wipe off the blood on his face. This is a great humiliation, and it almost destroyed the foundation of this body of mine. Chui Dong closed his eyes and began to silently accumulate power. He only needed to wait for a critical moment before the sword chi completely dissipated, and that would be the time for him to kill his way to the mouth of the well. Of course, he would not wait for the sword chi to completely dissipate. If he waited until the sword chi completely disappeared, once Qin Pingan above found that he was not dead, the bumpkin of Clay Bottle Alley might really have a follow-up sinister and dangerous move. After all, at this time, whether it was his cultivation or his body, he could not withstand any accidental speculation. The road was really muddy and rugged and difficult to walk on. The young man's heart was full of hatred. The trip to the small town was what the imperial tutor Chui Dong thought was the final battle. Because it involved the opportunity to prove Tao, he did not hesitate to separate half of his soul and live in another body, leaving the capital of Dali with the image of a young man. He originally thought that even if he could not break the literary fate of Mr. Wensheng and his junior brother Qi Jingchen, he could still use the young man from Clay Bottle Alley as the object of visualization. He could use the young man from Clay Bottle Alley to sharpen his mind and make up for the most lacking state of mind. This would help him break through the 10th realm in one go, and hopefully return to the peak of the 12th realm. He could even use Dali to spread his knowledge. As long as his achievements and knowledge could spread across half of the continent, he could make further progress. If all the Confucian students in the continent were the disciples of Chui Dong, the benefits would be unimaginable. At that time, no matter how he calculated, Chui Dong could be in an invincible position. The only difference was the size of the profit. However, he never thought that the direct disciple that Qi Jingchen really chose was not Zhao Yao who gave him the Chun seal, not Song Jisin who gave him the remaining books, not even Lin Shui who was a young scholar. It was the little girl named Li Baoping. She was a woman. How could a woman inherit the literary pulse? A female teacher, a female teacher? Wasn't she afraid of becoming the laughing stock of the world? Wasn't she afraid of being regarded as the #1 heresy by the elders in the Confucian Academy? What was even more unexpected was that Qi Jingchen took in a disciple on behalf of his teacher and gave the relics of the literary sage Chui Dong and Qi Jingchen to the young man Qin Pingan. In this way, not only did the literary pulse not break, but it was passed down to Li Baoping's generation. Moreover, Chui Dong, who had betrayed his teacher and betrayed his teacher, was once again tied to the literary sage because of Qin Pingan. This caused Chui Shi, who mistakenly thought that victory was in his grasp, to have his state of mind completely shattered in an instant. Coupled with the invisible guidance of literary fate, his cultivation level fell to the 5th realm. If it weren't for the alliance he made with Old Man Yang later and learned a long-lost secret technique of the divine path, which mended a flaw in a secret technique that Chui Shi himself had studied, allowing him to quickly nourish his soul like a withered tree in spring, and his cultivation level began to rise. However, this secret technique had a fatal flaw. The accumulated cultivation was an illusion. After using it once, it would be beaten back to its original state. Unless one broke through the 10 realms in one go and entered the upper 5 realms, one could turn the false into the real and the real into the false. The false and the real would be mixed up and it would be a different world. When he arrived at the Autumn Read Inn, the young man Chui Dong's illusion realm was actually close to the 9th realm again. This was why he had the opportunity to use the God-inviting method of the military school to invite the golden body of the scholarly sage. The realm was fake but the method was real. That was why the Hanshi River god was so scared that his guts were about to burst. Otherwise, with the experience and shrewdness of the green-robed man who commanded the northern water transport for hundreds of years, how could he be tamed by Cui Shi like a little catfish in a stream without suffering enough? At the bottom of the well. The rainstorm of sword energy that fell from the well was still aggressive. The sword light was splashed everywhere by the mirror. The young man in white was almost at the bottom of the well. The well water and the underground water in the city that was connected to the river had long been evaporated by the sword energy. The young man Cui Dong began to count down in his heart. He did not want to kill Qin Pingan. It was true at least for the time being. Because Cui Dong was more like a tug of war, hoping to pull the young man onto his own great Tao. At least in the short term, not only would Cui Dong not harm Qin Pingan, but he would also do his best to help Qin Pingan increase his cultivation. At most, he would quietly change Qin Pingan's temperament and influence him imperceptibly. In the end, he would become a comrade of Cui Dong. If Qin Pingan was lucky and had the hope of inheriting Cui Dong's mantle in the future, Cui Dong would not refuse. But Cui Dong really wanted to kill Li Baoping. Because once this little girl grew up and Cui Dong was still involved with Qin Pingan, the more Li Baoping was cursed and ostracized, Cui Dong's great Tao cultivation would more or less be affected. For Cui Dong, who pursued perfection, this was absolutely unacceptable. The young man Cui Dong felt that this was an undeserved disaster. Even if I was a bad guy with evil intentions, if I wanted to kill you, Qin Pingan, why would I pretend to be a coward all the way? I was clearly harmless to you. Why would you, Qin Pingan, kill me just because of a little guess? What right do you have to kill them without hesitation just because you think that I'm harboring evil intentions towards the 3 children? Then what kind of gentleman are you? Qi Jingchun had always admired gentlemen. Why would you, who was valued by Qi Jingchun, be so unreasonable? Why would the old man want me to learn how to be a gentleman from you? Cui Dong was once the first disciple of the sage of literature, and I once imparted knowledge to Qi Jingchun. In terms of status in the Confucian orthodoxy, Cui Dong, am much higher than a virtuous gentleman. Yet you, Qin Pingan, do things based on your heart. The old man's vision is really as bad as always. Qi Jingchun helped you choose. Isn't that the same as helping you choose a second Cui Dong? The young man Cui Dong, whose feet touched the stone floor, continued to count down in his heart, waiting for an opportunity to make his move. At the same time, a burst of joy welled up in his chest. This is even better. This means that after I get out of this predicament, I will slowly torture you. At the very least, I will let you, Qin Pingan, drag out an ignoble existence. If you follow me on that great Tao in the future, it will be more natural and smoother. In that case, your luck isn't too bad, kid. Moreover, the text imprisonment that the old man planted on Cui Dong was only targeted at Qin Pingan. Cui Dong was not allowed to have any evil thoughts towards Qin Pingan. Otherwise, he would suffer the pain of being whipped to the heart. Other than that, there were no restrictions on his actions. This could be considered to be of the same origin as the old man's knowledge. It was about tracing everything back to the source. Only after the source was cleared up could one spread their branches and leaves on moral essays and conduct themselves in the world. In the future, Cui Dong, want you to personally see how Qi Jingchun's direct disciple, that little girl named Li Baoping, dies in front of you. Moreover, I want you to know what the struggle for great Tao is and why she died. The time has come. Cui Dong's arms that were holding the mirror were already badly mangled. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen, but he didn't care. Rainbow-like sword energy, right? Inverted waterfall, right? Get out of my way. However, just as Cui Dong thought that he had succeeded, he was just a hair's breadth away. The straw sandals youth, who was firmly standing on the mouth of the well with his feet rooted to the ground, finally finished accumulating his strength. Although his soul was shaking and his internal organs were all in pain, he could only say softly with a trembling voice, "Let's go." The second waterfall poured down in torrents. Damn you, Qin Pingan. I'm going to die here because of you. This was Cui Dong's only thought at that moment. Qin Pingan was on the verge of collapsing on the mouth of the well. Before this, Qin Pingan sat in the pavilion for the second time that night. At that time, he and Li Baoping, who had woken up from a nightmare, sat across from each other in the pavilion. There was a sudden breeze that blew across the small pavilion for no reason. The youth remembered something and felt a little sad. At the same time, he closed his eyes with Li Baoping and listened carefully to the sound of the iron horse's wind chime under the eaves. At that time, the youth silently told himself in his heart, "Mr. Qi, if the sound of the wind chime under the eaves is an even number, just let it go and bear with that Cui guy. But if it's an odd number, I'll make a move." Ding dong ding dong ding ding dong. After the 7th sound there was no more sound. Therefore, after the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket left the pavilion, the youth stood on the edge of the well. Earlier, before the straw sandals youth left the town. At that time, under old Yang's reminder, Qin Pingan left the Yang family's shop with an umbrella and went to the school teacher who visited old Yang and gave him the dual square mountain watermark. An adult and a child walked on the side street. A gentleman can be deceived. You can tell this to Senior Yang and the others. In the future, if you encounter something you can't solve, you can ask the spring breeze. Well, you just have to keep this in your heart. It might be useful in the future. But I hope it won't be necessary. After saying this, the white-haired scholar was not as old-fashioned and serious as when he taught in the school. He blinked and looked at the youth with a warm smile. When the youth left the town with the little girl, the last bit of the soul of a certain green-robed Confucian returned to the human world after going to a big cave in the sky beyond heaven. After walking side by side with the straw sandals youth and the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket for a distance, he stopped and looked at the back of his junior brother and his disciple, no longer seeing them off. When the scholar finally waved his hand silently to say goodbye, with this gentle wave of his sleeve, there was a spring breeze lingering around the youth. It was silent and did not dissipate for a long time. In the well. Together with the Thunder Department seal mirror, the youth Chui Dong was smashed back to the bottom of the well. He curled up and lay on the extremely dry bluestone floor, trying to hide under the mirror. Although he tried his best to make a final struggle, in fact, Chui Dong's heart was completely disheartened. The mirror shook violently, bringing a huge impact to the white-clothed young man below. The sword energy's water flow, after flowing through the mirror, brought a huge burning sensation to the young man's body, causing his consciousness to blur. The moment he closed his eyes, the old scholar's seal on the youth Chui Dong's divine soul disappeared. The youth in white was refreshed, like a person who had just received rain after a long drought. He was especially energetic. Chui Dong did not dare to hold back. If he did not fight now, when would he? Ah, the heavens are helping me. Old man, I can't believe you would make such a mistake. Old man, there will be a day when you try to be clever and make a fool of yourself. The heavens are really helping me, Chui Dong. There is always a way out. One by one, the golden characters full of righteousness were peeled off from the divine soul of Chui Dong, whose face was twisted in pain. This kind of pain that made one's divine sense have nowhere to hide was more terrifying than being cut into pieces. But Chui Dong's mind was clearer and clearer. The teachings of the saint, using literature to carry the Tao. The youth in white controlled the temporarily ownerless golden characters to hit the waterfall of sword chi. The golden characters and the sword chi collided. There was not the least bit of momentum to speak of. But the more silent it was, the more shocking and suffocating it was. It was no longer a battle of strength or power, but a battle of the Tao in another form. This waterfall. After all, it was just an extremely small sword chi. And those golden characters were just temporarily borrowed by someone else. The two were in a deadlock, and in the end, it seemed like they were going to coincidentally fight to a situation where they were evenly matched. It was like two armies facing each other, and in the end both sides suffered, both were completely annihilated. After perceiving the opportunity, Chui Dong did not wait for death. He began to sit up carefully and then squatted little by little. Finally he bent over and stood up. He moved to one side, and the mirror was instantly tilted, and the last of the sword chi fell to the other side of the inner wall of the well. The youth in white simply threw away the ancient mirror, and his feet touched the ground. His whole body soared into the sky, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. Only an extremely resentful and gloomy voice echoed in the ancient well, "Even if you have the third sword chi now, you are too late." Qin Pingan stood at the mouth of the well with the sword furnace in his hands. After the last sword chi left, he was ready to fight the enemy with his fists. In the preface of the Book of Shaking the Mountain there was a clear opening: "Those who practice my mountain-quaking fist in the future, even if they face the ancestors of the three sects, remember that our fist technique can be weak and we can lose the momentum to win, but our fist intent is the only thing that matters. Never retreat." At the same time, in the quiet courtyard, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket woke up again, not because of a nightmare, but because she was slapped awake by a locust tree sword. Li Baoping, who was in a daze, suddenly opened her eyes wide. The wooden sword that broke in the window quickly drew a word "chi" in the air, and then flew to the door with a whoosh. Li Baoping jumped out of bed at lightning speed and ran barefoot without wearing boots. After opening the door, she followed the wooden sword to the room where the youngest uncle lived. Because Qin Pingan had not come back, he did not lock the door and it was knocked open by the flying sword. Li Baoping rushed in with the flying sword and saw it pointing at the basket. In the end, Li Baoping took out a seal hidden by the youngest uncle under the guidance of the flying sword. After opening it, she found that it was the seal of tranquility and complacency that the youngest uncle secretly showed her once. Only then did the flying sword nod vigorously and quickly flew out of the room. The little girl held the seal of tranquility that Mr. Fang gave to her youngest uncle, and followed the locust tree sword that inexplicably appeared in the basket, all the way to the pavilion. She jumped out of the pavilion with familiarity, and ran to the mouth of the well where the youngest uncle stood. In an instant, the seal in Li Baoping's hand broke free from her palm, and quickly flew to the mouth of the well, above her youngest uncle's head, and then with a dull thud. Above the mouth of the well, someone screamed, "Again? Qi Jingchun F*CKU? Are you F*King done yet?" A young man in white who inexplicably appeared above the mouth of the well was heavily hit on the forehead by a seal, and his whole body flew out and fell to the ground. The young man in white, who had no cultivation left, murmured before he fainted, "Qi Jingchun, you win. I admit defeat." 149. Qin Pingan widened his eyes. He saw that after the calm and proud seal hit the forehead of the white-clothed youth, it first bounced back and then froze in the air. In the end it seemed to be pulled back by a string. However, the strength of the person pulling the string was a little weak. The calm seal swayed in the air high and low and its speed was not fast. Qin Pingan followed its trajectory and saw that between him and Li Baoping, there was a locust wood sword hovering. There was a golden-clothed girl about the same height as his little finger. She was lying on all fours hiding under the flying sword. Her hands and feet were tightly gripping the wooden sword. At this moment she finally got up. After standing up, the adorable golden-clothed girl stood on the sword. She was dizzy and her footsteps were swaying like a drunkard. It seemed that this flying sword experience was not that good. The calm seal fell on the wooden sword. The seal was a little heavy, and the sword's tail was lifted up. The golden-clothed girl's whole body slid towards the seal in a fluster. Li Baoping also did not notice the golden-clothed girl's existence before. Now that she saw it, she only felt that it was interesting. She ran over happily, squatted slightly, and held the two ends of the locust wood sword with both hands. She stared at the little fellow who was trying to dodge at a close distance. The golden-clothed girl was stunned. She seemed to be very shy. After reaching out to cover her face, she put her feet together and jumped straight up. After landing, she actually disappeared into the locust wood sword. Qin Pingan did not know the reason and did not want to be entangled in this matter. He reminded in a hoarse voice, "Baoping, throw the wooden sword to me. You keep the seal first." Li Baoping immediately put away her curiosity. She knew that the most important thing now was to deal with the guy surnamed Chui. After grabbing the seal, she shouted and threw the locust wood sword at youngest martial uncle. However, the girl's strength was not controlled properly, and the locust wood sword was a little off from where Qin Pingan was standing. "Turn around," Qin Pingan instructed Li Baoping. Then, with a tap of his foot, he stepped towards the left side of the old well. Stepping on the edge of the well, he accurately grasped the wooden sword and continued to take a big step forward. After landing on the ground, he stabbed the sword towards the white-clothed youth's chest. At this moment, the upper half of the golden-clothed girl's body was revealed from Qin Pingan's wooden sword. She was on the verge of tears, full of regret and guilt. She shook her head and waved her hands vigorously, as if she wanted to stop Qin Pingan from killing. However, Qin Pingan was extremely decisive from the moment he caught the sword to the moment he attacked. By the time the golden-clothed girl appeared, the tip of the wooden sword was already pressed against the white-clothed youth's chest. Due to Qin Pingan's years of practice, his control over his strength could be said to be very precise. Even if he wanted to withdraw his hand, the flow of qi in his body, the expansion and contraction of his arm muscles, and the inertia of the wooden sword could not allow Qin Pingan to change the outcome. An old scholar with a cotton bag on his back suddenly appeared out of thin air. Thank goodness, I almost got tricked." With the appearance of the old scholar, the youth Chui Dong seemed to be grabbed by the neck and pulled back. Although he was still unconscious, his back was straight and he stood like a pine tree. Taking advantage of the situation, he avoided the fate of being pierced through the heart by Qin Pingan. The old man looked at the rapidly retreating youth. With one hand holding the sword in front of him, he used the other hand to protect Li Baoping behind him. The way the youth held the sword was strange and awkward. It was probably like a woodcutter holding a brush. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem right. The old man sighed. It's you. Chen Pingan was facing a formidable enemy and did not dare to let his guard down. He said softly, Baoping, when you have the chance, run away. Don't worry about me. Chen Pingan noticed that Li Baoping was tugging at his sleeves a few times. He was a little surprised and looked down. What's wrong? The little girl's face was stiff. She raised her arm and pointed behind Chen Pingan. She opened her mouth and seemed to be mouthing two words. Ghost. Attacked from the front and the back? Chen Pingan's heartstrings tightened. When he looked over, his face was dull. The youth blinked his eyes and blinked again. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he turned his back to the old scholar and the youth in white. He did not dare to say anything in case someone eavesdropped and harmed this fairy sister. However, he was really anxious. The youth wanted to say something but stopped. He was like an ant on a hot pan. Li Baoping secretly held the sleeve of her youngest uncle. She looked at the kind old man and then turned to look at the elusive female ghost. Compared to the female ghost in the wedding dress last time, the one tonight was wearing white clothes and white shoes. In her hand was a snow-white, big lotus leaf. Li Baoping was a little hesitant. Were all the female ghosts in the outside world so fresh and refined? She remembered that her elder brother had been coerced by her and had to tell her many bloody ghost stories. In the stories there were pink skeletons, water ghosts, river spirits and other spirits. They often cut open people's hearts and livers and ate human flesh. Their appearance and behavior were extremely terrifying. How could they be like the one in front of her? She was even more beautiful than the female ghost in the wedding dress. She was tall but still had a natural beauty hidden in her slim figure. Her black hair was like a waterfall. It wound from her back to her chest and was tied into a knot with a golden silk scarf. She looked very demure and dignified. Li Baoping only felt that the tall woman in front of her was really tall and beautiful. She was very envious. The little girl stood on tiptoe but soon stepped back on the ground, discouraged. The tall woman seemed to only have Chen Pingan in her eyes. She smiled and said, We are going to fight later. Don't be afraid of that old man. He only knows how to take a beating. Don't worry. This sister is not a bad person. She is one of us. Chen Pingan comforted Li Baoping first. When he looked up again, he finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Didn't you say that we can't leave the town? What if the sages find out? What will you do? The tall woman shook her wrist and the lotus leaf in her hand swayed gently. Her tone was gentle and slow. She had a temperament that made people feel at ease. Do you know a place called the Lotus Cave? Chen Pingan suddenly remembered Ning Yao. He nodded and said, Someone told me before that it was a place where the ancestors of Taoism went to relax. Although it is only one of the 36 small caves, the lotus leaf there, even the smallest one, is bigger than the capital of Dali. The woman smiled and said, It's not that exaggerated. Take the lotus leaf in my hand for example. If it were to reveal its true form, it would have an area of about 5 kilometers. Of course, the largest lotus leaf there would definitely be much larger than the capital of Greatly. These lotus leaves can hide the secrets of heaven. In short, it can prevent the sages of the 3 sects and the masters of hundreds of schools from finding out my whereabouts. She saw Chen Pingan's puzzled face and explained with a smile, When we met, I didn't have this good thing in my hand. Before Qi Jingchun left the human world, he went to the sky beyond heaven and found the Taoist ancestor. He bargained with that old man and helped me get this lotus leaf umbrella. As for what Qi Jingchun paid, I don't know. After all, the word quiet is a taboo. Within the orthodoxy of Taoism, many people are dissatisfied with it. So I can be sure that Qi Jingchun left the vast world and went to the Lotus Cave to pay a great price. Speaking of this, even the tall woman's eyes showed a hint of trance. She sincerely admired the Confucian disciple. After Qi Jingchun returned to the human world from the sky beyond heaven, they had a last chat. This lotus leaf? I went to the sky beyond heaven and picked it from the Lotus Cave. It can help you leave this place without disturbing the great Tao of heaven and earth. You don't have to worry about the sage's inquiry. It is a good thing. But aren't you afraid that Chen Pingan will become unscrupulous with me around and become the kind of person that you, Qi Jingchun, don't like? I, Qi Jingchun, know Chen Pingan's temperament very well. So I am never worried that Chen Pingan will bully others. Even if you protect him from the beginning to the end, I, Qi Jingchun, am not worried. You think so highly of Chen Pingan? What do you think? He is my little junior brother. You and Chen Pingan are peers and I recognize him as my master. So, Qi Jingchun, what do you mean? I wouldn't dare. Thinking of this, the tall woman sighed slightly in her heart. It was a pity that there was no Qi Jingchun in the world. Li Baoping, who was not afraid of anything, said timidly for the first time, "Sister, you are so beautiful." The tall woman nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, much more beautiful than you." Not only was she rude, but her words were also hurtful. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was a little stunned and speechless. Qin Pingan was covered in cold sweat. On the other side behind Qin Pingan there was also a reunion. The old man stared at the white-clothed youth who had woken up. The youth stared back thinking, "I am not afraid of you. Why should I be afraid of you?" The old man looked at the tall woman first, and the latter nodded to indicate that it was okay. The old man then looked at the youth and said angrily, "Aren't you Cui Dong very smart? Then let's review the situation now. Have you thought about why I would suddenly lose control of those characters and allow you to separate them from your soul? Moreover, they just happen to be on par with the Tao insight contained within that strand of sword Qi, causing both of them to wear each other down, allowing you to charge out of the well at that time and have the opportunity to execute a killing move against Qin Pingan? Have you ever thought that in the end you might be killed by Qin Pingan with one punch, and Qin Pingan would be seriously injured by you at the same time?" The youth Cui Dong's expression was uncertain. In the end, he curled his lips in a fit of pique and pretended to be indifferent. It was nothing more than a sage of the Confucian school. What's so strange about it? Even Qi Jingchun was willing to walk into that dead end and wait for death. So what if I, Cui Dong, was schemed against once? The youth became angrier as he spoke. He pointed at the shabby old scholar and said, "Old man, you still have the nerve to say this? Qi Jingchun, whom you placed your greatest hope in, is dead. Ma Zhan, who was the weakest, is also dead. And that guy surnamed Zhuo is completely gone. I, Cui Dong, am also reduced to such a state. In the end, isn't it all because of you? In the world, you are the one who writes the best, has the deepest meaning, and has been helping the world for the longest time. Is that enough?" He is a secondary sage, the third highest in the Confucian temple. He advocates that the people are the most important, the emperor is the least important, and the country is the second most important. You are amazing, but you insist on talking about heaven, earth, emperor, family, and teacher. The secondary sage said that human nature is good, but you are saying that human nature is evil. Damn you, what did the secondary sage do to you? The youth was so angry that he stomped his feet. This habitual action was actually of the same origin as the old scholar. He pointed his finger at the old scholar's nose and said, "What's worse is that the secondary sage is not much older than you. Maybe he is still in the mortal world, living well. Oh man, why are you so stubborn? If you go and scold the sage of rites or the sage of ceremonies, the secondary sage might even help you, right? You just have to go against the secondary sage. I'm convinced." The old scholar did not say anything. He just gently wiped the saliva that the youth had spat on his face. If they were from a small family, quarreling with each other behind closed doors wasn't a big deal at all. One had to know that a quasi-sage and a scholar sage were involved in the battle of the third and fourth ranks that shocked the entire Confucian faction and all the schools and academies. The two sages, especially since the two in front of the Confucian temple had long disappeared, represented the entire Confucian faction. They were the Confucian faction that set the rules for the vast world. Although there were no signs of the Confucian school falling apart, the leaders of the neighboring families were able to see the big picture from a small clue. How could they not be secretly happy? After that, an extremely secretive bet was made within the Confucian school. The loser was willing to accept his loss and was imprisoned in the Forest of Merits. The old scholar lost and waited for his death there. He allowed his statue in the Confucian temple to move again and again until he was smashed into pieces. However, when the disciple that he was most proud of went to another continent to fight against the heavenly Tao and died, the old scholar had no choice but to make an agreement with all the sages, not just the scholarly sage, in order to break the oath. After all, if the oath of the sages could be easily broken, then this world with its strict rules would have changed beyond recognition. The old scholar voluntarily gave up his body and the many supernatural powers of the scholarly sage. He only used his spirit to wander between heaven and earth. The old scholar waited until the young man had his hands on his hips and was panting with his head lowered. He asked, "Are you done? Is it time for me to reason with you?" After the young man in white vented his anger, Cui Dong recalled the old man's deeds and felt guilty and timid. He did not say a word. The old scholar sighed and said, "Who taught Qi Jingchun how to play chess?" Cui Dong immediately held his head high and said, "I did." The old man was expressionless and said slowly, "I once told all of you that when you reason with someone, even if it's a quarrel or a debate, you must be calm. Chui Dong immediately kept quiet out of fear and said in a low voice, "It was me. Qi Jingchun was not smart enough to play chess. After losing to me a few times he refused to play again." The old man asked again, "Then who taught you how to play chess?" Chui Dong did not want to say the answer. The old scholar snorted and said, "I did." Chui Dong felt wronged and his teeth itched. "Old man, do you know what it means to set an example?" The old scholar took a deep breath and said, "When you taught Qi Jingchun how to play chess compared to me, who was better?" Chui Dong said reluctantly, "I was not as good as you." The old man asked, "Then did you know that Qi Jingchun learned how to play chess and quickly beat me?" The young man was stunned. He did not doubt the truth of the old man's words. The old man asked again, "Do you know what Qi Jingchun said in private?" "He said to me, senior apprentice brother really likes to play chess, and his desire to win is a bit heavy. I don't want to lie when I play chess. If senior apprentice brother always loses to me, then he will lose a happy thing in the future." Chui Dong stiffened his neck and said, "Even if that is the case, so what?" The old man was angry that he did not fight back and lamented his misfortune. He reprimanded him, "You are so stubborn. You are always quick to learn your mistakes and slow to admit them. As for correcting them, humph." Chui Dong said angrily, "It was you who taught me." The old man stared at him and was silent for a moment. He said regretfully, "Mahjong's betrayal may have disappointed Qi more than your plan, Chui Dong." Chui Dong sneered and said, "I don't care to talk about people like Mahjong. His heart is higher than the sky and his life is thinner than paper. If I am doing it for the opportunity of the great way and for the family line, then what about him? He is willing to be someone else's chess piece for the sake of being the hill master of the academy and the hope of controlling a school in the future. He really deserves to die." "Old man, you gave Qi Jingchun a parting sentence. You can't learn any more. The green takes the blue and the blue is better than the blue. This sentence is widely spread and I know it. But what did you give Mahjong?" The old man said indifferently, "Heaven and earth give birth to a gentleman, and a gentleman rules heaven and earth." What a pity. It was not known whether it was the sentence or Mahjong himself that was pitiful. Chui Shi said sarcastically, "After Mahjong left the town with those children, he had a pleasant conversation with one of my pawns. They were quite frank and honest with each other. They brought up the issue of whether to leave Liju Cave Heaven or continue to stay. He had a dispute with Qi Jingchun. In the end, Qi Jingchun said something very strange to him that scared Mahjong a little. A gentleman should restrain himself when necessary and stretch himself when necessary. Mahjong was an idiot. After Qi Jingchun's earth-shattering death, he still followed his selfish desires and dreamed of being a mountain chieftain of the academy. It was only when he was about to die that he realized that Qi Jingchun had already known about his actions when she was in the school. She just didn't want to expose him and still hoped that he, Mahjong, could take good care of those children. Mahjong is really slow. After 2 perfunctory delays, he finally knew that everything was over. For the only time in his life, he finally aroused the courage of a man. At the cost of losing his next life, he hurt that chess piece of mine. Only then could those children return to the small town. In the end, so many things happened. At the end, the young man in white became more and more weak. The old elementary scholar sighed. There were many people and things in Liju Cave. Especially in the last 60 years when Qi Jingchun was in charge, the heavenly mystery had been isolated even more tightly. Qi Jingchun, Old Yang, and some people behind the scenes had secretly taken action, making this small cave become blurred and full of variables. Even the old elementary scholar found it difficult to deduce, and he dared not say that the deduced truth was the truth. The gentle voice of the tall woman sounded softly. "Are you done talking?" Chui Dong found the old elementary scholar's face was a little ugly and sighed heavily. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the woman looking at him. The old elementary scholar had no choice but to take off the bag on his back and take out a scroll. He gently untied the string that tied the scroll. Qin Pingan was confused. She walked to Qin Pingan and said with a smile, "You can use your sword 3 times later." She squinted and looked at the sky outside the lotus leaves. She said slowly, "I will restore my real body later. You don't have to be surprised." Finally, she seemed to remember something and said apologetically, "I forgot to say 2 words." Qin Pingan raised his head. The tall woman stopped smiling and said respectfully, "Master." 150. Although the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was briefly discouraged, she was Li Baoping. Alas, she was soon in high spirits. She quietly moved away and sneaked behind the tall woman from the left side. Then she walked to the right side of the tall woman. Looking at her clothes and her big lotus leaf, Li Baoping felt that she was really beautiful. After hearing Cui Dong's cursing and the old man's scolding, Qin Pingan figured out something, but he still couldn't believe it. He swallowed and whispered to the tall woman, "This old man, are you Mr. Qi's teacher? Is he the sage of literature? The sage of Confucianism?" No wonder the journey was so full of ups and downs. He would meet Alliance in a bamboo hat, the land sword whiz in the Wind Snow Temple, and of course this man surnamed Cui. The tall woman nodded and said with a smile, "Yes." The woman's real body was the sword spirit bred by the old sword hanging under the stone arch bridge. During the long wait of nearly 10,000 years, she once witnessed the fall of the last real dragon. In that epic battle, the great Qi trainers of the 3 religions and the 100 schools of philosophers worked together, but there were still countless casualties. The corpses of those who died in the battle fell to the ground like rain, and their souls were condensed and did not disperse. Together with the fate of the real dragon after its death, they finally created the Dragon Pearl Cave. However, she regarded it as a child's play. This sword spirit watched coldly from the beginning to the end. Occasionally, her eyes lit up, and she secretly picked up a few beautiful objects without anyone noticing. She originally thought that she would spend the rest of her life either sleeping or yawning, visualizing those magnificent ancient ruins and drifting around them. She was even worse than a wandering ghost, drifting with the waves in the river of time bit by bit, waiting for the day when the spiritual energy would disperse completely. However, when the Dragon Pearl Cave was broken, she chose Qin Pingan as her second master, not Ning Yao, who was born to be a great sword whiz, not Ma Kushuan, who had a good background, not Xie Shi or Chao Shi, who were born and raised in a small town. Qi Jingchun had contributed greatly to all of this. First, it was that night when Qi Jingchun sat alone on the covered bridge until dawn, right under the inscribed board. His purpose was to persuade her to open her eyes and take a look at the boy from Mud Bottle Alley, even if it was just a glance. Actually, the sword spirit did not feel anything at first glance. She had seen too many surprises in her life. Therefore she was indifferent. To her, whether the Black Pearl Grotto heaven collapsed or the heavenly Tao retaliated and the people suffered, it did not affect her at all. However, she was indeed a little curious. Why did Qi Jingchun, a scholar who was said to have the potential to establish a sect, choose a child who had not even studied before? So after that day she looked at the young man a few more times, but she still didn't feel anything. Later, when she was really bored, she finally remembered that before Qi Jingchun left, he used his identity as the sage of the small town to intercept the Yi Shui in the River of Time for the last 10 years in the Black Pearl Grotto heaven. It was fished up by Qi Jingchun with great magic and placed under the covered bridge. Therefore, one day when she had nothing to do, she had to find something to do, right? She began to show her real body, hovering above the water under the covered bridge. She combed her hair while watching the water. It was all bits and pieces of the boy from Mud Bottle Alley. There were hidden plots behind the scenes, trivial matters in the streets, good deeds with hidden evil intentions, and disasters caused by unintentional actions. There were family affairs, joys and sorrows, sadness and sincerity, life and death. She thought it was quite interesting, much more interesting than watching a group of children fighting and beating up a small worm. For example, there was a child who carried a basket that was almost half his height, saying that he was going to the mountain to pick herbs. But before he went up the mountain, he cried earth-shatteringly. Another example was a child standing on a small stool, holding a spatula in his hand and muttering that he must cook a delicious meal tonight. It was neither salty nor bland, just right. Another example was a child who ran away from the Tonghulu stall, drooling as he ran. He could only imagine how it tasted when he was young. Finally, another example was a child who, in order to survive, fished in the depths of the stream at noon. He didn't know that it was difficult for immortals to catch fish at noon, and his skin was darker than charcoal. The sword spirit knew that these were all hardships, but she never felt that they were unbearable. Because the sword spirit had followed her master on expeditions everywhere, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the remains of gods could be piled up into mountains. The monster cores of those big monsters could be strung into Tonghulu, which was crispy and crunchy. Those figures that turned into extraterrestrial demons covered the sky and the sun, and could be destroyed with a sword. So when Qi Jingchun found her again, she was still unwilling to agree. But when Qi Jingchun, a sage who was good at reasoning, was at his wit's end, Qi Jingchun took back the handful of water of time and gently poured it into Dragon's Whisker Stream on the covered bridge. Those scenes flowed slowly from the youth Qin Pingan, who was in a hurry to deliver the letter, to the child Qin Pingan, who was in the immortal's tomb, praying for his mother's health. The moment Qi Jingchun poured the water, he decided not to insist on persuading the sword spirit. He began to walk to the end of the covered bridge, and at the last moment of his great disappointment, an unintentional sentence finally moved the stone-hearted sword spirit. We are all very disappointed in this world. The sword spirit remained calm and collected. The last scene was of the child bidding farewell to his father in Mud Bottle Alley. "Father, I'm 5 years old, I'm an adult." The sword spirit looked at the figure and said, "Let him walk on the covered bridge. If he can persist, I'll consider it." Chi Jing-chun turned around in shock, then laughed heartily and nodded vigorously. "I believe in Qin Pingan, please believe in Chi Jing-chun." The man strode down the steps of the covered bridge, his two big sleeves swaying violently, as if they were filled with Chi Jing-chun's youth. The sword spirit's thoughts were interrupted by the youth's question. The youth asked cautiously, "Since she's Mr. Chi's teacher, can we not fight?" The sword spirit let go of the snow-white lotus leaf in her hand. It first floated into the sky, then suddenly became huge, holding up the vast sky with a radius of 10 miles. She shook her head and said, "For Mr. Chi you have to fight." Qin Pingan scratched his head and said, "Although I don't know why, since it has something to do with Mr. Chi and you said so, I believe you." The youth paused for a moment, his eyes firm. He stared at the tall woman and grinned. "Let's fight." She smiled knowingly and shifted her gaze to the old man who was still delaying. He had spent half a day to untie the knot on the binding scroll, but he was still muttering. "I used to only know how to hide in the study room and missed a lot. After leaving the Forest of Merits, I wanted to try a life I didn't dare to imagine before, such as drinking to my heart's content, quarreling with people with thick necks, eating spicy food, swimming in the water shirtless, and so on. I've been to many places and seen many famous mountains and rivers," she joked. "Master Wenxing, it's not over yet. Your neck will be cut by a knife, yes, a sword. It's meaningless to drag it out like this." The old man said angrily, "I'm waiting for you two to change your mind." She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Old man, don't take advantage of me." The old scholar laughed. "Old man?" Her smile became gentler. "I'll remember it." The old man had nothing to lose. "Let's fight, I'm not afraid of you." "Do you really think I can't fight?" "That's just a comparison of my quarreling skills." The old elementary scholar had finally untied the knot. He flicked his wrist and the scroll made a popping sound as it unfurled and fell to the ground. The old elementary scholar held the scroll in his hand. The scroll was extremely long and it covered the entire area around the well. Qin Pingan had wanted to take a step forward but was stopped by the tall woman who held him by the shoulder, preventing him from moving. The bold Li Baoping simply squatted on the ground and carefully observed it. She didn't forget to poke here and there. The young man standing behind the old man, Cui Dong, was helping the old scholar carry his luggage. The old man shouted, "Withdraw." At the old well, Li Baoping, who was squatting on the ground to study the mountains and rivers, suddenly woke up. The scroll on the ground was gone. Moreover, her martial uncle and the ghost sister with a bad temper, as well as her teacher's teacher, the old man whom she should call Grandmaster, had all disappeared. She looked up and saw that the scroll had returned to a scroll, quietly hovering in the air. The young man Cui Dong didn't find this strange. He stood there obediently holding his luggage, his face full of grief and resentment. She suddenly stood up, raised the seal high and asked loudly, "Surname Cui, where is my martial uncle? If you don't tell me, I'll hit you. I've never hit anyone lightly. If I accidentally hit you to death, I won't be responsible." Cui Dong looked at the little girl, his face indifferent. He nodded and said, "You can just hit me to death. Provocation, right? Forget about the woman in white. You bastard, you're also here?" Li Baoping was stunned for a moment, then she became furious. Without saying a word, she ran away. After bypassing the painting, she, who was shorter than the young man in white, jumped nimbly and smashed the seal in her hand heavily on Cui Shi's head. The young man Cui Dong's face was full of disbelief and his eyes were dazed. He reached out and touched his swollen forehead. He suddenly threw away his luggage and squatted on the ground. He held his head and shouted, "I can't live like this anymore. Everyone can bully me." The little girl felt guilty for no reason. She held the seal behind her back and secretly hid the tools. Then she began to study the scroll, hoping to find her martial uncle. Qin Pingan looked around. It was a bit like when he was first pulled into the bottom of the water by the sword spirit. There was nothing around, so some of the objects seemed particularly real. For example, there was a high wall in the distance. No matter how Qin Pingan stretched his neck, he couldn't see the end of the wall. The woman in white standing beside him reached out and held the black hair tied together by a golden knot. She smiled and said, "This is in the Book of Mountains and Rivers, and also in the consciousness of the sage of literature. It's complicated and troublesome to talk about it. You only need to know that you can use your sword here. This is also one of the reasons why I agreed to the old man's request. Otherwise we would have fought on the cliff by the river." Her other hand suddenly pressed on Chin Pingan's shoulder. "It's too close now so you can't see the real appearance. I'll take you back a little. Let's go back 800 miles first." Chin Pingan felt that his whole body was moving as fast as lightning. He didn't know how far they had retreated. When he finally stood still, the teenager couldn't care less about the discomfort in his body and the boiling in his mansion of chi. He opened his mouth and looked at that mountain. How could a mountain that was 800 miles away be so huge? Compared to it, his hometown Mount Biyun should be like a small mound? The tall woman's face was solemn. "There's another more important reason. If the sage of literature agreed to fight here, he can give you some extra treatment." Chin Pingan was so shocked that he couldn't be any more shocked. His mouth was a little dry. She stared at the teenager's eyes. "Here, when you use your sword, you will have the cultivation of a 10th realm chi cultivator. Of course this is an illusion, but it's a very real illusion. I hope that when you're here you can carefully experience it. It's not very useful for your future cultivation." She was amused by herself. She couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, I just want you to know one thing. Don't just focus on practicing martial arts. Especially if you always think that practicing martial arts is for survival. That's too useless. How can your ambition be so small? Think about it. Who are you?" Chin Pingan replied in a daze. Chin Pingan? It was fine if he didn't answer the question. The key was that if he wasn't Chin Pingan, who else could he be? She bent down and rubbed the teenager's head. "Other than being Chin Pingan, you're also my master." The teenager was a little embarrassed. At the peak of the mountain, an old man said angrily, "All right, you were so anxious before. Now you're not?" The sword spirit took a deep breath and pointed at the mountain. "That's the largest of the 5 peaks in the central divine continent." Chin Pingan nodded. She looked at the mountain in the distance, her eyes burning. "Then if the mountain blocks your path, what will you do?" Chin Pingan said softly, "Crawl over." The corner of her mouth curled up. She wasn't angry. She asked again, "But what if you have a sword in your hand?" Chin Pingan recalled the scene of himself opening a path with a hatchet in his hand. He asked, "Cutting through the mountain?" She laughed loudly. "Yes." The tall woman strode forward and stood in front of Chin Pingan. She stretched out her fingers and slowly swiped them from left to right. A tiny dot of light suddenly exploded at the leftmost position. It was like the sun in the sky. Then it spread all the way to the right. With every inch of the blinding light, the tall woman's figure dimmed a little. Finally, Chin Pingan saw a sheathless sword hovering in front of him. It seemed like it had been waiting for someone to hold it for thousands of years. The light had already dissipated. The teenager slowly walked forward and grasped the hilt of the sword. In an instant, the teenager holding the sword felt like the world was turning upside down. All of his chi abodes and acupoints were shaking. The air around him was chaotic, blowing so hard that the teenager could barely open his eyes. Chin Pingan closed his eyes and said telepathically, "Let's go." The sword trembled madly. It was like an autumn cicada on the highest branch, crying out to the world. 151. The old scholar stood on a huge rock at the top of the mountain, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. At this moment, the white-haired old man standing tall against the wind did not look shabby at all. The old scholar looked 800 miles away at the light that suddenly lit up. Even at such a distance, the old man still felt that it was somewhat dazzling. The old man nodded slightly and said, "After so many years, although the edge of the sword is much blunter than in the legends, the sharpness within has not decreased by much. Powerful, truly powerful. After 10,000 years, the sea has changed into mulberry fields, but it still has such essence." But the old scholar quickly smiled and said, "I will use this mountain to make you retreat. When it comes to fighting, it is best to avoid fighting as much as possible. It will hurt the harmony." The mountain under the old man's feet that he had visualized into a painting was so famous that it couldn't be any more famous. In the central divine continent, which had the largest territory of the 9 great continents, there was a mountain named Sway Mountain. The mountain was majestic and could be said to be connected to the heavens. At the top of the mountain was a stele inscribed with the words, "Only one in the world, ancestor of the 5 mountains." astral winds come left behind by the first disciple of the Tao ancestor, and my Wudong inscribed with the fingers of the military saint. There were more than 180 stone inscriptions of the past emperors of different continents who came here to pray and announce to the heavens. These inscriptions, which were full of mystery, extended all the way from the heavenly platform at the peak of Sui Mountain down to the mountainside. Scenic spots and historical sites could be seen almost everywhere. The old scholar looked at the bright light of the sword and was somewhat surprised. When he first appeared at the old well, he saw Qin Pingan holding the sword. It was really unbearable to look at. Even the old scholar, who was not particular about martial arts, could not bear to see it. But at this moment, seeing the way the young man held the sword in front of him, the old man only had one thought: steady. The young man's hand holding the sword was very steady. His heart was very calm and very steady, so his spirit and will were even more steady. After the tall woman poured all of her sword will into the old sword bar, in the next moment she appeared on the lake in the heart of the young man, Qin Pingan, with an even more illusory figure and a mysterious aura. She had golden eyes and bare feet. When her toes gently touched the surface of the lake, ripples appeared. Then the young man's voice sounded. Her warm voice resonated in the young man's heart. Don't be in a hurry to attack. Get used to the feeling of being a Realm Tenchi refinement warrior first. There are only a few types of sword moves and there aren't many variations. This was the difference between the Jianghu of the later generations and the immortals on the mountain. Qi refinement warriors practiced Qi, combining nurturing and refining into one. There were thousands of sword intents that could be nurtured. Some were deep, some were shallow, some were high and some were low. If others are wells and streams, you are lakes and rivers. Naturally, you are thousands of times better than others. The length of the sword Qi depends on the state of the body's Qi dwelling. The more openings there are in the Qi dwelling, the deeper the potential. Others only have an inferior grade blessed land, but you have all of them. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. The meridians are like roads, the tougher and wider they are. Others have a single plank bridge and a winding path, but you have a great path to heaven. How can they compete with you? She looked around. After seeing the young man's mental state, she was full of smiles and said softly, "Do you understand?" The young man was struggling to get used to the feeling of being a Realm Tenchi refinement warrior. In addition, the airflow around his body was extremely chaotic. He could not even open his eyes, let alone speak. Fortunately, she told him that he only needed to think in his heart. The young man told her honestly, "I understand, but I don't know how to do it." She was not surprised at all and laughed out loud. Qin Pingan did not understand. He continued to try his best to get used to being a Realm Tenchi refinement warrior. That strange feeling was indescribable. It was like a starving person who suddenly had his stomach stuffed with fish and meat. There was not a single gap left and all of his Qi dwellings were opened up. That vital Qi that had originally been like a roaming fire dragon suddenly changed from the size of a needle to the size of an exaggerated loach. It swam rapidly in all of his meridians, rampaging and unobstructed. Along the way, it continuously engulfed the vital Qi in all of his Qi dwellings and acupoints. It was like a rolling snowball. It looked like it would not stop until it became a real flood dragon. His body was as clear as glass. The meridians of his torso stretched like golden branches and jade leaves. Pure vital Qi, returning to one's natural state, seeing and living for a long time. The sayings that Lin Shui had mentioned before appeared in Qin Pingan's mind one after another. Above the heart lake, she said softly, "It's still a little short. Swordsmen are not ordinary Qi refinement warriors after all." Then she raised her head and looked into the distance. Through Qin Pingan's elixir chamber, she looked directly at the huge rock on the peak of the mountain. She smiled and asked, "What do you think? Otherwise, if you shamelessly used this Sui mountain to defend against the enemy, it would be too unfair. I want you to lose wholeheartedly." The old elementary scholar understood and laughed heartily. After a slight hesitation, he retracted his gaze and looked around the entire mountain. Finally, his gaze focused on a cliff. On it, there was a strange calligraphy written by an ancient sword immortal with abundant sword Qi. It was the flying sword calligraphy that attracted countless sword cultivators in the Central Plains. Some even built huts at the bottom of the cliff to comprehend the way of the sword. Just take it. How much you can take depends on your ability. Back then, little Zhuo was like you. Before he officially learned the way of the sword, he inadvertently climbed the mountain to look at the calligraphy. Just by looking, he took 6 words. One's talent in swordsmanship can be seen immediately. Among sword cultivators there are many geniuses, but there are also big and small geniuses. These 5 words will definitely make you a sword immortal. Chin Pingan, let's see how good your foundation is. The old elementary scholar waved his sleeve and the 7 ancient characters on the cliff flew out of the cliff and swept towards Chin Pingan, who was 800 miles away. In the blink of an eye, they reached Chin Pingan's side. They had already become palm-sized ancient characters, shining with golden light and shining brightly. One by one the characters revolved around Chin Pingan rapidly. But in the end, not a single word was willing to come close to Chin Pingan. The distance between them grew wider and wider. Finally they turned around and flew back. After seeing this scene, the old elementary scholar was embarrassed and guilty. He muttered, "I overreached myself. Little Pingan, I'm sorry. Who would have thought that these characters would be so disrespectful?" The woman who stepped on Chin Pingan's heart lake snorted coldly. The old elementary scholar smiled awkwardly. "Tricky, really tricky. What should I do?" Don't worry, I'll just change to a more convenient method. It won't be a problem for me. I'm old friends with Mount Sway's mountain god. I'm well aware of his background. If it doesn't work, I'm not surprised that those 7 words don't like me." At this moment, Chin Pingan opened his eyes a little. He stopped talking to the tall woman through his mind and directly said, "And in fact, I don't want them really." She was shocked. The young man increased his strength and held the long sword in his hand. He slowly said, "When I was practicing boxing, I always had a feeling that at the end of the practice my fist would be very fast. I even felt that it would be the fastest. Now that I have you by my side, I feel that it's enough. I don't need any words at all. The next sword will be very fast. Believe me, it will be very fast." The woman nodded. The old elementary scholar was also stunned. He clicked his tongue and said, "Your tone is really like Shao Qi's when he was young." There was a smile in the old elementary scholar's eyes, but he deliberately raised his voice and snorted coldly. "I'd like to see if this sword can make you, a kid at the 10th level, exert the strength of the 11th or 12th level. Chin Pingan, don't drag me down. In the end you'll only show the strength of the 7th or 8th level. Come. If you don't show me this sword, it'll be too late." After the old elementary scholar finished teasing the young man, he sat cross-legged and murmured, "There's a saying in the school of poetry. 10 years to sharpen a sword, yet the frost blade has never been tested. Today I'll show it to the ruler, who has injustice. But there are so many injustices in the world, yet there's only one sword." The old scholar smiled and no longer felt sad. He gloated and said, "Besides, other people take 10 years to sharpen their sword. Chin Pingan, the sword in your hand must have been sharpened for 10,000 years." Chin Pingan and the tall woman both said in a low voice, "Let's go." Chin Pingan began to run forward. The young man actually dragged his sword and ran. The old elementary scholar who saw all of this just smiled and shook his head. The young man ran forward with his head held high. The young man jumped high and chopped down with his sword. Everything was silent. There was no shocking sword light that illuminated the world. There was no sword chi that pierced through the rainbow. But at this moment, the old elementary scholar who was originally sitting on the giant rock at the peak of the mountain turned and sat sideways. On the surface of the Heart Lake, the woman suddenly fell to the bottom of the lake. She closed her eyes and said slowly, "It's been 10,000 years." At the same time, beside the well of the Autumn Reed Inn, Li Baoping, who had been studying the scroll, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She shouted in surprise, "Why did the scroll suddenly have an extra crack?" 152. Shui Dong, who had been sitting on the ground in a daze, glanced at the little girl and the painting scroll. He said angrily, "Even if the sky falls down, this painting scroll won't be damaged at all." On the phone, "Do you know what it means when the sky falls down? There was once a nameless person in the Earth Divine continent who pierced through the celestial river with his sword and directly drew down the endless water from a yellow river cave. From afar, it looked like a huge hole had been torn open in the sky and water was pouring down. This created the second of the 10 sceneries in the world, the Yellow River Heavens, as well as the White Emperor City in the colorful clouds. The city lord of White Emperor City was incredible. He was one of the few people who dared to call himself the devil cult's orthodoxy. He was very dissolute. I once had the fortune to have a talk with him. At the Colorful Clouds River outside White Emperor City, it was known as the 10 Colorful Clouds Games. He lost more than he won, but even though he lost, it was still a glorious defeat. After all, the flag with the words "Honoring Heaven to Play Chess First" had been erected on the city wall of White Emperor City for more than 600 years. The number of chess players who were qualified to play chess with the city lord could be counted with one's fingers. The little girl didn't like to listen to such nonsense. She said angrily, "What are you showing off for?" "I said the painting scroll is broken, so it is broken. If I win, do you want me to stamp my seal on your forehead? Do you dare to bet?" "Bet." Chui Dong immediately became interested. His dejected expression was swept away. He suddenly stood up, patted his butt and asked with a smile, "What if I win?" Li Baoping said generously, "If young martial uncle comes out of the painting scroll and still insists on killing you, then I'll go back and collect your corpse. Tell me, where do you want to be buried? How about the immortal graveyard in our town? I go there often and I'm more familiar with the road there. Can save me a lot of trouble." Chui Dong grimaced and stretched out his hand. Stop. If I win, help me persuade Qin Pingan. Not only can he not kill me, but he also wants to take me as his disciple." The moment he left the old well, he was heavily hit on the forehead by Qi Jingquan's complacent meditation seal, which completely destroyed the last bit of great spirit in this body. He really fell from the 5 states cultivator to an ordinary person. As Qi Jingquan said at the Yuan family's old house, if he didn't repent, he would make Chui Dong suffer. However, the general trend of the eastern Aquarius continent was like this. Dali went down south and the arrow on the bow had to be released. Moreover, Chui Dong himself walked on the road of Tao and there was no turning back. He couldn't retreat even half a step. Therefore, even if he was sure that Qi Jingquan had a backup plan, Chui Dong still did what he should do. At most, he would be more careful in his actions and words. But no matter what, whether it was the young Chui Dong or the imperial tutor Chui Dong in the capital city, no matter how treacherous, bloodthirsty, or shrewd he was, he never lacked the magnanimity to admit defeat. This was something that Chui Shi had never given up on ever since he became a disciple, from the start of his life as a student, to the state teacher of the small northern Aquarius continent. Li Baoping shook her head and said, "Even if I win, I won't agree to this kind of thing." Chui Dong blinked. "If you don't do this kind of business, how can you become a little teacher of Cliff Academy, a female teacher?" Li Baoping looked at this martial uncle of the past with disdain. The little girl had said her own words, and it was as if she had killed a tiger that was entrenched in her heart. She never cared about collecting corpses. With a leap, she ran to an unknown distance to find her next opponent. Even teacher Qi Jingquan was once helpless against this. The little girl raised her arm and waved the white seal in her hand. "Are you afraid?" Chui Dong chuckled and said, "A little girl who grew up in the mountains, I won't lower myself to your level." Li Baoping slowly retracted her arm and lightly exhaled at the seal. It was as if she was preparing to find a place to stamp it. Chui Dong swallowed his saliva. "Li Baoping, don't be like this. If you have something to say, let's talk it over. We are all Confucian students. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. After all, we are fellow disciples of the same sect. Besides, aren't you afraid that martial uncle won't like you in the future after seeing how arrogant you are? Aren't you afraid?" Li Baoping laughed happily. "Martial uncle won't like me? The person martial uncle likes the most in the world is me." Chui Dong sighed. "But one day your martial uncle will have a girl he likes the most." The little girl said without hesitation, "Then the second person will like me. That's something to be happy about." Chui Dong looked at her as if she were a fairy or a ghost. "Is that even possible?" The little girl suddenly revealed the exact same expression and looked behind Chui Dong. Chui Dong turned his head, thinking that some accident had happened. His body couldn't withstand the slightest bit of torment, but in an instant Chui Dong knew that something was wrong. There was nothing behind him, nothing out of the ordinary. A seal hit his forehead at lightning speed, causing Chui Dong to fall backward on the spot. During the process of falling to the ground, the young Chui Dong was inconsolable. This was the 3rd time. Lying on the ground with his face up, Chui Dong said angrily, "Li Baoping, if you dare to use the seal to attack me again, you will drop from the 2nd favorite to the 3rd favorite and so on. Think about it yourself. A Chui Dong was once the scholarly sage. No matter what, my words should have some weight. Don't say that I didn't warn you." Of course, these were deceptive words. The scholarly sage did have the supernatural power to speak the heavenly law, but the requirements for the inherited fate and the nourishment of one's own great spirit were extremely strict. Now, Chui Shi was empty-handed except for the external belongings stored in the Fangsuan treasure and a bag of golden branches and jade leaves. To make matters worse, the Fangsuan treasure was like the narrowest cave in the world. Even if the owner of the Fangsuan treasure was connected with the Fangsuan treasure, there were requirements for the realm of the Qi cultivator. Cui Shi's Fengsuan treasure required the owner to be at least at the 5th state of cultivation. For others to forcefully break through, they had to be at least at the 10th state, such as the sword cultivator of the military school. As for the 11th state, it was easy to open. The reason was simple. The treasure was one's home, but the door was locked. The 5th level of cultivation was the key in the owner's hand, and the owner had to open the door to enter. If a bandit wanted to break in, it was not impossible, but it was very difficult. At the moment, Cui Dong's physique was extremely weak, including his soul and body. He was even weaker than an ordinary weak teenager. If he was properly nourished in the future, it was possible for him to recover the strength of a normal person. As for cultivation, it was really up to the heavens. It depended on great opportunities and great luck. However, Cui Dong felt that with what he had encountered along the way, he was already very satisfied to be able to live and be Qin Pingan's disciple. The 12th level of the scholarly sage fell to the 10th level of cultivation, then to the 5th level, and finally to a mortal who could not fall any further. Cui Dong felt that his life was really full of ups and downs. How dare you threaten me? This guy doesn't learn from his beatings. He's even worse than Li Huai. Li Baoping was so angry that she rushed over, squatted behind him, and quickly stamped the young Cui Dong's head. She was swift and fierce like a storm. Caught him off guard. Even a person with a strong heart like Cui Dong felt that there was nothing left to live for at this moment. After all, his opponent was just a little girl, not the old scholar or Qi Jingchun. In the mountain river painting, the young man who swung his arm and slashed down lost consciousness when he fell to the ground. He was held in the arms of the tall woman who had recovered her true body. She carefully supported Qin Pingan to sit on the ground with her hands gently hugging the thin young man. Because the golden knot of hair hung in front of her chest, covering the young man's face, she reached out and threw it behind her back. She lowered her head and stared at the dark face of Qin Pingan. She suddenly raised her head, looking a little surprised. In the painting that belonged to the sage's forbidden area, an extremely tall golden figure appeared. It stood on the peak of Sui Mountain as if it was talking to the old scholar. Even the woman who was used to seeing the big world felt that this uninvited guest was not to be underestimated. The old scholar probably did not want their conversation to be leaked, so he cut off the connection. She did not care about it and lowered her head again to look at the sleeping young man. She smiled and said, "If you become a qi cultivator in the future, your skin will turn white. In fact, you will be a handsome young man. You can't be considered handsome, but you can't run away from being upright and smart." On the peak of Sui Mountain, the golden figure that was originally thousands of feet tall shrank to a burly man 10 feet tall after landing on the peak. He was wearing a dignified golden armor. On the surface of the armor were innumerable talisman engravings. Some were ancient talismans that had long been lost, exuding a simple and desolate aura. It was unknown whether they had been passed down for thousands of years, but some were still as new as yesterday, exuding a sacred light. Each talisman was inlaid on the armor. Between the lines, the words were like golden rivers and the words were like golden mountains. The old scholar felt a little guilty. He shrunk his neck and deliberately looked around. The man's face was covered with armor. He said in a deep voice, "It has been 6,000 years since I became the god of Sui Mountain. This is the first time someone dared to challenge me with a sword. Scholar, don't you have anything to say?" The old scholar was confused. "What are you talking about?" The golden-armored man was well aware of the old elementary scholar's temperament, so he didn't bother to say anything more. He turned to look at Qin Pingan and frowned. "The aura on her body is very mysterious." "Who is she? Did she personally chop Sui Mountain?" The old scholar said in a low voice, "I advise you not to provoke her. This old girl's temper is not very good." The man in golden armor said indifferently, "I have a good temper?" The old scholar rolled his eyes. Yes. You all have bad tempers. I have a good temper, okay? You all like to be unreasonable with people who are reasonable. I'm so angry." The man in golden armor seemed to have thought of something. The originally hostile atmosphere suddenly disappeared. The old scholar sighed. "I won't say what happened. Anyway, it has something to do with Shaoqi. Can you be magnanimous this time?" The man was silent. The old scholar laughed and said, "I'll take it as your acquiescence. Alas, you're a good guy. You're just a little thin-skinned and like to put on airs. What kind of friendship do you think we have? Years ago we went together to peek at the face of the mountain goddess. Unexpectedly, she was bathing and changing clothes at that time. If I didn't stand up for justice and bear the mountain goddess wrath alone, I would have talked to her for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, I convinced her with reason and made her let bygones be bygones. The man said in a low voice, "Shut up." The old scholar knew that he had succeeded and stopped pushing his luck. The rules of the mountain goddess of Sway Mountain could be said to be the golden rule. To be able to make this blockhead turn a blind eye to it, the old scholar felt that he was quite powerful. He pointed to the distance and said, "Oh right, do you see that? That young man is the closed-door disciple that Shao Qi helped me take in. What do you think? Not bad, huh? Anyway, I like him. His temperament is very similar to mine in the past. He likes to reason with people. If he can't be reasoned with, then he will make a move. The way he makes a move is also like Shao Qi in the past. TSK. Do you have any wine on you?" The man in golden armor glanced at the young man. "It's not that Qi Jingchun is crazy, it's you who are blind." The old scholar was not angry. He said cheerfully, "You uncouth people don't know anything about the affairs of scholars." The man in golden armor could be considered to be one of the 5 great mountain gods with the highest status and power in this vast world. However, the stronger one was, the easier it would be for things to go according to one's wishes. This was because for gods with extraordinary fighting power and status, especially when they were not affected by the burning of incense, the more restrictions they would be subjected to in the vast world. There was a time when the old scholar was in charge of keeping an eye on the 5 great mountains within Sway Mountain before the statues were placed in the temple. This could be said to be a cold bench in the government office. Sometimes, it could also be said to be an extraordinary feat. For example, one of the 3 most famous moves of the old scholar was to use the natal character to suppress the entire 5 great mountains, causing most of them to sink into the ground. The golden body of the 5 great mountain gods who had great backing was crushed on the spot. The second disciple of the ancestral lord was furious because of this. He almost broke through the sky and forced his way into the vast world from the outland. During that trip to the sky, the scholar was not stingy at all. Could this be considered a good temper? If he was really a good-tempered teacher, how could he teach disciples like Qi Jingchun, the one surnamed Zhue, and Shui Dong? One could establish a sect and proclaim himself as the ancestral lord, one could betray the orthodoxy, and one could betray the ancestral lord. The deity in golden armor suddenly asked, "For the sake of Qi Jingchun who was bound to die, you broke your oath and left the forest of merits. You even gave up the great path. What are you after?" A wise man broke the rules and a gentleman went against the rules. Both of them had their own tragic ending. In the Confucian orthodoxy, there would naturally be saints and teachers who would teach according to the rules. However, when the saints went against their will, their ending was the most tragic. For the sake of Qi Jingchun who was bound to die, the old scholar really put his old life on the line. Almost no one could understand. Knowing that the situation was already decided, it was meaningless to fight based on personal feelings. Therefore, even if the deity in golden armor was used to seeing the changes in the world, he still felt that it was unbelievable. The old scholar touched his head and smoothed his hair. He smiled and said, "I once asked Qi Jingchun to answer a question. Since Qi Jingchun gave his answer as a teacher, of course I can't be worse than my disciple." The great god in Suishan sneered, "Don't talk to me like this. The student surpasses the master, isn't that what you said? Since the disciple is not inferior to the teacher, your words don't make sense." The old scholar reached out and pointed at the deity in golden armor, "You're just a bookworm. It's better to have no books than to believe in books. Do you understand?" The deity in golden armor laughed angrily, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." He hesitated for a moment, "If you really can't do it, come to Suishan." The old scholar waved his hand and said, "Suishan is a place where even taking a dump is blasphemous. I won't go. Besides, now that I've lost the opportunity to prove my Tao, I don't have the ability I had before. But if anyone wants to deal with me, just bring it on. It's a pity. If I had such an opportunity back then when I met that ox-nose number 2, I would have hugged his leg and chopped off my head. If I didn't, I wouldn't have let him go. I wouldn't have been so scared afterward." The deity in golden armor shook his head. He really didn't have the mood to talk. He didn't want to talk about the past with this scholar. Anyway, since he knew the old scholar, he felt that every time he met this guy he would be disappointed. But after every disappointment he couldn't help but look forward to the next meeting. How strange. The old scholar suddenly shouted, Don't go. I have something to ask of you. It's just a small matter. Don't be afraid." The deity in golden armor didn't say anything. A golden light rose from the ground and was about to leave this place. But in the next moment he returned to his original form and hovered in the air. It turned out that the old scholar had shamelessly reached out and grabbed his ankle, hanging in the air with him. He had no choice but to land back on the ground. He looked at the old scholar who was laughing and clapping his hands and said angrily, "How humiliating. If you have something to say, say it." The old scholar rubbed his hands. "Didn't I just take in a closed-door disciple? The first impression I gave him was probably not too good. I wanted to make up for it, so I gave him a gift. After all, it's going to be goodbye soon. I really didn't have the chance to teach him. I feel guilty." The deity in golden armor sneered, "Help you prepare a gift? Sure, that's easy. I have a Zhenyu sword that has lost its sword spirit. Do you want to give it to your disciple? Is it enough?" The old scholar blushed with an insincere look. "How can I do that? The gift is too expensive. How can I accept it? Of course, it's still a token of appreciation from you as an elder. If you insist on forcing it on me, I can ask Qin Pingan to wait 100 years before taking it back. Who knows, maybe he'll be able to raise it by then." The deity in golden armor took a deep breath. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign that he was about to make a move. The old scholar immediately said in a serious tone, "How can you spoil it through excessive enthusiasm? You really have the heart. Don't you know that more haste makes less speed? This little disciple of mine is going to travel and study with a sword. You can just give him an ownerless sword embryo. But I want something that can be used. It can't be something that only cultivators of the 10th realm have the right to touch. How about it? As an elder, what do you think?" The deity in golden armor sneered, "If I don't give it to you, are you not going to let me go?" The old scholar silently moved closer to the deity in golden armor. He grabbed his arm and said righteously, "How can that be? Am I that kind of person?" Suishan Guru shook his head helplessly. "For these disciples, you really don't care about your life or your face. Fine, fine, fine. I'll take it." With a flick of his wrist, a fist-sized silver object floated in front of the two of them. The old scholar's face turned serious. He didn't rush to take it and asked, "Do you have a motive for coming here? Otherwise, why would you casually bring this thing with you? Although it's not an exaggerated treasure, it means a lot to you. If you don't tell me clearly, I won't accept it." The deity in golden armor crossed his arms and looked to the south. "How do you think I followed the clues here?" The old scholar frowned. "Wasn't it because your cultivation is high and you're connected to Suishan's fate? That's why I made a big commotion here and revealed a flaw that you could take advantage of?" The deity in golden armor turned his head and asked, "Do you really not know, or are you playing dumb?" The old scholar was puzzled. "Since when did you learn to keep people in suspense? Although my fake Suishan was split open by a sword, it won't have any substantial effect on your side." The ferocious deity in golden armor finally couldn't help but curse. "Motherf asterisk cur. That sword directly chopped down on my Suishan. Now you're pretending that nothing happened." Although to outsiders, when that sword appeared, it was already at the end of its flight, but my Suishan has a mountain-protecting formation. How many people in the world can break into the formation with just one sword? Right now, the entire Earth Divine continent is abuzz with discussion, guessing whether it's your so-called Ox-Nose number 2 side hinting at something, or whether those old bastards from the Great Wall of Sword Chi have come to seek justice. The old scholar was dumbfounded. So fierce? These words poured salt on the wound of the deity in golden armor. Scram. He was so angry that he swept his arm and directly smashed the body of the old scholar hundreds of miles away, landing heavily in the river behind Suishan. He snorted coldly and slapped the inconspicuous piece of silver with his palm, flying towards the place where the old scholar fell into the water. Then, a golden light as thick as a mountain broke through the sky of the mountain and river painting, returning to Suishan in the Earth Divine continent. In the river behind Suishan, the old scholar leisurely dog-paddled his way back to the shore. With a shake of his shoulders, the soaked scholar's robe instantly dried and refreshed. He opened his palm and looked at the silver ingot, frowning. "It's hot." When it came to opportunities, whether it was given by a teacher to a student or a master to a disciple, it was all about progressing step by step. It was never better to give something as big as possible, but it was better to give something that one could hold, carry, and eat. Otherwise, those 1,000-year-old tycoons of the mountain immortals, who had accumulated so much wealth and passed it down from generation to generation, would throw an unparalleled divine weapon to their son who had just become a chi cultivator today. Tomorrow their grandson, who had a good foundation, would give him a magical weapon that could easily break mountains and massacre cities. In this way they would have long rebelled. Why should the vast world listen to the rules of the academies? Furthermore, karma was the most annoying. It was very troublesome. That was why the old scholar had secretly taken away the jade hairpin. In fact, Allianz had not seen through its true nature. Naturally, the old scholar had given it to Qi Jingchun with a deep meaning. It was to deal with the worst outcome. If Qi Jingchun really made enemies from all sides one day, at least he would have a place to stay. It was a pity that Qi Jingchun had chosen not to use it in the end. Besides not wanting to implicate his teacher, the old scholar, in the meritorious forest, it was probably also one of the backup plans to protect Qin Pingan. It forced the old scholar to personally make a trip to the Aquarius continent to meet the little junior that Qi Jingchun had helped his teacher to accept. At that time, Qi Jingchun had already died. Even if his teacher had come from afar and was not satisfied with this closed-door disciple, for the sake of Qi Jingchun's face, with the old scholar's temperament, most likely he would have pinched his nose and accepted it. In the future, if Qin Pingan really met a hurdle that he could not cross, even if the old scholar had to imprison himself in the meritorious forest, he would still be able to leave with a few words. However, Qi Jingchun had miscalculated one thing. He did not expect his teacher to leave the meritorious forest so quickly. It was for him. Just like how he had done it for Qin Pingan. Perhaps this was the true meaning of a kindred spirit. The old scholar took a step forward and came to the top of the mountain. He sighed, "Little Qi, when it comes to protecting people, you are much better than me. Yes, I am very satisfied with this closed-door disciple of Qin Pingan. After thinking about it, I also thought of something in the meritorious forest. I was lacking such a student." The old scholar's eyes suddenly widened. "Where is he?" The old scholar was so anxious that he stamped his feet. Suddenly he calmed down and said with a smirk, "Oh really, this disciple of mine is still young. Oh, he seems to be 14 or 15 years old. He is not young anymore. In many places outside he is already married and has children." Somewhere in the sky, a woman smiled and said, "Twice." The old scholar pretended to tilt his head and pricked up his ears. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Not only am I hard of hearing, but I also can't speak clearly. My words are always misunderstood." No wonder he was able to teach such a big disciple like Cui Dong. After the voice disappeared, the old man turned his head and looked at a huge rock. On top of it were the words, "Directly to the heavenly court." The old man retracted his gaze and looked down the mountain. "I still want to see the great rivers and mountains. 1,000 years is too short, 10,000 years is not long." When Qin Pingan woke up, he found himself once again sitting on the railing of the Golden Arch Bridge. The bridge was still as long as before. He could not see the end and could not see the end. All around him was a sea of clouds, making him feel at a loss. He could not imagine what would happen if he slipped and fell. Would he be smashed to pieces? Would he fall all the way to the endless abyss? Would it be because the journey to the surface was too far? If he did not starve to death, would he have been 15 years old when he fell to his death? In fact, Qin Pingan had always been thinking about some strange things. It was just that he had never been to school, so he was very unsophisticated. The woman in white sat side by side with Qin Pingan and said softly, "This used to be a battlefield. When the war ended, only this arch bridge was left. Look over there, there used to be a East Heavenly Gate standing there. It was quite big. At that time the guy in charge of guarding the gate was a perverted man. He wore a silver armor named De Shuang. He was not a bad person, but his mouth was a little cheap. My first master fought with his superior and won. At that time the latter had a few helpers watching from afar. However, no one dared to show up to help." Qin Pingan followed the direction of her finger and saw an empty space. Occasionally there would be a flash of colorful light. She said softly, "Now there is nothing left." Qin Pingan was a little fascinated and said, "I see." She swayed her feet gently and put her hands on the railing. She smiled and said, "Cultivation, cultivation, and painstakingly built the longevity bridge. It is to build a bridge to stay and not become a speck of dust in the river of time. That is why everyone likes to call themselves upstream." Qin Pingan nodded. He could understand this sentence. Who would not like to live well? She turned her head and asked with a smile, "Are you tired after such a long journey?" Qin Pingan thought seriously, "I'm not tired. Compared to when I was young, it was actually easier to collect herbs and burn charcoal in the mountains. It's just that I can't sleep well when I meet too many strange people and things." Qin Pingan turned his head and smiled happily, "But I slept very well just now. Although I was poor in the small town, I could sleep every day. Now that I am traveling with Bao Ping and the rest, I dare not do so. I am afraid of accidents." She continued to ask, "No complaints?" Qin Pingan thought about it and imitated the fairy sister beside him. He held the railing with both hands and swayed his feet. He looked into the distance and said softly, yes. For example, how can a girl named Zhu Lu be so unkind? A female ghost in a wedding dress killed many passing scholars just because she felt that the man she loved no longer loved her. If Bao Ping and the rest were not by my side, I would have used a wisp of sword aura to kill her. As for other matters, it's hard to say that I'm complaining. I can't talk about them, but I'm still a little annoyed. For example, Li Huai always doesn't study hard. No matter how I persuade him, he won't listen. I really don't know how Mr. Qi could endure not beating him back then. Also, after eating all the delicious delicacies, these guys don't like the food I cook. I'm actually quite depressed. Oil and salt are very expensive. Also, when I go fishing by the river, I can't pick the right time and often can't catch many fish. Every time I go back and see their faces full of disappointment, I feel very wronged. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to delay your journey, give me a day or two to build a nest and stay up at night to catch fish. I can catch any fish no matter how big it is. The most recent one was when Lin Shui was angry. Actually, I felt very guilty. Although I mainly did it for his sake, I also had selfish motives. Because someone told me that the longevity bridge was broken, and that I might not be able to cultivate in this lifetime. But I didn't want to give up just like that. Firstly, I promised you that I would become an immortal who could fly around in the future. Secondly, I also envied a Liang and the others. Just like Li Huai said, flying around on a sword, whooshing, 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 whooshing. The tall woman quietly listened to the youth's thoughts and joked, "Oh, you also know how to think for yourself." The youth squinted his eyes and tried his best to look into the distance. He smiled and said, "Of course. After my parents passed away, I have always been thinking for myself. It's difficult to think for others. Actually, after meeting you guys, I became like this. I fought with people, bought mountains and shops, learned how to read and write, made small bookcases, practiced martial arts, spent money to buy books, chose routes, sharpened knives and fed horses. I am very busy every day, but I don't regret it. I'm very happy." Qin Pingan muttered, "I do miss them. I wonder if they are doing well." She also sighed with emotion at the youth's words. "I see." Qin Pingan suddenly turned his head and said in a low voice, "Fairy sister, I am rich now. Very rich." She couldn't help but laugh. But when she remembered the youth's growth, she quickly felt relieved. Just putting up the Spring Festival couplets on New Year's Eve was such a big matter. If the youth could talk about it for so many years, then having money was of course a happy thing. The youth's eyes suddenly became firm and said, "Fairy sister, don't worry. I will do my best to do what I promised you." She turned her body sideways and reached out her hand to place it on the youth's head. She said gently, "I am already very happy to be able to meet you." She seemed to feel that it was not enough. She simply bent over and pressed her forehead against the youth's forehead. The simple youth was just naturally shy. He wanted to scratch his head but didn't dare to. She smiled and stopped her posture. In the end, the sword spirit and the youth were barefooted and the other was wearing straw sandals. They looked into the distance together and shook their legs. Time passed but they were unaware of it. If today was a crossing point in the river of time and went against the flow for 20,000 years, the sword spirit's killing power and murderous aura would be unrivaled. 153. With a tap of his toes, the old scholar traversed 800 miles of mountains and rivers in a single step and landed at the place where Qin Pingan had handed over the sword. He began to walk slowly, raising his arm and bending his fingers. He seemed to be knocking on a door but there was no response. The old scholar retracted his hand and said helplessly, "You're not particular. This kind of behavior is no different from setting up a tent in someone's house. Forget it, I'll just wait." The old scholar began to patiently wait for the sword spirit to appear. After a long wait, the old man stood in the same place thinking about a difficult problem. He didn't seem anxious at all. A slight ripple appeared in the air. The tall woman grabbed Qin Pingan's shoulder and stepped out of the ethereal void. The old scholar came to his senses and his first words were, "I admit defeat. I don't want to fight anymore. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether the other two swords are used or not, right?" The sword spirit smiled faintly. "Then what about your two provocations?" The old man laughed. "You can't do the same thing 3 times. She raised her eyes and looked in the direction of Sui Mountain. "Is it the new great god of Sui Mountain? How long has he held this position?" The old scholar replied, 6,000 years exactly. More than 3,000 years ago, when you sang and I appeared on the scene, chaos ensued in the East Peak. Mount Sui went through 3 masters. During the most chaotic time, What was once regarded as the orthodoxy of the devil sect was directly taken over. It was truly a chaotic situation where etiquette collapsed. The current great god of Sway Mountain was able to hold his position for 6,000 years. Although luck played a part, it was more because of his terrifying combat power. His fists were hard enough and he had nothing to lose. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? The sword spirit sneered. Etiquette collapsed? Was it because the three sects didn't divide the spoils equally? Or was there a confrontation between good and evil within the great heaven? What about the Sage of Rights? Given his temper, how could he just stand by and watch? The old scholar sighed. It's a long story. Let's not talk about it. The tall woman put her hands behind her back and looked even more disdainful. The general situation has been decided. Naturally, there would be internal strife. Haha, what a great battle of the great Tao, 100 schools of thought contending. It was lively, but what happened in the end? Has the world really changed for the better? The old scholar glanced at the white-robed sword spirit and said in an extremely unyielding and straightforward manner, "Of course, the Confucian orthodoxy is not completely clean. Not everyone is a benevolent gentleman. However, the sages of the Confucian school have put in a lot of effort into this. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they worked their hearts out. Therefore it has always been pure and honest. You can't just deny it." The sword spirit playfully asked, "Does this count as the third time?" The previously frivolous old elementary scholar did not back down in the slightest. He calmly said, "On this matter, if you feel that it is wrong, I can talk to you for 100 or 1,000 years. You can use your sword to talk about your reasoning." She carefully sized up the thin old man who was not very tall. "Did you really disperse all the saints' providence and leave only your soul behind to use this world as a parasite?" The old scholar was silent for a moment. "Yes." She put away the killing intent that had sprung up spontaneously, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes. "After so many years, only the two of you have done it? But I'm very curious, do you admire that guy's choice? Or do you have no other choice? The possibility of the former is very small. Since it involves your great Tao, I think the old man in the Confucian orthodoxy will not let you succeed even if it is not a beautiful task." The old scholar calmly said, "It is natural to follow the example of a worthy person." She thought for a moment and turned to look at Qin Pingan. She smiled and said, "Not only have you achieved your goal, but it has also far exceeded my expectations. Since you have made this choice, and of course the most important thing is for my master's sake, why don't you leave the remaining two swords? If one day I suddenly find you unpleasing to the eye, I will settle the old and new scores together." The old scholar who had been tense all this time suddenly broke his mask and slapped his thigh. He smiled and said, leave it. It is good to leave it. On New Year's Eve, people like to leave some food in their bowls and deliberately leave it for next year. It is a good omen and has a good meaning." No matter how one looked at it, the old man looked like he had just survived a disaster. The sword spirit did not care about this and coldly said, "Open the door." The old man flicked his sleeves and took the lead in striding out. He said loudly, "Laugh to the sky and go out." Qin Pingan remembered something and asked in a low voice, "Was my sword very bad?" That mountain did not seem to have moved at all. The old senior said that the quality of one's talent in swordsmanship depends on how many words one can receive. Although I did not want to accept them, they also did not want to get close to me. Does this mean that my talent in swordsmanship is as ordinary as that in boxing? The more Qin Pingan spoke, the sadder he became. The old senior also said that if I were to be a burden, even if I had a cultivation of the 10th level, that sword strike would only have the effect of the 7th or 8th level. Bold words could be said as soon as one opened their mouth, but the difficult things in the world were difficult because they needed to be done step by step. Qin Pingan, a bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley, understood this principle all too well. The sword spirit reached out and pinched the young man's cheek. He smiled and said, "You will know in the future." Qin Pingan's face flushed red. He wanted to say something but stopped. She already had a tacit understanding with the young man. She took the young man's hand and slowly walked towards the door of the mountain and river painting. She said softly, "Master, I know. In the future, in front of a certain girl, I will definitely not be so impudent. Otherwise, she will wrongly accuse you and think you are a wastrel who changes his mind." The young man smiled brightly. He was relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, but also happy to have become friends with her. The tall woman suddenly turned her head and said with some bitterness, "But aren't you afraid that the fairy sister will feel wronged?" The young man thought for a moment and said seriously, "I will say sorry to you. But some things I feel that it should be like that." Her face was full of worry and she looked as if she was about to cry. Although Chin Pingon was a little helpless, his eyes were firm. He pursed his lips tightly and was unwilling to change his mind because of this. The sword spirit suddenly laughed heartily and gave the young man a thumbs up. He praised, "Handsome." Chin Pingon asked shyly, "Are you really not angry?" She held the young man's hand and stopped walking. Standing at the door, she suddenly bent down and hugged the young man. Her face was filled with a warm smile like a guy who liked to sleep in. Hiding in a warm bed in the middle of winter and sleeping soundly, that kind of blissful feeling was really indescribable. She didn't care about how Chin Pingon felt. She said cheerfully, "Oh, my little Pingon, you are so cute." The young man instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was motionless and his mind was blank. He didn't think of anything. Fairy sister. Fairy was just his first impression. In fact, sister was what Chin Pingon felt at the bottom of his heart. She finally let go of Chin Pingon. She stood up straight and turned her head to look. There was an old man who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With his back to them, he coughed and said, "Don't look at indecent things. Don't worry, I didn't see or hear anything. I just forgot something and had to go back to get it." The tall woman who was in a good mood was too lazy to care about this. Etiquette, morality, karma? These things, which were vast, high, and far away, had never bound her. On the road, there was once a person who had nothing but a sword and walked straight. If there was something in the way, he would open the way with a sword. If there was injustice, he would settle it with a sword. After being silent for 10,000 years, she finally found another person. The two of them were worlds apart. But she didn't feel disappointed. In the beginning, she chose to believe in a slim chance because she believed in Qi Jingchun. She gambled on a very small what-if. But now, even if Qi Jingchun came back to life and said that he was wrong and that she shouldn't have chosen that young man, she wouldn't listen to him no matter what he said. She let go of her hand and motioned for Chin Pingon to go first. The young man took the lead and walked out of the door. The sword spirit looked at the young man's weak shoulder and followed closely behind. Everyone had a state of mind. Qi cultivators called it the elixir chamber, and the secular world called it the heart. The heart lake was just one of them. At that time, she stood on the young man's heart lake and looked around. It was a vast expanse of white and clean. Then she saw a scene that wasn't so monotonous. She found the heart mirror that the young man himself didn't realize. It was a lonely child of 4 or 5 years old. He was curled up on the ground with his hands hugging his knees. He was alone with a pair of small straw sandals by his feet. He often sat like this in a daze. Beside the child was a small grave without a tombstone. Near the small grave there were 2 small mounds that were smaller than the small grave. They were like mountains. Every time the child rested enough, he would put on his straw sandals and run to a faraway place to move a small hill back to the grave. It was very strenuous and he could only move it a short distance each time. When he ran to move the hill, the child tied a small seal around his waist and wore a small bamboo hat. The small seal would sway with the child's footsteps. The strange thing was that it didn't look like the heart mirror of the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley. Perhaps in the child's heart, his home was gone after his parents died, so he insisted on guarding that small grave. The child's face was stubborn. He habitually frowned and pursed his lips. But occasionally the child would smile. It should be something really worth being happy about. For example, he quietly told the small grave. His lips moved slightly but no voice sounded in his mind. But the sword spirit, who was connected to his heart, naturally knew the content of the soundless words. "Mother, I know a fairy sister. When she smiles, she looks like you." Other than moving the mountain to go home, the child would almost never leave the vicinity of the small grave. From time to time, he would hold hands and walk a distance to the south, as if he was holding the little hand of a little girl. However, after walking a distance, the child would still secretly look at the grave, seemingly reluctant to part with it. But there was only one situation where the child would run far away. He kept his small head high and looked at the sky attentively, as if he was chasing someone in the sky. In the landscape painting, the old scholar looked solemn. "The student surpasses the master. There may be a chance." The old man nodded and said, "Good." The old man was silent for a long time. He found that the whole world began to tremble slightly. He said helplessly, "You are so patient with that kid. Can't you be a little more patient with me? All right. You actually know how to smile now. If the rumors passed down from ancient sword immortals are true, wouldn't the eyes of those big shots who were chopped half to death by you back then pop out if they saw you with their own eyes?" The old scholar looked at the sky of this small world, as if his line of sight had passed through the layers of the sky. He suddenly said self-deprecatingly, "Heaven is vigorous, and a gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement. What you said is so good that it won't be wrong even if thousands of years pass. No wonder our ancestor of the Confucian school wanted to ask you for advice. It seems that we scholars not only learned a little late, but also have a long way to go." 154. When the old scholar walked out of the painting again, he saw Cui Dong still lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. He snorted coldly. What a scandal. Cui Dong stared blankly at the sky. There's nothing to look forward to when I'm alive. So be it if I'm dead. The old scholar walked over and kicked him. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Don't you want to know why little Chi only wanted you to fall in level and not get rid of you? Cui Dong's eyes were absent-minded. He muttered, when you were kicked out of the Confucian temple, Qi Jingchun was not implicated by you. Instead, his level continued to rise. This explains a lot. Qi Jingchun has long been qualified to establish his own school. He has long been separated from your school. Therefore he feels that he has no right to kill me. He hopes that you will be the one to clean up the school in the future. The old scholar was angry and kicked him again. Measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain is exactly the kind of person you are. I'll count to 3. If you don't get up, you can just lie there and wait for death. Don't expect too much. 3, 2, 2, 2. Cui Dong made up his mind not to get up. The old scholar was so embarrassed that he could only turn around and give Qin Pingan a look to help him out. Qin Pingan nodded and received the scholar tree sword from Li Baoping before walking forward with large strides. After he arrived by Cui Shi's side, he spoke the word, 1, with an expressionless face before stabbing down towards the white-clothed young man's neck. The sword was powerful and the tip of the sword was accurate. Qin Pingan himself might not have noticed that after experiencing the state of mind in the painting, his hands were finally able to keep up with Qin Pingan's thoughts. Therefore this stab was without any smoke or fire. Instead it became fiercer and fiercer, full of killing intent. Cui Dong was so scared that he scrambled to get up. Qin Pingan put away his sword and nodded to the old scholar, indicating that the old scholar's urgent matter had been taken care of. The old scholar sighed and looked at Qin Pingan and the white-clothed woman not far away. Let's find a place to talk. The old man turned around and stared at Cui Dong. Follow me. It's related to your Tao. If you keep pretending, you might as well let Qin Pingan kill you. The group walked to the courtyard. The old scholar looked around and glanced at the small sky screen, supported by the snow-white lotus leaf. He made a gesture with his fingers and hesitated for a moment. Let's find a room to talk. Qin Pingan, is there a suitable place where we can talk? It doesn't matter if there are chairs or chairs. Qin Pingan glanced at Lin Shuyi's room. The lights were already out. Perhaps Lin Shuyi had been cultivating in the pavilion for too long and was exhausted. He had to give up the largest room. He nodded to the old man. Let's go to my room. There's only a child called Li Huai sleeping. It won't be a problem to wake him up. Lin Shuyi is a cultivator and should have a lot of things to pay attention to. Let's not disturb him. The sword spirit sat on a stone bench in the courtyard and smiled. You guys talk. I don't like to listen to that. In the end, the old scholar, Qin Pingan, the young Cui Dong, and Li Baoping sat on 4 stools around the table. Li Huai was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. He was a child with bad sleeping habits. He was sleeping sideways with his head hanging over the edge of the bed, but he could still sleep soundly. Qin Pingan skillfully straightened his body and placed Li Huai's hands and feet into the quilt. He gently cushioned the corners of the quilt on his left, right, and feet so that the heat in the quilt would not dissipate. In the end, Li Huai looked like a wrapped dumpling. After Qin Pingan finished doing all these things, he sat back on the stool. Li Baoping asked in a low voice, "Young martial uncle, do you help me pad the corners of the quilt every night?" Qin Pingan smiled. You don't have to. You sleep much better than Li Huai. You fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Once you fall asleep, you can sleep without moving until dawn. Li Baoping sighed and hit her palm with her fist. She said regretfully, if I had known, I would have had bad sleeping habits since I was young. It's all my big brother's fault. He lied to me that I would have good dreams if I slept well. Qin Pingan smiled. When I go back to my hometown, I'll have to thank your big brother. Along the way, Li Baoping talked about her big brother the most. Therefore, Qin Pingan had a good impression of this scholar who liked to hide in the study room and read. The old scholar looked at the little girl and asked with a smile, "Is your big brother Li Shixing who lives on Fulu Street?" Li Baoping nodded and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The old scholar chuckled and said, "This name is a bit too big." When Chui Dong heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Li Baoping was a bit worried. Is it not good to have such a big name? The old scholar was even more amused. He shook his head and said, "If it's big, it's good as long as you can suppress it." Li Baoping was a little girl who liked to drill into a bull's horn. "Sir, how can it be considered as suppressing it?" Chui Dong rolled his eyes again. "It's over." This was exactly what he wanted. The old man who liked to teach others would definitely start to teach them. Sure enough, the old man looked around and didn't see any snacks that could go with the wine. He was a bit regretful and slowly said, "His nature is pure and kind, his knowledge is great, and his morals are high. Even if he travels thousands of miles, he can still suppress it." The little girl put the seal on the table. She shook her body and kicked off her straw shoes. She sat cross-legged on the chair and crossed her arms. She frowned and said, "But my big brother is not as great as you say. Why don't I send a letter home and ask him to change his name?" Chui Dong couldn't help but remind her, "Old man, can we talk about business?" "Dao Dao." Li Baoping silently picked up the seal and blew at the 4 seal characters on the bottom of the seal. Chui Dong quickly shut his mouth. Even if the old man's cultivation was exceedingly high, he was still someone who liked to reason. Being thick-skinned and shameless would work. However, Qin Pingan and Li Baoping were the 2 people Qi Jingchun had chosen. One was a bumpkin who had never read a book, while the other was a scholar who had gone astray. Chui Dong was now like a dragon in shallow water being played by a fish. Facing these 2 people, no matter how heroic Chui Dong was, it was useless. There was no other result other than being beaten and humiliated. The more stubborn one was, the more suffering he would suffer. The old man produced a pot of wine and raised his head to take a sip. He glanced at the seal that the little girl put back on the table and felt a bit sad. Chui Dong was actually very strange tonight. Although there were times when the old man revealed his true feelings, most of the time he was an old-fashioned and pedantic guy. No matter where he sat, he was like a golden statue sitting on the altar. Especially during the time when learning was most respected by the court and the public. Every time the old man gave a lecture on the difficult classics, there would be more than 1,000 students, sitting below and listening attentively. Emperors, kings, generals, ministers, immortals on the mountain, gentlemen and sages. Even Chui Dong, who had betrayed his teacher, would not deny that the old man at that time was really dazzling. He was like the sun and the moon hanging in the sky, his brilliance not distinguishing between day and night, making the whole galaxy lose its color. But now he even kicked him twice. When talking about Tao, he even drank wine. Chui Dong seemed to be indifferent, but in fact his heart was heavy. After all, Chui Dong's feelings toward the old man beside him were very complicated. He admired and hated him, feared and cherished him. Chui Dong was the first disciple of the sage of literature in the past. How could he not feel angry and sad about his teacher's misfortune? On the other side of the bed, Li Huai was talking in his sleep. Alliance, Alliance, I want to eat meat. Stingy Alliance, just let me have a sip of the wine in your little gourd. Li Baoping's eyes lit up. Li Huai's embarrassing incident could be the topic of conversation for several days. Chui Dong heard Alliance call him and secretly glanced at the old man. The old scholar coughed and looked at the 3 people sitting in the room. Okay, let's get to the point. Qin Pingan, Li Baoping, you should already know that I am Qi Jingchuan's teacher. Chui Dong was my first disciple and Qi Jingchuan's senior martial brother. At that time I was busy with my studies, so Qi Jingchuan's reading and playing chess were indeed taught by my first disciple, Chui Dong. In the end, Chui Dong betrayed his teacher and committed all kinds of shady deeds. When Qi Jingchun died in Liju Cave Heaven, Chui Dong could be considered as the player in the chess game. It would not be excessive to say that Chui Dong was the murderer of his junior martial brother Qi Jingchun. As one of my unnamed disciples, Ma Zhan was also the same. However, Ma Zhan was not the player, but he was the mastermind behind the scenes. In the chess game he was the first to make a move. Before I came to your hometown, this body was just Chui Dong's temporary residence. The real Chui Dong was the imperial tutor of your Dali dynasty. He was an old guy who did not look younger than me. Li Baoping's face was full of anger and her eyes were red. She stared at Chui Dong. On the other hand, Qin Pingan made Chui Dong tremble with fear. His eyes were lowered and his expression could not be seen clearly. A wild dog that bites does not show its teeth. Chui Dong was too familiar with Qin Pingan's character. After all, he paid more attention to the growth of the boy in Mud Bottle Alley than old Yang. Chui Dong tried to keep calm, but in his heart he said, I'm dead, I'm dead. Old man, you've done me a lot of harm. The old scholar changed the topic and looked at Chin Pingan. There's something I want to tell you first. If you agree, I'll do it. I want to take a part of the time stream from you. Don't worry, it won't involve too much of your privacy. It will be the beginning of tonight's chat. Are you willing? Chin Pingan nodded and said, yes. The old scholar stretched out a palm and pointed it at Chin Pingan, who was sitting opposite him. He shook his wrist and rolled up his sleeves. Soon, strands of water mist appeared around Chin Pingan and slowly flowed into the old man's palm. Finally, it turned into a crystal-clear green water ball. The old man turned his palm over and gently touched the water ball with his palm facing down. The water flowed down to the table and a lively picture appeared on the table. Li Baoping's eyes widened and her face was full of shock. She quickly leaned on the table and said, "Wow, Junior Uncle, this is the mountain road where we met the wedding dress ghost. I'm here too. Haha, my little box is the most beautiful. It's better than Lin Shui's and Li Huai's. They look so stupid when they carry their boxes." The wedding dress ghost appeared on the muddy road with an oil paper umbrella. The lanterns lit up one after another and a magnificent fire dragon appeared in the mountains. When Lin Shui took out the talisman, they still went around in circles. Not only did they not leave the territory of the female ghost, but they were also abducted to the mansion where the words Xiao Shui Gao Feng were hung. In the end, Wei Jin, the sword whiz of the Wind Snow Temple, broke all the rules with a single sword. He broke the deadlock and successfully took the group out of there. The old scholar grabbed the table and the stream of time gathered into a ball again. He pushed it toward Chin Pingan and it dissipated back into the world. This was a supreme heavenly magic that involved the origin of the Great Tao. It did not rely on the small world of the saints or the mysterious magic weapons. Li Baoping only felt that it was magical and interesting. Cui Dong, on the other hand, knew what was going on. He was even more surprised. What was going on with the old man? His cultivation as a sage was obviously gone. How could he still be so powerful? The old scholar said softly, "Is this female ghost hateful?" "Of course she is hateful. She killed innocent people and committed many crimes. Is she pitiful? But she is also somewhat pitiful. As a ghost, she was originally kind in nature. In the imperial court, she not only stabilized the fate, but also did a lot of good deeds in other places. She was also in love with the scholars. It should have been a beautiful story. But in the end, both of them were reduced to such a situation. They were hated by gods and hated by ghosts. Both of them were ostracized by the Great Tao. They were entangled with karma and dragged through mud and water." The old scholar sighed. "So, a hateful person must have a pitiful side. Is that right?" Cui Dong felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He did not dare to nod or shake his head. Li Baoping quickly entered the mode of going up the mountain to kill the tiger blocking the road. After thinking carefully for a moment, she said, "Hateful is more." The old scholar nodded and smiled at the little girl. "So hateful and pitiful. How much more hateful is it? How much more is pitiful?" The little girl thought carefully again. "It's reasonable and legal. Let's go back and calculate it carefully." The old scholar smiled and asked again, "Li Baoping, it's legal and legal. Of course it's not bad. But here comes the question. How do you determine whether the laws in the world are good or evil?" The little girl was stunned. It seemed that she had never faced this question before. She was not afraid and said to the old scholar, "Sir, please wait for a moment. This question is the same as the one youngest uncle asked last time. It's still a bit big. I have to think carefully." The old scholar smiled kindly and nodded his head. "Good." Cui Dong looked at the old scholar's familiar smile and then at the little girl who was concentrating with a straight face. He snorted coldly. No wonder he was Qi Jingquan's teacher and Qi Jingquan's proud disciple. They were passed down from generation to generation. Even the atmosphere of teaching was the same. After the old scholar stumped the little girl, he turned his head and looked at Chin Pingan, who had clear eyes. "In the past, when I was thinking about difficult questions, I liked to think of the worst first. Today is no exception. A hateful person must have a pitiful side." This sentence itself is not too big of a problem. But there are many people in the world who think they are smart. They like to pretend that they are the only one who is sober when everyone else is drunk. They only talk about the pitiful side and deliberately ignore the hateful side. Some people, on the other hand, are purely merciful and compassionate. Plus, they don't do anything to themselves, so they don't feel so much pain. Instead, they like to point fingers and watch with folded arms, asking people to be tolerant. Chin Pingan, where do you think the root of the problem lies? You should know that many of the people I'm talking about have read books and are quite knowledgeable. Maybe some of them are good at talking. Chin Pingan, do you have any ideas? Say whatever you want. Say whatever comes to mind. Chin Pingan wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end he said, I don't have anything to say. Chui Dong no longer cared about what Chin Pingan's answer was. He began to silently deduce why the old man had said all this. The old scholar looked at Li Baoping and Chui Dong to his left and right. He slowly said, merit and demerit are determined by the will of the people. Good and evil are determined by the king of hell. Why do you say this? Because everyone's moral cultivation, growth, vision, and experience are all different. The human heart is constantly fluctuating. How many people would dare to say that their conscience is the most neutral and peaceful? Therefore, the school of legalism took a shortcut and lowered morality and etiquette to the lowest line. Here it can only be so high. It can't be any lower. At this point, the old man stretched out a hand and drew a line under the table. Of course, these laws, as I said before, have the possibility of being evil. Here, I won't make any derivations. Otherwise, it would be difficult to finish explaining in 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, in the end, laws are dead, but the human heart is alive. If no one executes the laws, they are dead. Therefore, we still have to seek answers from above. At this point, the old scholar stretched out his hand and pointed at the roof. The old man turned to look at Chui Dong. Do you know why I answered your question so quickly? He touched on a sore spot. Chui Shi said angrily, because you like and think highly of Qi Jingchen more. You think that my knowledge is all waste paper in the garbage bin. Even if you, the sage of literature, find it dirty your hands when you spread it out. The old man shook his head. Because before you, I had already pondered over your question for many years. At the time, no matter how much I deduced, there was only one conclusion. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. In the end, there was no way to stop it. Because not only did you treat the symptoms, but you didn't solve the root of the problem. Moreover, if your foundation wasn't solid enough, this kind of knowledge with good intentions would have a big problem. It's like a skyscraper. The taller you build it, the more beautiful it is. Once the foundation is unstable, it will collapse with a gust of wind, causing more harm than good. Chui Dong was stunned, but he was still somewhat unconvinced. The old man sighed and said helplessly, you must know that our Confucian orthodoxy is not perfect. There are so many rules, and as the world moves on, they can't be fixed once and for all. This is normal. If the earliest people speak the most correct and best, what about the later generations? What is the purpose of learning? The method given by the Holy Master is the most general and the most honest. Therefore, it is gentle and beneficial. It is a nourishment that has 100 benefits and no harm. But the premise of this nourishment is that everyone eats the food of the Confucians, right? But sometimes, just like a person with the decline of the body's functions or because of the wind and sun, there will be times when one gets sick. The tonic won't have an immediate effect and it can't save one's life. This requires a tonic. But the use of medicine is 30% poisonous, so you have to be very careful. The ancient saints only dared to say which plants were medicine and which were poison after tasting hundreds of herbs. Chui Dong is so impatient. Are you really willing to spend so much effort? Your younger brother Qi Jingchen has already reminded you many times that Chui Dong is too smart. His heart is higher than the sky and he never likes to do martial arts at a low place. How can this be? If you only want to be the mountain lord of the academy and the great chancellor of the academy, then even if the dam is full of holes, when the dam bursts someone will be able to save you. But once your knowledge becomes mainstream in the Confucian orthodoxy, who will save you if something goes wrong? Me? Or the sage of rites? Or the holy master? Even if these people save you, Chui Dong, how can you be sure that the saints of Buddhism and Taoism won't cause trouble? Won't they turn this vast world into a world where the teachings of their two sects are promoted? Chui Dong was still unwilling to admit defeat. The old scholar was somewhat tired. Although I thought of this earlier than you, you put your heart and soul into it and thought further than I did. In the end, I was also tempted and thought that I could give it a try. That was why the real battle between the 3rd and 4th places was between the 2 dynasties of the Central Plains. They each promoted rites, music and rites, and after 60 years they would see who won and who lost. Of course, the world knows what the outcome was. I lost, so I had no choice but to imprison myself in the forest of merits. Chui Dong's face was full of disbelief. He suddenly stood up. You liar. The old man said indifferently, forgot again? When debating with others, you have to have a neutral attitude. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Chui Shi slumped back onto the stool in a daze and muttered, how could you bet on this? How could I lose? The old scholar turned his head to look at the courtyard. Be careful. Don't take it lightly. The tall woman replied lazily, I know. The old scholar took a big gulp of wine and said self-deprecatingly, drinking to drown your sorrows is good. Drinking to strengthen one's courage is even better. The old scholar put down the wine jug and straightened his clothes. He slowly said, the sage of rights wrote 2 words in our righteous world. Chui Dong, what do you mean? Chui Dong replied without thinking, order. After blurting it out, Chui Dong was full of regret. The old man's expression was solemn. He nodded and said, yes, etiquette and rules are order. The second sage of the Confucian orthodoxy, the sage of rights, pursued order. All things in the world are orderly and orderly. These rules were obtained by the sage of rights through untold hardships from the great path, horizontal, vertical, and line by line. Only then did he build what he called a shabby thatched hut to shelter the common people from the wind and rain. The hut is so big that almost everyone, even if they spend their entire life studying it, can't reach the walls. It is so big that no matter how high a cultivator's cultivation is, they can't even touch the roof. So this is the freedom and stability of all living beings. Chui Dong sneered, then what about Qi Jingchen? His knowledge touched the roof. Alliance, his cultivation hit the wall. What should we do now? What should these people do? Why can't these proud sons of heaven walk their own path, open the door that the sage of rights built and go somewhere else to build a brand new hut? At this point, Chui Dong subconsciously pointed at the door of the hut. At this moment, the white-clothed youth's face was full of sharpness. From this, it could be seen that Chui Dong had involuntarily immersed himself in it. It was even possible that it was not just the young Chui Dong's thoughts, but also the most complete subconscious of Chui Dong in the depths of his soul. The old man laughed. Pursue the absolute freedom in your heart? Sure, but how sure are you that you will walk through the door in the end, and not break the wall with a punch or break the roof? So that the hut that originally sheltered you from the wind and rain and grew to the final height will suddenly become unstable and leaky? Chui Dong laughed and said, old man, you said it yourself that it is absolute freedom. Why do you still care about this? How can you decide that the new hut we build after breaking the old hut will not be bigger and more stable than the old one? The old man smiled. Oh? Isn't it back to the origin of my great Tao? You Chui Dong haven't even broken my mold, and you want to break the order of the sage of rights? Chui Dong said angrily, how is this the evil of human nature? Old man, you are talking nonsense. The old man said indifferently, don't ask me this question. I will give you a way out. Take this rare opportunity that your soul is intact and ask your own heart. Chui Dong was dumbstruck. In the end, it was as if only the old scholar and Qin Pingan were left in this world, one old and one young, sitting opposite each other. The old man smiled and said, the sage of rights wants order. Everyone knows the rules and he hopes that everyone will follow the rules. Later on, the wandering scholars spread knowledge, and when the wandering scholars became aristocratic families, there was the Imperial Teacher Academy. Later on, there was the imperial examination and it was widely accepted. It provided the possibility of a carp jumping through the dragon's gate, and the poor no longer had no noble sons. Rules, everything is taken care of. It is hard work, and the more people's hearts waver and the more thankless it is. Human nature is evil. I've seen very bad people and terrible things in my life. My temper has been tempered very well. Qin Pingan's eyes became brighter and brighter. In the small town, I killed Kai Qinqian for myself. I fought with the mountain-moving ape for my friend Lu Xianying. Later, I promised Mr. Qi to escort Li Baoping and the others to school. Later, I promised the fairy sister that I would become a Qi trainer. I did these things with peace of mind. I just did it without thinking too much. Qin Pingan continued, you said a lot before and I have been listening carefully. After thinking about some of them, I think they are very reasonable. For example, I think the hateful and pitiful part is right. The order can't be wrong. So at that time I wanted to say that I wanted to kill the wedding dress ghost very much. Now I want to kill her and I will kill her in the future. I want to tell her that no matter how wrong she is, it is not a reason for her to pass the pain to the innocent. I want to tell her that she has her pitiful parts, but she deserves to die. This young man from Clay Bottle Alley, who had always been gentle, was very sharp at this moment. Qin Pingan's tone became more and more firm. He said slowly, but for those things that I can't understand or even that far away in my life, I will not take them into my own hands. Because if I feel that I can't do it, why should I promise others? Just because I am embarrassed? Because I don't want to disappoint others? But the answer is very simple. If you promise but don't have the confidence to do it, Won't others be even more disappointed if you can't do it in the future? The old scholar stopped smiling and looked serious. After thinking for a moment, he was a little absent-minded. He habitually stretched out 2 fingers as if he was picking up a peanut from a dish. In the small yard, the tall woman smiled with narrowed eyes. Earlier, she deliberately pretended to be sad. Didn't the young man refuse her with righteous words? If it were Ma Kuxuan, Xiesher or Chaoshi. For a girl who was far away and whom he had known for less than a month, he risked defending a sword spirit who had lived for 10,000 years and whom he would need to rely on in the future? Was this a small matter? It was a small matter. But it was definitely not a small matter. The struggle for the great Tao was endless. There were some details that were too terrifying. This was the most unpredictable and dangerous place. Every time a Qi trainer's cultivation was higher and he was closer to the heavenly screen, the flaw in his state of mind would be infinitely magnified. For example, if the flaw of the Tao ancestor was only the size of a mustard seed, once it became real, it would be bigger than the hole pierced by a sword in the Yellow River heaven. For example, in the seemingly trivial long river of time, if the child in the mud bottle alley chose the free tanghulu under the kind invitation of the stall owner, he took it and ate it happily. Then he jumped back to his ancestral house in the mud bottle alley, ate the tanghulu and threw the bamboo stick away casually. It seemed that nothing had happened. But did nothing really happen? Could the young Qin Pingan still have today's opportunity? In the room, Qin Pingan looked at the old man. Even if Mr. Qi wants me to do something, as long as I don't think I can do it, I still won't agree. For example, if I think about something seriously and still feel that it is wrong, even if someone holds a knife to my neck, I will still tell him that no matter who he is, it is wrong. The young man's tone was very calm. Qin Pingan said in the end, I am not the kind of person who can go far in a field of knowledge. Learning to read and write is a very simple thing for me. It is so that I can write Spring Festival couplets and post them at the door of my house. In the future, I can write tombstones for my parents. At most, I can read some principles of being a person, but I don't have too many ideas. So, old mister, I will not be your disciple. Cui Dong's face turned pale and he was sweating profusely. Even Li Baoping felt that something was wrong. She sneakily picked up the seal from the table and was about to use it to hit someone. As for whether it was the bad guy Cui Dong or her teacher's teacher, she didn't care. Her youngest uncle was the most important person in the world. The old man only asked pleasantly, this is what you think now, right? If in the future you feel that you were wrong in the past, will you change your mind and beg me to take you as my disciple? Qin Pingan said without hesitation, of course. But if you don't want to take me as your disciple, I won't force you. I will probably regret it, but it won't be much. The old man had a strange look on his face. I am the sage of literature, and I used to be one of the top sages in the Confucian temple. It is a great blessing for me to take you as my closed-door disciple. It is a great opportunity and a great opportunity. If it suddenly falls on your head, shouldn't you hurry up and put it away? If there is a problem, you have your teacher to protect you. What are you afraid of? No matter how you look at it, it is a good thing with no harm. Qin Pingan suddenly said, there are some things that go against your heart. Don't take a single step out. The old man sighed. Since the time is not right, I won't force you. The old man smiled. I am very disappointed that we can't be master and disciple, but I think Qi Jingchun is not disappointed at all. This Qin Pingan is very stubborn, just like Qi Jingchun when he was young. I am afraid this is the reason why he was willing to bow to you in the alley. Qin Pingan was puzzled. The old scholar slowly stood up and looked at the 3 children. Sitting down and discussing the Tao is a very good thing. The old scholar smiled. But don't forget, it is even more important to start and act. Otherwise there will be no place for all moral essays. The old elementary scholar suddenly began to enjoy himself and his face lit up with a smile. He put his hands behind his back and walked out of the house while shaking his head. He clicked his tongue and said, Old Mr. sat down and discussed the Tao while the young man walked. Good. Li Baoping angrily said, Only young people, what about me? The old man opened the door and laughed. Yes, there is also the little girl from the Aquarius continent, Li Baoping. Qin Pingan thought, sitting down and discussing the Tao, start and act. This principle is very good, I have to remember it. The young man Cui Dong sat in the same place in a daze. Suddenly he quivered. After coming back to his senses, he suddenly stood up and bowed to Qin Pingan. Mr. Qin Pingan helplessly said, Why are you still here? Cui Dong smiled and joked. Mr. wanted to kill me before, was it because you didn't want to pay me back? It was a few thousand taels of silver. Qin Pingan calmly said, if you were killed by me tonight, as long as I, Qin Pingan, have money in the future, I will definitely build you a tomb worth 2,000 taels of silver. Cui Dong's face was awkward. In the end he could only squeeze out a sentence. I thank you. 155. Li Huai slept in for a long time. He didn't want to get out of bed even when the sun was shining on his butt. The bed was too comfortable, like sleeping in a ball of cotton. The child opened his eyes in a daze and sat up. He looked around and didn't realize what was going on. It took him a while to remember that this wasn't the hard bed at home, nor was it the wilderness. The child's first thought was that it was good to be rich. The second thought was that it was no wonder Qin Pingan was a money grubber. Li Huai actually wanted to go back to sleep, but seeing that Qin Pingan wasn't by his side and didn't appear in his sight, Li Huai panicked. He nimbly put on his clothes and boots, took the painted puppet from the green bamboo box and rushed out of the house. He saw Lin Shui playing chess with a poor old man. Even Li Baoping, who was born without a butt, was sitting on the stone bench, carefully watching the game. Yu Lu and Xie Xie were standing beside Lin Shui, helping to make plans. Qin Pingan sat opposite Li Baoping. When he saw Li Huai, he waved his hand. When the child ran to his side, he gave his seat to Li Huai. Li Huai was just about to sit down when he saw the white-clothed youth standing behind Qin Pingan, staring at him with a fake smile. Li Huai thought for a while and silently put the painted puppet on the stone bench. He didn't dare to sit and only dared to lie on the table with his butt sticking out. The youth with the red mole between his eyebrows, Cui Dong, turned his head to look at Yu Lu and Xie Xie. His gloomy eyes were like a stream moving between their faces. The young girl was keenly aware of Cui Dong's gaze. She didn't raise her head to look at him, but she was puzzled. Usually, when this Dali Imperial tutor's gloomy gaze fell on her, her skin would have goosebumps. But today was different. It was just the gaze of an ordinary teacher. It didn't have the oppressive feeling from before. Was it because of the warm autumn sun? Yu Lu calmly raised his head and smiled at this young master. Cui Dong stretched out his finger and beckoned, Yu Lu, Xie Xie, you two come here. Then he smiled at Qin Pingan and said, can we talk at the pavilion? There are some things that need to be discussed openly. Qin Pingan nodded. The four of them went to the pavilion. Before leaving, Qin Pingan patted the cowardly Huai's head and joked, now we can sit without worry. When they reached the pavilion, Cui Dong glanced at Iron Horse Winchim and said to Yu Lu and Xie Xie, introduce yourselves. There's no need to hide. Don't worry, there's no conspiracy. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe in Qin Pingan, right? Yu Lu and Xie Xie looked at each other. No one was in a hurry to speak. The tall youth dressed simply, Yu Lu, had been the coachman since he came out of seclusion. He was the one who helped Qin Pingan the most in the group. Even sewing could be done by the youth with exceptional dexterity. The youth was obsessed with cleanliness. He was passionate about washing clothes and straw sandals. Whenever he saw someone's clothes and straw sandals stained with mud or holes in them while walking on the mountain road, the tall youth would feel uncomfortable. Even when he saw the crooked arrangement of Li Huai's book box, Yu Lu, who happened to be at the side, would have a worried expression. As long as they stopped by a water source, the carriage would be washed clean by the tall youth. To this, even Qin Pingan felt inferior. How could there be such a restless person in the world? As for the dark-skinned, old-fashioned and slender girl, Li Baoping for the first time had a childish temperament. She hated her bitterly and viewed her as an enemy. Lin Shui's impression of her was average. It could not be considered good or bad. At most, they were friends who played a few games in their spare time. Li Huai, on the other hand, was very close to her. The two of them were passionate about arranging troops. Cui Dong said unhappily, you guys can talk freely. I'll clean up later. The handsome youth strode out of the pavilion and walked around. He bent down to pick up small stones on the ground. After picking up a large handful, he sat by the old well in boredom, throwing stones down to listen to the sound of the water. Thinking that he was actually so bored, Cui Dong's eyes blurred. It was as if a lifetime had passed. He looked at the dark well. Now he could no longer see the scene below with his naked eyes. At this moment, Cui Dong almost wanted to jump into the well and commit suicide. In the pavilion, Yu Lu was the first to speak. I'm the crown prince of the former Lu dynasty. Yu Lu used to hide in the mountain opening team of the remnants of the Lu family. Actually, I have another alias, Yu Lu. If you read it the other way around, it means that I'm a remnant of the Lu family. Every time someone calls me, it can help me reflect once. What's past is past. The girl was furious. She stood up suddenly and pointed at the tall youth's nose. She scolded angrily, "Past? Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's easy for you to say, as if it's as light as the clouds and as light as the wind. You're even more pure of heart and few desires than the cultivators on our mountain. But the hundreds of lives in my sect, from top to bottom, have been sacrificed for your Lu family and died for the country. How can it be past?" The girl's face was full of tears. She said in a trembling voice, "Touch your conscience. How many chi cultivators in the world are willing to die for the country? Only us. Since there were states and dynasties in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, we're the only ones in history who didn't retreat or surrender. We risked our lives to prove that the Lu family's dynasty is legitimate." Yulu looked calm. "Then what do you want me to do? It's true that I'm the crown prince of the Lu family. But my father has always been arbitrary. He's just afraid of those groundless prophecies and folklore. He's worried that the East Palace will be powerful and he'll drive me to the academy in the enemy country, Dali, to study. I've never been in power and I've never had any involvement with the imperial court. I've only focused on studying the sages." "Thank you. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" The girl was provoked by Yulu's indifferent attitude. She lost her composure even more. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. She gritted her teeth and said, "My surname is Xie, but my name is not Xie. I'm Xie Lingyue. I'm the youngest chi cultivator in the Lu dynasty to break through the bottleneck of the fifth state. I'm a descendant of the Xie family of the wind god. I hate the muddle-headedness and mediocrity of the royal family of the Lu family. But I hate you, the crown prince, even more for going with the flow. You're a servant to the great enemy, the imperial tutor of Dali. Yet you still have the cheek to be content." If the ancestors of the Lu family know of this in the netherworld. Yulu's expression was as usual. He still spoke in a calm tone and interrupted the girl's accusation. "If you, Xie Lingyue, have the backbone of a descendant of the Xie family of the wind god, why don't you go and die? If you feel that suicide is not heroic enough, you can openly assassinate the imperial tutor Cui Dong and die a heroic death. How good would that be?" Yulu turned to look at the youth in straw sandals who was watching coldly from afar. He smiled and asked, "Qin Pingan, can I borrow 100 taels of silver from you? So that I can build a big tomb for heroine Xie, fairy Xie, to express my admiration in my heart." Qin Pingan looked at the tall youth and then at the slender girl. "If you still want to live well, why don't you live well?" Qin Pingan thought for a moment and continued, "I'm just casually talking about my own feelings. It may not make sense. You just listen to me. If there are some debts that can't be settled for the time being, then let's put it aside first. As long as you don't forget it, there will be a day in the future when you can make it clear and make it clear." Qin Pingan looked at the two noble descendants of the Lu family. One was the crown prince who almost sat on the dragon throne, and the other was the most talented mountain immortal in the dynasty. Qin Pingan knew that his reasons for persuasion might not enter their ears at all. This was not strange. Why should they listen to a country bumpkin who grew up in the mud bottle alley? But at this moment, Qin Pingan looked at the two people who were revealing their true feelings. Xie Lingyue was no longer so cold and distant and would cry in anger. Yulu was no longer so amiable and would use words to stab people. Although Qin Pingan was not gloating, he did know that at this time, he felt that the two people standing in front of him had some familiar popularity. Therefore Qin Pingan, who felt that he was the worst at reasoning, racked his brains and reluctantly added, "You guys are much more knowledgeable than I am. I don't know how you guys think about things. Take me for example. The thing I'm most afraid of is when I have a little bit of ability and can decide the fate of others. I'm especially afraid that the things I think are reasonable are actually not reasonable. Unless it's a last resort, such as a matter of life and death, there's no choice. Then I'll take action when I have to. But under other circumstances, don't just follow your thoughts at the moment and be led by the nose by, 'I think so and so.' Allianz said that you should always think of a why for everything. I think he's right. So I want to study and learn how to read. In fact, I know that when I asked for advice from Li Baoping and Lin Shui, or when I practiced writing on the ground with Li Huai, you two looked down on me from the bottom of your hearts. I want to read books. I want to learn from books. I want to meet more people. I want to visit more places. I want to be like Aliang. He dares to pat his chest and say that he has seen more rivers than you have eaten salt. Only in this way in the future. I'm just saying that if one day I really have the ability as great as the land sword immortal, Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, then I will use my sword. Whether it's to kill people or to save people, it will be very fast. Or if I'm not good at sword practice and I'm good at fist practice, then when I use my fist. Speaking of this, Chin Pingan's face was full of radiance, as if he was thinking of his own, that day. He would use his sword to his heart's content and use his fist to his heart's content. There was once a man wearing a bamboo hat who always teased Chin Pingan, "You're a handsome young man. Alas, can't you smile a little every day? It's not good to be so thoughtful." In fact, Chin Pingan was very depressed every time. He wanted to tell that guy loudly, "I also want to, but I can't do it right now." Yulu was still sitting in the same place. Xie sat back in her original position aggressively, but she didn't look like she was going to fight Yulu to the death. Yulu looked at Chin Pingan, who was calm, and asked curiously with a smile, "Chin Pingan, aren't you good at talking? Why don't you talk to Li Baoping and Li Huai about these things?" Chin Pingan replied, "I'm familiar with them, so I don't need to talk about reasons." What he meant was that he, Chin Pingan, was not familiar with them, so he needed to talk about these things. Yulu was immediately deflated. Xie's face was cold, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She forced that smile to be flattened. Xie carefully glanced at Cui Dong, who was sitting in a daze at the mouth of the well. She hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "I was originally a Qi refinement warrior of the Sea Viewing realm in the middle 5 realms. I was half a step away from the 8th realm, the Dragon Gate realm. However, after I was reduced to a remnant, a vicious imperial concubine sent a famous sword cultivator from your greatly to use a secret technique to pin a few of my acupoints with dragon-trapping nails. As a result, whenever I tried to use my innate energy, I would be in so much pain that I wished I was dead. Furthermore, even if I risked endless troubles, I could only exert the strength of 4th or 5th tier." After Xie finished talking about these important secrets that concerned her fate, she stared at Yulu, who was pretending to be mute. The latter asked, "What?" Xie sneered and said, "Don't play dumb here." Chin Pingan was able to catch fish because of his accumulated experience over a long period of time. He relied on the clumsy bird to fly first. At this point, Xie paused slightly. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that the young man who was stabbed by her was not angry. Instead, he was a little silly. She then heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "But if you, Yulu, did not catch those fish because of your martial arts cultivation, I'll change my surname to yours." Yulu smiled and said, "Oh, you're talking about this. I thought that none of you would be interested in this little trick. Martial arts and the martial arts world are not worth mentioning. When I was in the East Palace, because of my identity as the Crown Prince, I was destined not to cultivate the art of immortality. Therefore, I could only go and look through the martial arts secret books in the palace. I've said before that my father is afraid of those songs, not a son who has nothing better to do but to familiarize himself with martial arts." Yulu stopped smiling and said sincerely, "Moreover, others may not know the situation of the martial arts world in the martial arts world, but you, Xie Lingyue, do not know? It's just a pond at the foot of a mountain. No matter how big the fish are, how big can they be? Not to mention other places, just look at our Lu dynasty. There are not many 9th realm cultivators, but there are still quite a few. But as for 9th realm martial artists, there is not a single one. Therefore, when I first started practicing martial arts, it was purely for fun. You may think that I am just standing there and talking, but I still have to say that in the dull and boring Eastern Palace, if a teacher accidentally farted, it would be a rare thing worth talking about." Xie sneered and said, "Oh? From your tone, your martial arts realm is not low." Yulu sighed, his eyes were sincere, he shook his head and said, "It's not high, only the 6th realm." Xie's eyes revealed a trace of shock, her face slightly stiffened. The climbing of the martial arts world was most particular about 1 step at a time. Usually, it was done with a lot of preparation. Most of them were late bloomers. For example, Dali's vassal Song Jiankyung was a freak. Looking at the history of Aquarius continent, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a once-in-a-century occurrence. So for young high-realm cultivators, others would be envious of their talents, opportunities and so on. They would call them geniuses and then feel that it was right and proper. Because the word genius could explain everything. But martial arts was different. A 14 or 15-year-old 6th realm martial artist. He was a real monster. Don't forget, the Lu dynasty's crown prince Yulu lived like a prince in the East Palace. It was very likely that he had never had a life-and-death battle. Reading a book and seeing a 6th realm martial artist? When Yulu saw the girl's eyes and expression, he silently swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue back into his stomach. She was about to reach the 7th realm, at most 3 to 5 years. When she thought of being so close to a 6th realm martial artist, the girl felt uncomfortable all over. She felt that Yulu would suddenly attack her and then smash her head with a punch. A 6th realm chi refinement warrior could be very weak, but when faced with a pure martial artist of the world, it was best not to have such thoughts. Chen Pingan stood up and first looked at the tan girl, saying happily, Lin Shui is also a chi refinement warrior. Miss Xia, although your cultivation is limited now but your vision is still there. In the future, please talk to him more about cultivation. Yes, Lin Shui's personality is a bit cold, you have to be more tolerant. Alright, Lin Shui is amenable to coaxing but not coercion. He is thin-skinned and can't take good persuasion. Miss Xia, try to persuade him more. For example, using chess to chat about cultivation, I think that would be very good. Then Chen Pingan looked at the tall youth. Yulu, since you are a 6th realm expert, I don't have to worry about tiring you out for trivial things like washing clothes and brushing straw sandals in the future. Just ask and you will have enough clothes. Finally, Chen Pingan shouted to Cui Dong in the distance. I finished talking with the two of them, you can come back. Yes, in the words of scholars, we had a good chat. Chen Pingan smiled and left the pavilion. His footsteps were light, clearly he was really happy. In the pavilion, the young boy and girl looked at each other, feeling that something was wrong, but they could not think of a reason. 156. Cui Dong walked back to the pavilion from the old well and stood still outside the pavilion. As the autumn read-in did not want anyone to explore the well without permission, there was only one entrance and exit from the pavilion on the west side. Cui Dong, who was standing on the east side, was a little stunned. In the end, he gritted his teeth, grabbed the railing of the pavilion with both hands, and used all his strength to climb up. He flipped onto the bench in the pavilion and lay on it, gasping for breath. Yulu and Xia Xia were a little vigilant. They only thought that Dali Imperial Tutor was playing tricks to have fun, so they had to be careful not to fall into a trap. To put it bluntly, even if Cui Dong handed a knife to the young boy and girl and stood still to let them cut him, the two of them would not dare to make a move. They would not even take the knife. In Xia Xia's opinion, the reason why Chen Pingan could not care less about Cui Dong was that Chen Pingan was ignorant because he had never experienced the real scenery on the mountain. He did not know the meaning of the saying of fighting on the battlefield, the struggle in the court, and immortality. In the past, the first disciple of the sage of literature, a chi cultivator at the peak of the 12th state, and the Dali Imperial Tutor. Any one of his identities alone was a towering mountain that could make people breathless. Presently, Cui Shi's body was extremely weak as he lay on the bench, and he was exhausted like a dog. He stretched out his hand to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. Just as all of you've seen, not only have I suffered an unexpected calamity that caused me to lose my cultivation and become powerless, it even caused me to be unable to even use my cube space, causing me to become a defenseless pauper. So, if the two of you have a grudge against me, now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take action. There won't be such a shop after this village. Speaking of this, Cui Dong turned his head to look at the Dali territory thousands of miles away and cursed weakly, You enjoy the blessings and I take the blame. Damn you, Dali Imperial Tutor. Oh, you are still my own master, Cui Dong muttered and cursed to himself. No matter what, along the way, although he had not succeeded in apprenticing himself to a master, he had been with Li Huai for a long time. He had indeed become much more fluent in cursing people. Now he even cursed himself. The young boy and girl were used to the Dali Imperial Tutor's supernatural behavior. Cui Shi sat up and leaned against the fence, placing his hands on the railing. Yulu and Xia Xia happened to be on his left and right. Cui Dong sighed. You think that Chen Pingan doesn't know how high the mountains are and how deep the waters are, so you are not afraid of me at all. This is... Cui Dong paused for a moment and laughed. Yes. Cui Dong continued, however, you have only thought of half of it. The ignorant are fearless. However, you can't compare to Chen Pingan in that a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Of the two of you, one is a 6th realm martial artist who came out of nowhere from reading books. His world is shattered and he has to endure humiliation. The other is a chi refinement warrior who is astonishingly talented but bears a blood feud. You always feel that the future is very long. Therefore Chen Pingan dares to kill me and he will kill me. What about the two of you? You are hesitating and perturbed. Cui Dong rubbed his waist and said with a frown, Actually, my waist hurts a lot. Cui Dong looked at Yulu. You will follow me wholeheartedly in the future. How about that? Yulu smiled and said, Ever since I left the condemned felons, I've been following the Grand Preceptor. It's a good feeling. The journey of learning has been exciting. Compared to pretending to be a nerd in the Eastern Palace, listening to those gossips every day, it's much more interesting. If Lord Imperial Tutor can explain some difficult questions about the classics to me when he is free, I will feel that my life is very complete. Chui Dong stretched out a finger and pointed at the tall teenager. Qin Pingan is cautious and serious. He is a frog at the bottom of the well who suddenly jumped out of the well. He is afraid of everything that he sees. You Lu are really shrewd. You look like a scoundrel. Sometimes I really want to punch your smiling face. Yu Lu said helplessly, compared to Qin Pingan, how am I better? Aren't we both frogs at the bottom of the well? Chui Dong said casually, riches and honor burn the body, suffering and suffering cool the body. I will give you this famous saying of the saints for free. Take it and think about it. Yu Lu, who had read thousands of books, asked curiously, which saint of the Confucian temple taught you this? Chui Dong pointed at himself. Meh. Yu Lu was even more helpless. Chui Dong took out a stone from his sleeve and gently threw it at the iron horse under the eaves. It missed the first time, the second time, and the third time. Chui Dong glanced at the girl and pursed his lips. If I really want to throw you out, the bell will definitely ring. The girl stood there like a bodhisattva, expressionless. Chui Dong smiled. You, on the other hand, really want to kill me, but you feel that you only have one chance. You must have a foolproof plan. You don't want to die for nothing. Yu Lu, on the other hand, is smarter than you. You feel that it doesn't matter if you kill me or not. Chui Dong sighed. Qin Pingan, Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shui for people. Yu Lu, in order of your favorability from good to bad, it should be Lin Shui, Li Baoping, Qin Pingan and Li Huai. As for Miss Ye, it should be Li Baoping, Li Huai, Qin Pingan and Lin Shui. Chui Dong pointed at himself with his thumb. As for me, it should be Li Huai, Li Baoping, Lin Shui and Qin Pingan. I like Li Huai the most because he is the least threatening to me. Li Baoping is such a bright spirit girl. Especially someone like me who is full of evil tricks. How can I hate her? Just looking at her makes me feel warm and comfortable. Lin Shui is not bad. It's just that I've seen too many geniuses like him. I'm not interested. Chui Dong squinted his eyes and smiled. Yu Lu dislikes Li Huai the most because he hates that kind of muddling along and waiting for death. How can there be such a lazy person in the world? Of course, there's also his sloppiness and lack of cleanliness. You like Lin Shui the most because you subconsciously think of yourself as the crown prince of the Lu dynasty. For a country to prosper, it needs Lin Shui to be a positive pillar of support. Although Xie seems to be very familiar with Lin Shui and often plays chess with him, he is actually going crazy with jealousy. They are both geniuses in cultivation. Why is it that Lin Shui's life is so smooth, but he has to suffer such a calamity? It's very likely that he will be blocked by the great Tao and have no hope of immortality? Yu Lu was silent. Xie's expression was extremely ugly. Chui Dong laughed. Then why don't we like Qin Pingan? But why did Li Baoping and the other two fledgling kids like Qin Pingan the most, contrary to us, who are all mature foxes, like us the most? Isn't he very chewy? Yu Lu Xie. Whoever can give me the correct answer in my heart, I will give you a good thing that you can use. Xie slowly said, because the three of them are used to looking at Qin Pingan whenever they encounter difficulties and choices. They feel that Qin Pingan does things the most justly and is willing to pay the price. And Qin Pingan, to the three of us, aside from Lord Imperial Tutor's personal desires, this kind of seemingly easy to get along with and willing to be kind to others is really not worth mentioning. Yu Lu shook his head. Qin Pingan is not that easy to get along with. Chui Dong clicked his tongue. The two of you are about the same. You are so stupid that it's cute. Why don't I just let the two of you get married? A talented man and a beautiful woman? Oh no, temporarily a talented woman and a handsome man. How about it? Yu Lu and Xie did not reply because they both knew that this was a joke. Chui Dong stroked a jade pendant on his waist with 2 fingers. You don't know that Qin Pingan is like a mirror. He will let the people around him see their own shortcomings more clearly than usual. So if you get along with him day and night, as long as you have problems with your state of mind, you will have problems. Once upon a time, there was a foolish girl named Zhu Lu who was forced to a dead end. She was stupid because she was stupid and did not know it. She did bad things, but her heart was still muddled. This is called stupid and bad. She is also a woman, but compared to our Dali Empress, she is far inferior. Our Empress, the cleverest thing about her was, do you think I don't know what bad things I have done? Back then, it was this unintentional sentence that made me decide to cooperate with her. Chui Dong pointed to himself. According to a hidden saying of a certain Taoist master, everyone has 2 heartstrings, one good and one evil, hanging in our hearts. Just like what Qin Pingan believes, some things are right and some things are wrong. No matter who does it or who helps to explain it, it will not change anything. What is interesting is that the difficulties of the world lie in the fact that in order to do a good thing, you will inevitably do many small mistakes. Confucian disciples are unwilling to go against their hearts. They may not even be able to stay in the officialdom, and may not even be able to climb high in the learning palace. In the end, they can only hide in the study room to study and build a cart behind closed doors. To the outside world, they are of little benefit. Some people have stayed in the study room for a long time and are pedantic and stale. They can't bear to see any moral flaws in others, and they often criticize and belittle them. Instead, they are helpless against those who are thoroughly bad in the imperial court. In the end, they can only degrade day by day in the collapse of etiquette and music. Chui Dong did not look at the two guys who were deep in thought. He stretched out one palm and wiped in front of him, then changed to another palm and wiped in a lower place. The top is good and the bottom is evil. The human heart has two strings. I Chui Dong am good almost as high as the sky, so I don't see many good people in my eyes. I Chui Dong am evil, so to me I can associate with and use them without any psychological burden. The two of you are not as different as me, but the distance between the two strings is not small. Chui Dong put away his left hand and left a small gap between the thumb and index finger of his right hand. He lowered his head and squinted at the two fingers. Qin Pingan's good is very low, so to him doing good things is a natural thing. This is the reason why he is regarded as a good person. But you have to know that a low good does not mean that he is really easy to talk to. Because Qin Pingan's evil is very close to his good, so when he decides to do something, Qin Pingan will be extremely decisive, such as killing me. In fact, the two of you know very well that no matter how much you look down on Qin Pingan, you and of course me will never be Qin Pingan's friend in this lifetime. Yu Lu suddenly said, I can try. Xie Xie's mouth curved into a cold smile. However, when she caught a glimpse of Yu Lu from the corner of her eyes, she thought of how she was forced by Cui Shi to look for Qin Pingan and explain the martial arts to him in Hengshan. Under the threat of Cui Shi, she had no choice but to take the initiative to look for Qin Pingan. The girl was a little flustered. Then she thought of the thin figure standing on the branch, facing the wind, the gentle breeze in the mountain. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sadness. She had also had a pure state of mind like this, always looking into the distance. I've said so much and wasted a big jar of saliva. What exactly am I trying to say? Chui Dong began to make a conclusion. He stood up and said with a smile, what I'm trying to say is, in the future, you two idiots should respect me, Chui Dong's husband, from the bottom of your heart. Do you understand? This was the second time today that Yu Lu and Xie Xie looked at each other. Two ungrateful, pitiful bastards who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chui Dong flew into a rage for no reason. His face was gloomy as he strode forward and punched Yu Lu in the face. A broken crown prince who has become a criminal and almost has to have words carved on his face. Do you know how many emperors and princes I, Dolly, have killed? You still want to try? Do you, a bastard who has betrayed your ancestors, have the qualifications to do so? Yu Lu was caught off guard and took the punch. He didn't dare to make any movements to fight back. He was just a little stunned. Cui Shi turned around and walked towards the dark-skinned girl, slapping her across the face. You're just a little girl whose mountain gate has been smashed. Z, do you know how many land immortals I've killed with my own hands? The proud girl subconsciously reached out and grabbed the wrist of the young man in white to prevent him from slapping her face. However, she regretted it the next moment. As expected, Chui Dong emitted a terrifying and ferocious aura as he stared at the girl. She was so frightened that she immediately let go of her hand. Chui Dong lowered his head and looked at his red and swollen wrist. He slapped the girl's face fiercely and said sternly, the two of you dare to look down on Qin Pingan? He's my Chui Dong's husband. Chui Dong slapped the girl's face 4 to 5 times consecutively. The girl didn't even dare to use her chi refinement warrior cultivation to dissipate the force. Soon, her face was red and swollen and blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Chui Dong, who was full of murderous aura, didn't seem to be satisfied. He wanted to find something to use as a weapon. At this moment, he turned around and saw a familiar figure running towards him. Chui Dong was stunned on the spot. The uninvited guest just shouted a word, eat. In the end, when he saw the scene of Chui Dong hitting someone, the guy quickly swallowed the word food and started to run wildly towards Chui Dong. The aura of the young man was more like a murderous aura. Chui Dong was so frightened that he didn't say anything. He crawled and rolled over the pavilion's railing and ran towards the old well. As he shouted, he turned his head and shouted, Qin Pingan, what are you doing? I'm teaching my own servant a lesson. It's none of your business. Sai, let's talk nicely. I'll admit my mistake, okay? Let's all stop and reason things out, okay? After Chin Pingan ran into the pavilion, he tipped his toes and jumped up high. His body flew over the railing like a bird and landed outside the pavilion. He continued to run towards Chui Dong. Chui Dong knew that he wouldn't be able to escape, so he decided to throw caution to the wind. He stood at the mouth of the old well and sorrowfully said in a trembling voice, Chin Pingan, if you really want to kill me today, I'll just jump into the well and commit suicide. It's up to you to believe it or not. Chin Pingan continued to rush forward. Chui Dong was about to jump into the well when Chin Pingan frowned and suddenly stopped. Chui Dong took a step forward. At the critical moment, he pulled his foot back with great difficulty. His body swayed and his life was hanging by a thread. With his current physique, even if he didn't freeze to death or drown after falling to the bottom of the well, because there were still remnants of sword chi below, he would most likely be severely injured and lose half of his life if Chin Pingan saved him. From this, it could be seen that the young Chui Dong was really afraid of Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan looked at Chui Dong carefully. After a long time he said, "Let's eat." Chui Dong carefully jumped into the well. He still didn't dare to go forward. He stood where he was and explained with grief and indignation, "I was just standing up for you. The two of them looked down on you from the bottom of their hearts. I stood up for them and asked them to be more polite to you in the future. Is that wrong? You're treating my good intentions as ill intent." Chin Pingan sneered, "Don't use me as an excuse. You're just a dog that can't change its habit of eating shit." After that, Chin Pingan turned around and left. When he bypassed the pavilion, he spoke to the young boy and girl in a much gentler tone. "Lin Shuyi and the others have finished a game of chess and are eating." Chui Dong didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and followed Chin Pingan from afar. He ran and swayed, his two big sleeves fluttering in the wind. He looked like a lackey. "You're indeed my master. You're much smarter than those two idiots." After passing the pavilion, Chui Dong faced the two people. He immediately changed his expression and reprimanded, "What are you standing there for? Let's eat." Yu Lu smiled as usual and walked out of the pavilion. After walking down the steps, he turned around and asked, "Are you okay?" She shook her head with tears in her eyes. The tall young boy pointed to the corner of his mouth. After the girl came back to her senses, she turned her head and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The group ate the sumptuous breakfast prepared by the Autumn Reed Inn. Li Huai ate until his stomach was round. This heartless little brat was completely unaware of the strange atmosphere at the table. The old elementary scholar smiled at Chin Pingan. "Let's go. I'll take you to the bookstores in this county city. Let's chat casually. If possible, you can treat me to a drink." The old elementary scholar looked at the eager little girl and smiled. "Together?" The little girl nodded vigorously. "I'll go back and carry my small bag." Lin Shuyi stayed at the inn and continued to practice breathing using the secret technique recorded in the Cloud Gem book. Li Huai was too lazy to move. He didn't have the desire to go shopping. He only told Chin Pingan to bring back delicious food for him. Chui Dong said that he had some private matters and needed to find the inn owner to see if he could lower the price. Yu Lu and Xie Xie returned to their rooms. In the end, only the three of them left the Autumn Reed Inn. They walked through the flowing clouds and flowing water alley and were led by the old elementary scholar to find a bookstore. The little girl kept showing off her bag to the old elementary scholar. She ran in circles around the old elementary scholar and asked if her bag looked good. Of course, the old elementary scholar said that it was good. Chin Pingan pondered for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Master Wenxing, are you angry with me?" The old elementary scholar praised Li Baoping's small bag like a flower. After hearing the question, he laughed. "Are you talking about the matter of refusing to be my closed-door disciple?" No, I'm not angry. I'm a little disappointed. But thinking about it, this is actually good. Qi Jingquan's original intention and alliances following are not necessary to give Chin Pingan anything. Also, last time I secretly took your jade hairpin. In the end. At this point, the old elementary scholar made a sweeping gesture with his palm. "It's to let you know that Chin Pingan is just Chin Pingan. There's not much involvement. You're the young man from the Mud Bottle Alley in Liju Grotto Heaven. Your surname is Chin and your name is Ping En. Then, you took Li Baoping and the others to travel far away to study. It's that simple." The old elementary scholar laughed. "Alliance, this sloppy and lazy guy, it's rare for him to be serious for once. He helped you to prevent the Dali dynasty from bringing additional burdens to you and the children. Previously, Qi Jingquan had already made the higher-ups, not to criticize you. Because of my arrival, your good-tempered immortal sister has to show up, so there's a little trouble. But don't be afraid, an old man like me still has the ability. I won't cause you any trouble. I'm good at reasoning with scholars. The old elementary scholar patted the young man's shoulder. In the future, just focus on your studies. The old elementary scholar then said with a smile, a young man's shoulder should be like this. Don't be anxious about the hatred of the country or the righteousness. First, stir up the breeze and the moon, the willows and the grass and the orioles. A young man's shoulder should be full of beautiful things. Li Baoping's eyes lit up. She gave the old elementary scholar a thumbs up and praised, Master Scholar, what you said is very beautiful. The old elementary scholar laughed and patted his stomach. Of course, I'm full of knowledge. Qin Pingan looked at the old elementary scholar and the little girl who were teasing each other. He took a deep breath. The young man couldn't feel what was on his shoulder, but his heart was already warm. (157) In the eyes of the carefree little girl, this bustling county in the north of Huangting country was bustling with noise and excitement. Many small towns added together could not compare to it. However, in the eyes of an old scholar who had seen the world, of course, he would see further and more illusory. He might have already seen the gloomy scene of the iron cavalry marching south and the smoke rising everywhere. The bustling laughter would become the source of the heart-wrenching pain in the future. On the contrary, the shabbily dressed child beggars on the roadside would suffer less pain and suffering in the future. As for those ruffians and hooligans, they were more likely to leap up in the chaotic world and perhaps even become the new officials of the Huangting kingdom or the generals of the army. But the old Xiucai had experienced the vicissitudes of life and naturally would not show such emotions on his face. He did not want to spoil the good mood of the young boy and the little girl. The old Xiucai led them through many twists and turns until they found an old bookstore. He took out his own money to buy a few books for the two. The old man in the store was an old scholar who failed in the imperial examinations. Usually he did not take anyone seriously. But when he met a poor old Xiucai who was eloquent, he could be considered a hero. Plus, he was impressed by the old Xiucai's knowledge and morals. The 20 taels of silver for the books were worth 10 taels of silver. After the old Xiucai left the store, he looked at the admiring faces of Qin Pingan and Li Baoping and laughed. How is it, studying is still useful, right? Today you helped us earn 8 taels of silver. So, there is a house of gold in the books. At this point, the old scholar lowered his voice and said mysteriously, You don't say there's a place in the south. Of course, it's not the south of your Aquarius continent. It's called the Mellow Scholar Qin clan. There's an old fogey that I can't get along with. When he was young, he would study every day and night. About a few decades later, probably due to his sincerity, one day he really read a book and found a house of gold and a beautiful woman. Qin Pingan widened his eyes and swallowed his saliva. That house of gold, how big is it? Li Baoping curiously asked. That Yin Ryu, how beautiful is she? The old scholar laughed and pointed at the two children. If you have the chance in the future, go and see for yourself. I won't tell you. Seeing is believing. Good mountains, good rivers, and good scenery. There are descriptions in books, but it can't compare to seeing it in person. Li Baoping suddenly asked, Mr. Wenxing, why did you buy those books for my youngest martial uncle? They are really shallow. Even Lin Shui and I can teach them. Isn't it a waste of money? The old scholar stopped smiling and said seriously, It's different, very different. The most knowledgeable books in the world must be the most profound and the most suitable for educating the common people. Do you know that these books are the cheapest? For example, the Tao Ancestors book of 5,000 yuan is sold so cheaply. Anyone who wants to read it can buy it. Anyone who is willing to read it can learn something from it. Li Baoping said innocently, There's a lot of printing and a lot of people buying them, so it's cheaper. The old scholar nodded and laughed. You're half right. If it's too expensive, who would be willing to buy it? Why don't you go and buy some food? You can fill your stomach. The remaining half were those high and mighty moral sages. If they wanted to spread their knowledge more widely and become the orthodox knowledge of a province, a country, or even a continent, or even the entire world, how many disciples could they personally pass on their knowledge to? It's better to cast a wide net and imprint their knowledge and principles in books. The threshold is low and more people walk in. If the threshold is too high, they can't even climb over it. In the end, how many disciples can they be proud of? Qin Pingan sighed softly. The old scholar asked worriedly, What's wrong? You think it's boring? That won't do. You still have to read the books. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, I just feel that it's like a commoner opening a shop to snatch business. In my hometown at the Dragon Riding Alley, I have 2 friends who help to look after the shop. I don't know if it's a loss or a gain. The old scholar seemed to have thought of Sesame Chen's past and sighed. He waved his hand and said, Let's go, I'll take you to drink. Qin Pingan, if you really want to drink, you can drink a little. Baoping is still too young to drink. It was still early and many restaurants had not opened for business. Fortunately, the old scholar found a wine shop at the corner of a street. It was dirty and greasy. Fortunately, the 3 of them did not care about this. If Cui Dong, Yu Luxi and Xia were here, they would probably frown. One had high standards, one was a clean freak, and one had been pampered since childhood. They would probably never drink in this kind of place in their lifetime. The old man ordered a caddy of loose wine and a plate of salted peanuts. Qin Pingan still insisted that those who practiced martial arts were not allowed to drink. Li Baoping actually wanted to drink a little, but with her martial uncle by her side, she did not dare to make such a request. She could only stare at the old scholar with envy as he drank. After spending so much time with Qin Pingan, from Li Baoping to Lin Shui and Li Huai, she had been influenced by what she saw and heard along the way. She was well aware of what could and could not be done. Li Baoping sometimes felt that her martial uncle was too strict. However, looking at the beautiful little box and the thick and soft straw sandals, she did not say anything more. Because Lin Shui had become an immortal on the mountain, he had high aspirations. It was not that he did not have any thoughts about Qin Pingan, but from a higher point of view, he felt that these trivial matters were not worth his attention. Therefore he never said anything. As for Li Huai, he was the most willing to speak his mind. Unfortunately, most of the time he was unreasonable. Before Qin Pingan could say anything, Li Baoping had already suppressed him severely. Therefore, throughout their journey of learning, there had never been any irreconcilable differences and they had maintained a delicate balance. After Zhu He and Zhu Lu left, outside Yefu Pass, Cui Dong brought 2 people to barge into the group. This made the previous 4 people even more united against a common enemy, and their relationship became even closer. The old Xiucai drank. After drinking only half a liter of wine, he felt a little tipsy. Perhaps it was because he was reminded of the past and did not deliberately use his supernatural powers. It was rare for him to be so relaxed, so he let himself drink to drown his sorrows. The old man looked around and said softly, I have a friend that I have known since I was young. His family was poor, so he dropped out of school. Later on, he opened a wine shop that was about the size of this shop. From the time he was 18, he married and had children, until he died of old age at 65. He had been running the wine shop for almost 40 years and had sold wine for almost 40 years. The old Xiucai gently shook the wine bowl. As long as I had some spare money in my pocket, as long as I wanted to drink, I liked to buy wine from him. No matter how far away it was, I would definitely go there. The old Xiucai smiled, a little sad. But one day the shop closed. I asked the neighbors and found out that my friend had died. Since the original shop had closed, I had to go elsewhere to buy wine. That was when I found out that the kind of wine he sold me was more expensive than others. Li Baoping said angrily, Master Wenxing, you treat him as a friend, but he doesn't seem to treat you as a friend. Qin Pingan didn't say anything. The old man drank a mouthful of wine. But many years later, I found out that the wine he sold me was brewed from the herbs he personally picked in the mountains. He didn't care about the cost, he used the best ingredients. He sold it at a loss. Li Baoping opened her mouth wide. The little girl's heart was suddenly filled with guilt. The old man picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth to chew. In the past 40 years, I went from a shabby scholar to an Xiucai scholar. After that, I also had some ability and fame. Every time that friend saw me, he would only persuade me to drink. He never mentioned anything about his children's studies or the turmoil in his wife's family. All he did was persuade me to drink. Every time he would sit in your seat opposite me. His seat was the furthest away from me, but when he raised his head, he could see me. Every time he would smile foolishly. Li Baoping thought for a moment and quietly left her seat. She sat opposite Qin Pingan and grinned. Qin Pingan made a face at her. The old Xiucai slowly said, Later on, I found out that his children either became the local officials of the imperial court and were domineering. They brought disaster to the country and the people. At a young age, they became titled madams and often beat or killed their concubines and maids. His wife's family suddenly became rich and became a big family. The whole family was very bad. They did all kinds of bad things and harmed many innocent people. The old Xiucai stared blankly at the empty seat opposite him. But you insisted on staying in that small wine shop in a shabby shop, and brewing wine year after year until you died of old age. Li Baoping opened her mouth wide again. Her face was full of disbelief. The old Xiaocai retracted his gaze and ate salted peanuts with his wine. He said to Qin Pingan, "In the future, practice martial arts and swordsmanship well. Don't be reasonable about everything, especially don't follow the principles in the books. You have to be flexible. Otherwise you will be very tired. Maybe in the end, you will be the only one by your side and not have half a friend. Since ancient times, the higher the position of the sage, the more unreasonable things they have done, isn't it?" The old Xiaocai stretched out his finger and drew a line on the table. Finally, he straightened his arm as if he wanted to draw a path beyond the table. Think about it. Some roads you can walk alone for a year. But what about 10 years? 100 or 1,000 years? But here comes the problem. Some people are stubborn and insist on walking down the road. What can you do? You have to do the right thing at the right time. Don't be too old. If you have experienced everything, you won't feel regret when you walk down the road alone. Instead you will feel. The old Xiaocai was really drunk. He stretched out his thumb and pointed at himself. "I'm really King awesome." After saying these heroic words, the old Xiaocai's head fell forward with a bang and hit the table heavily. The young man paid the bill with the shopkeeper and walked out with the old Xiaocai on his back. The little girl was secretly happy. It turned out that the sage of literature could get drunk and talk a lot when drunk. Qin Pingan. It's a waste of youth if you don't have a romantic life. You must drink. Drinking is good. Little Baoping, remember this. You have to cherish Qin Pingan. Don't think that he's unreasonable just because he's doing too well. Instead, you'll distance yourself from him. Otherwise you'll regret it one day. Qin Pingan will become the second Shaoqi. When something happens, no one will know about it, or even if they know, they won't have the guts to help. How miserable would that be? Little Pingan, we're being reasonable, not to make ourselves feel wronged but to slowly accumulate it. If there comes a day when you suddenly feel that the whole world is unreasonable, you have the confidence and spirit to loudly tell the world, "You're all wrong." The old Xiaocai smelled of alcohol and patted the young man's head. Qin Pingan, who was carrying the old Xiaocai on his back, had a bitter face and could only nod desperately. The old Xiaocai burped and straightened his neck, as if he was looking for the little girl in the green bamboo box. Li Baoping quickly jumped up. "I'm here." The old Xiaocai made two "oh" sounds and then slapped Qin Pingan's head again. "Little Ping, and let me ask you. The more you read in the future, the more you feel that the principles in the books are reasonable. But if one day the whole, or half of the scholars in the world start to criticize little Baoping and say that she is shameless for liking her junior uncle, what will you do?" The little girl didn't take it seriously and said angrily, "Is it wrong for me to like junior uncle? How can these people read?" The young man had been living at the bottom of the city since he was young, and it was difficult for him to survive. Therefore Qin Pingan had to think further and no more dirty things. He said without hesitation, "If there really comes a day when they want to scold Baoping, they will have to ask my fist first." Qin Pingan turned to the little girl and said with a smile, "Other than fist, junior uncle will also have a sword in the future. So if that day really comes, you must tell junior uncle. Even if junior uncle is far away, he will come to protect you." The old Xiaocai said drunkenly, "Then if the little girl thinks that you can't beat those people and is afraid that you will get hurt, she deliberately doesn't call you. Qin Pingan, you only know the pitiful ending after the incident. What will you do? Now that things have come to this, do you want to catch those scholars and kill them?" Qin Pingan stopped and looked at the little girl. "Baoping, do you want junior uncle to kill for you and be scolded and beaten to death? Or do you want to confront those bad guys openly and face them together? Even if we die, we will die righteously and not have any regrets?" The little girl was a little flustered. "Junior uncle, it sounds like the latter option is slightly better?" The old Xiaocai laughed. "It's not as miserable as you think. Scholars still have some shame. It's not to the point of life and death, it's just a little bumpy." The old Xiaocai finally said, "Speaking of the order, this kid used it so quickly. Applying what he has learned. Impressive." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Sir, it's okay if you scare us, but don't you think it's a little too much to pretend to be drunk to not pay?" The old Xiaocai's head tilted and he snored like thunder. Li Baoping still had some lingering fear, so she grabbed Qin Pingan's sleeve. Qin Pingan joked, "What are you afraid of? In the future, you just have to study hard and try to win against them in terms of reasoning. If this still doesn't work, junior uncle will work harder from today on to practice martial arts and swordsmanship. When the time comes, junior uncle will fly on his sword and come to your side from thousands of miles away. Think about it, everyone will look up and stare at your junior uncle with their eyes wide open, just like when we saw Wei Jin in the Wind Snow Temple. At that time you can tell everyone that this is your junior uncle. Isn't he awesome? The little girl nodded vigorously and laughed heartily. She jumped up and said, "Wow, cool, cool." "158. The little girl had already begun to look forward to the arrival of that day. Not only was she not afraid, but she was also filled with childish anticipation. She was waiting for her little martial uncle to step on his flying sword and land beside her from a faraway place, telling everyone that he was her little martial uncle. As for the danger that day, Li Baoping did not think much about it. After all, no matter how intelligent the little girl was, she could not imagine the sinister human heart that was not described in books. Even if she racked her little brain, she could not figure out the surging undercurrent and the cold, murderous intention hidden behind the laurel belt. The inexperienced little girl simply chose to trust a person wholeheartedly. The reason why the old scholar who was sleeping soundly on the back of the young man chose to reveal the heaven's secret was probably because he cherished this hard-to-come-by innocence. Li Baoping reminded him softly, "Youngest uncle, if you can't win an argument or a fight, we can run away." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you don't find it embarrassing." After that, Qin Pingan took Li Baoping to several grocery stores and bought new boots for the three children. Qin Pingan did not buy any for himself, not because he was stingy but because he was not used to it. When he tried it on, he felt uncomfortable all over and could not even walk properly. In addition, he bought 2 sets of new clothes for each of the 3 children. He spent money like water. Qin Pingan would be lying if he said that he did not feel distressed, but money had to be spent. Li Baoping still chose red clothes not just because of the festive atmosphere. Qin Pingan had heard the little girl complain a long time ago. It seemed that when they were young, a wandering Taoist passed by Fulu Street and read the fortune of the 3 Li Baoping brothers. When he read Li Baoping's horoscope, he mentioned that it was best for the little girl to wear red clothes in the future to avoid evil spirits. No matter how much the Li family doted on this little girl, there was no room for discussion on this matter. Although Li Baoping grew more and more depressed as she grew up, she still did as she was told. Last time at the courier station in Red Candle Town, she received 3 letters from her family. Without exception, her father, Li Shixing, and Li Baozhen all reminded the little girl not to change into other colors for novelty. The little girl often told Qin Pingan in private that if she saw that stinky Taoist in the future, she must give him a beating. When they went shopping, the old scholar was still drunk and sleeping. Qin Pingan could only carry him all the time. Fortunately, he was not heavy, probably less than 100 jin. Qin Pingan really did not know how such an old scholar could hold so much knowledge in his stomach. On the way back to the Autumn Read Inn, Li Baoping's bookcase was filled to the brim. However, after walking for thousands of miles, the little girl looked increasingly tanned and thin, but she was still very sturdy. Her strength and spirit were very good. Qin Pingan was not worried that this little weight would hurt Li Baoping's body. When they arrived at the flowing clouds and water alley, it was still a mysterious scene of clouds and mist. Qin Pingan had seen it many times, but he still felt that it was incredible. The painting that the blind Taoist gave him before he left, although the painting on it was very strange, it was not as shocking as seeing it in person. When they arrived at the entrance of the inn, which was engraved with 2 tall painted door gods, the old man suddenly woke up. The moment his feet touched the ground, the bag appeared on his back and he held a silver ingot in his hand. The old scholar looked at the 2 people who were at a loss and said with a smile, "All good things must come to an end. I still have a lot of places to go and I need to go to the west. I can't stay here any longer." The old scholar slowly said, "Qin Pingan, what about that half of Chui Dong? Although it is not complete, it is more or less clear. In the future I will leave him to you. Teaching by word and example is more important than teaching by words. This is also the reason why I put him by your side." Li Baoping frowned and said, "That guy called Chui Dong is a big bad guy. Alas, why do you always protect him?" "I have no choice." The old scholar was helpless and explained patiently with a smile, "I have already removed the inhibition on him. If next time you still think that he should be killed, then you don't have to care about what this terrible old man thinks. Do what you need to do. The reason why I am so partial to him is because he went down the wrong path. Most of it was because I taught Chui Dong wrong in the past. I should not have denied it so decisively and caused Chui Dong to misunderstand that I came to an arbitrary conclusion. The old man looked tired and said in a low voice, "What's more, I was really unhappy at the time. There was a fight that I had to win, so I didn't have time to explain the reasons to him and help him deduce the future bit by bit. So that's what happened later. In a fit of anger, this kid simply betrayed his master, leaving behind a big mess. Mahjong was one of them. Moreover, the new path that he chose, if he can take every step steadily, there is indeed hope that he will benefit the world for hundreds or thousands of years. Perhaps he can add another incense stick to our Confucian orthodoxy. These are both a great cause for 1,000 years but also nonsense. When you have the chance in the future, you may also encounter such nonsense. When that time comes, don't learn from me. Think more and don't rush to make a decision. You must be patient, especially when it comes to the people around you. Don't be blind under the light, otherwise you will be very sad." Speaking of this, the old man touched Chen Pingan's head with his dry and thin palm, and then rubbed Li Baoping's little head. "You two don't always think about growing up quickly. If you really grow up, there will be more and more things that are beyond your control, and few friends will always be by your side. The newer the clothes and boots, the better, but the older the friends, the better. But when you get old, you will die of old age one day." Li Baoping asked. Lin Shuyi said that the immortals on the mountain like Qi trainers can live for 100 or even 1,000 years if they succeed in their cultivation. The old man asked with a smile, "What about 100 years later?" Li Baoping asked tentatively, "Then I will go first?" The old man was amused by the little girl's innocence and couldn't help laughing. "Then on the other hand, little Baoping, you are such a good girl. If one day you are no longer in the world, how sad will your friends be?" Anyway, this old man will be so sad that he will cry loudly. At that time, I won't even be able to drink wine. Li Baoping was suddenly enlightened and nodded her head like a little chick pecking rice. "Yes, yes, yes, no one can die." The old elementary scholar stretched out his hand and handed over the silver ingot. Qin Pingan looked at it and asked, "Is this worm silver?" "Chui Dong has one." The old elementary scholar shook his head and smiled. "That little thing, only the young Chui Dong would be interested in it and find it interesting. If it was the old Chui Dong, he would be too lazy to take a second look at it. This thing that looks like a silver ingot is actually an ownerless sword embryo. Compared to the one that Chui Dong hid in the Fengsuan item, its grade is much higher. The key is that it has a deep history. If you have the chance to go to the Central Divine Continent in the future, you must bring it to Sui Mountain. Who knows, you might even be able to drink some guy's good wine. Sui Mountain's Huagua wine is the best in the world." The old elementary scholar gave him a thumbs up. Even an immortal would be drunk. Qin Pingan took the silver ingot. The old elementary scholar joked, "Oh, you were unwilling to be my disciple before. I said that you would not agree even if I talked until my lips were cracked. Why did you accept it now?" Qin Pingan said awkwardly, "I felt that if I rejected your kindness again, it would hurt your feelings." Li Baoping whispered, "Master Wenxing, it's because this thing looks like silver. How can junior uncle not like it?" Qin Pingan knocked her with a chestnut. Li Baoping held her head and did not dare to say anything. The old elementary scholar laughed. "Little Baoping, next time we meet, don't call me Master Wenxing. You are Qi Jingquan's disciple and I am Qi Jingquan's teacher. What should you call me?" Li Baoping was stunned. "Grandmaster? Grandmaster?" The old elementary scholar smiled and nodded. "That's right. You can call me either way as long as you like." The little girl hurriedly bowed with her hands clasped in front of her chest. However, she forgot that she was carrying a heavy box on her back. Li Baoping lost her balance and almost fell flat on her face. Qin Pingan hurriedly helped her carry the small box. The old elementary scholar straightened his back and did not move, calmly accepting the gift. The elementary scholar shook the bag on his back and sighed. "The sword embryo is called Little Fingdu. Don't worry and accept it. The karma of the sword embryo has long been completely cut off. As for how to use it, it is very simple. As long as you put your heart into it, everything will be fine when you reach the bridge and it will automatically recognize you as its master. If you don't put your heart into it, even if you hold it for 10,000 years, it will not wake up." Qin Pingan carefully put it away. The old elementary scholar nodded. "Let's go." The old elementary scholar turned and left. Li Baoping asked doubtfully, "Grandmaster?" The old elementary scholar turned his head and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" The little girl pointed to the sky. "Grandmaster, didn't you say you were going to go a long way? Why didn't you just disappear with a whoosh?" The old elementary scholar could not help but smile. He nodded his head and disappeared with a whoosh. Qin Pingan and Li Baoping raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky. The old elementary scholar's figure had long disappeared. But in fact, there was an old elementary scholar at the end of the street in the Flowing Clouds alley. He turned his head and looked at the entrance of the autumn read-in before slowly walking away. Returning to the courtyard, the tall woman was sitting on a stone bench. She was looking up at the sky with a gentle smile on her face. Yu Lu and Xie Xie were in the same courtyard, but they didn't know about the existence of this sword spirit. Every time she appeared, she would isolate the aura between them, so that the young man and woman couldn't see or hear, and they couldn't sense her at all. Li Baoping greeted them and went into the house to put away her things. Qin Pingan sat beside the sword spirit. The tall woman stretched out her hand and the old sword that had been hanging under the bridge for countless years appeared in her hand. She went straight to the point and said, "Since things have changed, I will make appropriate changes. Originally we made a promise of 100 years. Now it is still the same. But I will speed up the process of sharpening the sword and strive to restore it to its original appearance within 60 years. This means that your dragon beheading platform will not be enough, not enough at all." Qin Pingan was confused. The small dragon beheading platform that suddenly appeared in his courtyard should have been carried to the blacksmith's shop. She smiled and said, "Do you remember that time when you were sitting on the bridge and dreaming, you fell into the stream with the basket on your back? At that time, I actually took away the dragon beheading platform. After that, you thought it was a stone from the dragon beheading platform, but it was just an ordinary stone that I used to deceive you. Well, it is not accurate to say that it is an ordinary stone. It should be a piece of snake gall stone of the best quality. It is enough to turn a small reptile into a big reptile? In order to reduce the time from 100 years to about 60 years, I have to use at least the large dragon beheading platform in the deep mountains. Maybe I can't use the entire stone cliff, but I definitely can't run away from most of it. But you don't have to worry. I have my own ways to deceive you. If I really can't do it, I can just give it to the military cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple or Jinwu Mountain. They will not think that it is a bad deal. Maybe they will cry with joy and hug each other and cry." Qin Pingan was stunned and speechless. It was as if he had just heard a book from heaven. She stretched out her hand to the sky, and the snow-white lotus leaf appeared in her palm. "Because of Swan Xiaotsai, and because your sword was a little unusual, the lotus leaf can't hold on for too long. This is also one of the reasons why I am in a hurry to go back. Also, Xiaotsai promised me that he would not implicate you because of Cui Dong. You will first go to the Qin family of Yingyin and reason with them before going to the west. So next, as he said, you just need to take those children to study peacefully. With such a bad guy like Cui Dong and Yu Lu, who is at the 6th realm of martial arts by your side to protect you, I believe that even if you lose your sword chi, you will still be able to turn misfortunes into blessings." She looked a little worried. "But after arriving at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom in the next 60 years, I will need to draw a circle and not leave easily. Otherwise all my efforts will be in vain. You have to ensure that you don't die and that your state continues to grow. It will be a little troublesome." Qin Pingan said, "Alliance once said unintentionally that no matter if you are a martial artist or a chi cultivator, once you reach the 3rd realm of cultivation, you can try to travel a country alone. As long as you don't court death, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. When you reach the 5th or 6th realm, you can walk on the map of half the continent. The premise is that you don't join in the fun and don't go to those famous dangerous places. Also, don't be hot-blooded and think that you can be chivalrous no matter what you encounter, or slay demons and devils. Then you will be safe and sound. If you meet with an unexpected accident and die because of it, then you can only blame your bad luck. With such a bad fate, staying at home is also not safe, so whether you go out or not, the result is more or less the same." She nodded and said with relief, "It's best that you can think this way. You should be so. If you are timid, you will never achieve anything in your cultivation." She suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked playfully, "Until now, when I am about to leave, why don't you ask me how I can help you prolong your life and solve the future problems? Since we share the same weal and woe, aren't you curious why I don't help you repair the bridge of longevity and let you smoothly embark on the road of cultivation? Logically speaking, this is not an unreasonable request, is it?" Qin Pingan said frankly, "Last night before I went to bed, I wanted to get up and ask these questions, but then I held back." The sword spirit asked, "Why?" Qin Pingan said with a serious face, "It's not that I am embarrassed to ask. In order to survive, I will not be embarrassed even if I am thin-skinned. It's just that I have always believed in old man Yao, who was half my master at that time, and I believe in something he said. The sword spirit interrupted the teenager's words and nodded. I know. I saw and heard in the scene shown by the flowing water of time. It's a very interesting sentence. She then became a little annoyed and stood up with the lotus leaf umbrella. Do you know why there is a saying in the human world, disfigurement? It is indeed true, but the disfigurement of ordinary people is in the theory of life. Even changing one's name is within the big rules so it doesn't get in the way. But if it involves the bridge of longevity, the changes in the many chifu acupoints in the body are a big deal. Cultivation is an action that goes against the current. To put it bluntly, it goes against the way of heaven. The so-called Tao of Qi cultivators is actually to prove their own great Tao, to be able to make the way of heaven bow its head. Heaven wants me to be born, grow old, get sick and die, but I want to cultivate the golden body of purity, live a long life and enjoy eternal freedom. I want heaven to pinch its nose and admit that it has a long life. Think about it, how difficult is that? If it is easy to build the bridge of longevity, those immortal families on the mountain, as long as the ancestors do it, won't it be easy for them to have all their descendants become immortals? Because the human meridians, qi fu, and blood are the most mysterious existence in the world. You should know that the Taoist school advocates the big and small worlds inside and outside the world. This small world refers to the human body and spirit. Apart from implying that the human body is a natural paradise, the bridge of longevity is a bridge that connects the two worlds. Therefore, it is really as difficult as ascending to heaven. It is not that no one can do it, but the price to pay is very high. The requirements for the people who build the bridge are extremely high, and it is limited to the great Qi cultivators of schools such as the School of Yin Yang and the School of Medicine. This is also one of the reasons why these schools of thought are not good at killing but still stand tall. Seeing that the teenager's eyes were a little disappointed but not depressed, the sword spirit was relieved. He smiled mischievously and said, Now, no matter what, little Pingon, you should first temper your body and lay a good foundation. Otherwise, in the future when I have sharpened the sword, it will be too embarrassing if you can't even lift the sword. Don't think that it is easy to lift the sword. In Scholar Sauer's painting of mountains and rivers, he gave you the illusion of a 10th realm cultivator. The body of an ordinary 9th realm cultivator may not be comparable to that of a 5th or 6th realm cultivator, but the 10th realm cultivators who are determined to break through the threshold are not idiots who would dare to underestimate the tempering of the body. Most of them will rely on the hard work of tempering their body and spirit in this realm to become more diligent than a pure martial artist. Bit by bit they will polish their body and spirit, not allowing the slightest flaw. Therefore, this has created the interesting situation where the 10th realm Qi cultivators in the world are all old turtles in the water. Qin Pingan remembered all these words firmly in his heart. The woman in white stood in the courtyard and said with a smile, Little Pingan, you must wait for me for 60 years. Also, when the time comes, don't become a white-haired old man. It is really a killjoy. Be careful that I don't recognize you as my master. Qin Pingan stood up and was about to speak. She had already walked towards him. She stretched out her hand and made a gesture of wanting to high-five him as an oath. Qin Pingan quickly raised his hand high. However, in the end, their palms passed each other in the air. The woman in white had already disappeared and left. Qin Pingan sat back in his original position. Suddenly, he slapped his head and remembered the scholar-wood sword. He had forgotten to ask her and old Mr. Wensheng about the identity of the golden-clothed girl hiding in the wooden sword. Shui Dong was drinking tea in a secret room of the Autumn Reed Inn. The second in command of the inn, Lu Jiahui, the famous Madame Lu among the upper echelons of the prefecture city, was like a lowly servant girl. She carefully observed his expression and carefully sized up this dolly imperial tutor who had revealed his identity. The Purple Sun Manor that she was in was originally a chess piece of the Huangting country that had been roped in by the Great Li. This alliance was personally approved by the founding master, who rarely showed himself. Thus, everyone in the Purple Sun Manor naturally did not dare to be careless. Especially for people like Lu Jiahui who believed that they had no hope of reaching the Great Tao, they would be particularly concerned about symbols of secular power such as the imperial court and the government. Although the Huangting country's Hong family had always followed the ancestral system to give preferential treatment to immortals, it was a pity that a small Huangting country could make the deeply involved Lingyun sect be dead set on it. But there was no way to make sects like the Ziyang prefecture pledge their loyalty. Because the pond was too small, the dragon under the water wanted to have a wider territory. The Ziyang prefecture was more ambitious than the crouching dragon temple that only wanted the word palace. Lu Jiahui was not stupid enough to be willing to believe the handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows. There was only one reason. The green-robed man standing beside the young man acted more like a servant than she did. Lu Jiahui could not think of anyone in Huangting country who could make this vicious and merciless Hanxi River god be willing to be a servant. After Cui Dong casually asked about the internal situation of the Xiang prefecture, he suddenly smiled and asked, "Wei Li, this county governor, is Madame Lu's lover, right? In the future he will most likely become Dali's obstacle. If I want you to kill him personally today, would Madame be willing to do it?" Lu Jiahui's mind was blank and her body was tense. Cui Dong chuckled and said, "Look at how scared you are. Am I the kind of person who would break up a couple?" Lu Jiahui lifted her gaze slightly. She saw the white-robed young man nodding his head and smiling. "Yes, I am that kind of person." Lu Jiahui wanted to cry but had no tears. Her face was pale. The young man waved his hand and said understandingly, "However, it's too cruel for you to kill him personally. Moreover, the Xiang prefecture is now allied with Dali. I won't make things difficult for Madame Lu, who has been managing this family business conscientiously. The water god behind me has a normal relationship with Lord Wei. Let him kill him." Lu Jiahui tried her best to hold back the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes. She lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Imperial Tutor, if Wei Li really wants to die, I'll kill him. There's no need for the water god to do it." Cui Shi sighed as if he was bemoaning the state of the universe and mankind. He muttered to himself, "If that's the case, Madame Lu must have a grudge against me and the Li dynasty. Why don't we do this? After you kill your lover, I'll let the water god kill you. At the very least, you can be a pair of dying mandarin ducks." The flirtatious woman raised her head. Her seductive peach blossom eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if she wanted to destroy both the jade and the common stone. The green-robed man took a step forward and sneered. In his eyes, Lu Jiahui and the others were no different from ants who overestimated themselves. The woman suddenly woke up and took a few steps back. Cui Dong, who was sitting cross-legged on the chair, pinched the lid of the cup and gently fanned the tea mist. The fragrance assailed his nose. He closed his eyes and sniffed in an intoxicated manner. Then he slowly opened his eyes and stared at the woman who was fighting in her heart. Cui Dong smiled and clicked his tongue. "All living beings are bitter. Love is the most important. On account of this good cup of tea, I'll let Wei Li off. Really, I'm not lying to you." The woman's body went limp and she almost fell. She mustered her last bit of courage and asked timidly, "Lord Imperial Tutor, are you really not lying to me?" Cui Dong could not help but laugh. "What's the point of lying to you?" Of course Lu Jiahui did not dare to believe it. The originally astute woman suddenly lost her soul. Cui Dong said unhappily, "Okay, go out." In the future, remember to keep an eye on Wei Li. Don't let him do anything stupid. In the future, whether or not you can become Dali's wife and whether or not Wei Li can soar in Dali's officialdom will all depend on you, Lu Jiahui's ability. In this way Lu Jiahui understood. Otherwise, she really would not be able to catch up with the Dali Imperial Tutor's wild and unconstrained ideas. The feeling of fear had already seeped into her bones. Not only was she afraid of an unpredictable and seemingly weak young man, but she was afraid of the invincible Dali army. She was afraid of the Dali Imperial Tutor who was second only to one person. When she thought of their first meeting, the woman only felt that it was a big joke. She even accepted 2,000 taels of silver from him without any qualms. That was probably the hottest silver in the world. Cui Dong saw that she was still stunned and said coldly, "Get out." The woman quickly said goodbye and left. When the woman left the secret room, the man in green robe asked, "Imperial Tutor, are you really not going to kill Wei Li?" Cui Dong had a smirk on his face. "Yes." The man in green robe had a headache. He smiled bitterly and said, "I really can't guess what Imperial Tutor is thinking. Anyway, I just follow orders." Cui Dong drank a big mouthful of tea and then covered the teacup and put it on the table. He slowly told the truth. "I'm not going to kill him. Wei Li and that he bow under you are talents that I, Dali, am willing to use in the future." The man in green robe was really caught off guard this time. Use Wei Li? Why was this so? How could a fourth-grade local official of Huangting country with no family background enter the eyes of the Imperial Tutor of Dali? Cui Shi ignored the doubts of the water god of Hanxi River, lightly tapped on the table with a finger and said, "Next, isn't the autumn harvest coming soon? Your great water mansion will follow the old methods that practice makes perfect. Make some accidents happen in this county, make some tragedies that the people can't make a living. When the resentment of the people is about to boil, give Lu Jiahui a chance to pass a message to Wei Li, saying that you, the water god, have promised to help him settle the situation. Yes, Wei Li will definitely be suspicious. It doesn't matter, you can pretend to ask him for money, and have him go to the Ministry of Rights to ask for a horizontal board. In this way, even if he still has doubts for the sake of the people in his territory, he will still nod his head and agree. Then, until the Great Li army is about to march south, you will continue to tease Wei Li like this. When the Great Li army is about to reach the city, when Wei Li is determined to defend the county to his death, you can spread the news that Wei Li colluded with your great water mansion, and deliberately walked step by step to this high position for the sake of reputation. When the time comes, I want to see how many of the 200,000 people in the city will not scold Wei Li for being worse than a pig or a dog, and how many people close to him will still believe him. The green-robed man carefully asked, "This is?" Cui Dong rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you see? I want Wei Li to live a life worse than death. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you are not much smarter than Lu Jiahui." The dignified Hanxi River water god humbly asked for advice like a young child. "I sincerely request Imperial Tutor Darren to give me pointers." Cui Dong languid curled up in the chair. "Do you know what a true scholar can't stand the most? It's not becoming an official but encountering a bastard and incapable ruler. They have no choice but to speak up for the country and the people, not hesitating to die to remonstrate with the ruler. Then they are beheaded because they have a clear conscience and might even leave their names in history. It's not even being unable to turn the tide when the mountains and rivers are shattered and they can only watch helplessly as their home and country are destroyed. Because even so they can escape and leave the world. Or they can write some poems of grief and indignation. The thing that is truly unacceptable is..." The white-clothed youth shook his head. "It's Wei Li and the other true scholars. As disciples of Confucianism for the so-called world peace, they resolutely entered the world. They climbed up in the officialdom and were covered in scars. But in the end they gave the most effort to this world and the most goodwill. But in the end they did not receive the same amount of goodwill. Instead they received malice. What he truly wanted he did not receive a bit, not even a little bit. Let's not talk about the people betraying him. Let's not talk about him letting down the people of his country. In fact, everyone has let him down. Yes, I just want Wei Li to have a taste of this." The green-robed man sighed. "Putting yourself in his shoes and thinking about it, it's indeed a life worse than death." He quickly remembered that woman who was deeply in love and sighed. If Wei Li knew about the inside story of today's secret room, he would definitely hope that Lu Jiahui would agree to personally kill him today. Cui Dong covered the teacup with his hand and said expressionlessly, "After Wei Li is in complete despair at an appropriate time I will let him know. Because at that time, Lu Jiahui will choose to commit suicide. She will write a suicide note and tell him the whole truth. She will say that she is actually an honored guest of the Great Water Residence and is Dali's spy. She will say that she feels guilty and that she has let down Wei Li. In the end, she will probably say that she loves Wei Li very much." At this moment, the green-robed man, as the righteous god of mountains and rivers, actually felt his hair stand on end. A chill ran down his spine. Wei Li is a good seedling. Who knows, he might be one of my favorite disciples in the future. So don't just watch him make a fool of himself. At that time, if he is really determined to commit suicide, you must stop him." Cui Dong smiled and stood up. He turned his head to look at the stiff-faced Hanxi River god and joked, "Also, what are you afraid of? You have a good father." After hearing this, the green-robed man's mood was extremely complicated. Cui Dong stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder. He smiled and comforted him. "In the depths of your heart, there is killing intent. You may not even know it yourself. But it doesn't matter. You and your father are just slightly bigger ants to me, Cui Dong. Your joys and sorrows, hatred and respect, when I am in a good mood I will take care of them and help to comfort them. When I am in a bad mood you must know that in ancient Shu, there is a kind of rare dragon that likes to eat its own kind." "I will." The handsome young man's eyes, without any warning, appeared a strange golden color. It stood erect in his pupils. He used an extremely soft voice and with an innocent face he added, "Eat you all." The green-robed man did not move at all. But his Adam's apple moved slightly. This time he was really sweating. Cui Dong's tiptoe landed back on the ground. He smiled and said, "Look at how scared you are. Go back to your great water residence. In the future you will be the same as Wei Li. You will be our Dali's distinguished guest. Don't be afraid." The green-robed man did not move even if he was beaten to death. He also did not speak. He had made up his mind to stand in the same place. Previously, Lu Jiahui was rewarded by this guy with the words, "Look at how scared you are." It seemed like the result was frightening without any danger. But in reality? Then when he heard this sentence, "Look at how scared you are," it was just a difference of one word. What was the difference? Cui Dong pretended to be enlightened and said apologetically, "You really thought too much this time." The green-robed man only raised his arm and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Cui Dong thought for a moment. He turned around and picked up the teacup. After drinking the last bit of tea, he thought for a moment and put down the teacup. He said softly, "In the future, with the help of your father and I, if you can successfully eat that half in the future and be tightly bound to the throne of Dali, I believe you can completely relax. You should also know that in this matter, which is almost more important than the great Tao, your father does not have a natural advantage like you. It is the same for me. At that time, you will be qualified to be on equal footing with me." The green-robed man was stunned on the spot. Then he lowered his head and cupped his fists. His eyes were burning. He did not say a word because everything was understood without words. Cui Dong waved his hand to drive him away. "Get out." The green-robed man was overjoyed as if he had been granted amnesty. His entire body turned into a cloud of light green mist and whistled away. Cui Dong put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. In the spacious and luxurious secret room, he repeatedly paced in a circle. Finally, Cui Dong raised his head and looked straight at a wall, as if he wanted to see a place far away. "Old man, you're finally gone." Cui Dong narrowed his eyes and smiled. He strode out of the secret room. When Cui Dong tiptoed back to the courtyard, there was still some complacency between his eyebrows. So what if he lost his cultivation? Wasn't he still playing those idiots in the palm of his hand? In the courtyard, Qin Pingan was asking Li Baoping about the construction of the tomb of the rich and what to pay attention to. Because Qin Pingan had always thought that when he was rich in the future, he would build a small tomb that did not even have a tombstone as well as a better one. Now that he was not far from the Great Sui Kingdom, it meant that he would soon embark on the journey back home. When he returned home, this would be the first thing he would do. Although Qin Pingan would bring a handful of soil every time he went into and out of the mountains to add soil to his parents' tombstones, this old tradition passed down by the older generation of porcelain burners was not as reassuring as building a better tomb. During this trip, Qin Pingan learned a lot of things that he did not know before, such as the saying that death is like life. This made Qin Pingan feel even more guilty. Li Baoping did not know much. She gave him a rough explanation and then said that she would send a letter to her brother to ask about it. Qin Pingan did not say much. Anyway, as long as he had money in his pocket, it was easy to solve. The big problems in the past were no longer a problem. Qin Pingan inadvertently remembered something and asked the little girl how to write the character Cui Dong's Fu. Li Baoping knew about it, so she wrote it down on the stone table with her finger. Qin Pingan sighed casually, "It's so difficult to write." Not far behind, Cui Dong was sweating profusely. He only felt that he had just done a little bad thing. Wasn't retribution coming too quickly? Didn't the old scholar just get out of here? Qin Pingan, this bastard, was even more ruthless than him. Was he going to spend money to build a tomb and write a tombstone for him? Qin Pingan turned his head and saw the young man in white standing there, dumbstruck. Cui Dong was so scared that he turned and ran. He hurriedly found the frightened Lu Jiahui and pulled her to a secluded place. He tried to be as pleasant as possible and said, "Mrs. Lu, I just thought of something. You have to be kind to others. As long as you are loyal to me, Dali, I promise you and Wei Li will live happily and happily in the future. You will have many children and grandchildren." Cui Dong turned and left with satisfaction. He waved his hand and did not look at the woman who was so scared that she fell to her knees. He scolded, "It's up to you to believe it or not. You are happy to hear lies but you don't believe the truth. Anyway, you and Wei Li have hit the jackpot this time. In the future you can love each other as much as you want. I wish the two of you a long life together." Cui Dong sneaked back to the courtyard and saw Qin Pingan, this vicious guy, sitting alone on a stone bench. He was using the dragon beheading platform to sharpen the blade with the auspicious symbol. Cui Dong's face turned pale. He said in a daze, "What? You want me to spare the Great Water residents? That's not necessary. No, this kind of thing can't be changed even if you beat me to death. It's just a casual thing and it depends on my mood. How can I change my original intention and layout when it involves Dali's hegemony?" Qin Pingan turned his head and asked with a frown, "You've been sneaking around outside twice. What are you doing?" Cui Dong pointed at the narrow blade in Qin Pingan's hand. What's this for? Sharpening the blade, it's so scary. Chin Pingan said in a bad mood, you just need to know your place. We won't interfere with each other's business. If these words came from someone like himself, Chui Dong wouldn't believe it. But if it came from Chin Pingan's mouth, Chui Dong would certainly believe it without a doubt. At first, his footsteps were still a little erratic, but he walked faster and faster, more and more relaxed. Finally, he jogged to the stone table and leaned on it. He lowered his voice and said, Teacher, I just did a good thing to fulfill someone's wish. It's absolutely true. Do you believe it? Chin Pingan raised his head and looked seriously at this guy's eyes. Finally he nodded. At this moment, Chui Shi was so moved that tears almost filled his eyes. It could be imagined that this trip out of isolation was full of disasters for the young Chui Dong. Chui Dong said with a flattering smile, Teacher, why don't I help you sharpen the blade? As a disciple you're always so idle and don't do your job. I can't sleep and eat well. Chin Pingan glanced at him. Scram. Chui Shi put on an act and sighed heavily, then he straightened his back and bowed respectfully with his hands clasped in front of him. Only then did he bid farewell and turn around before swaggering back to his room while whistling. He was in a great mood. Chin Pingan looked at the guy's handsome back and was a little confused. Was it because he stayed in the well for too long that water entered his brain? Oh. (159) After staying at Autumn Reed Inn for 3 days, Lin Shui finally said that there was no point in staying any longer as he could no longer absorb too much spiritual energy. For some reason, every time he breathed in the pavilion for a long time, he would feel a sharp qi emitted by a sharp weapon. His body and spirit could not withstand it. Lin Shui rarely joked and asked Chin Pingan to go to the bottom of the well to see if there were any treasures. Chin Pingan roughly guessed the truth. It must be because of his fight with Chui Dong. The 2 strands of sword qi that left the qi residence had damaged the landscape of the ruins of the old city god. As it involved the sword spirit, Chin Pingan could not say much. He could only take a few more glances at Chui Dong before leaving the inn. The latter had been in a good mood for the past 2 days and walked with a swagger. After Chin Pingan glanced at him, he immediately became more well-behaved. Chui Dong was a little confused and began to reflect on what bad things he had done to deserve retribution. When the group left the inn, there was someone preparing to stay at Autumn Reed Inn. Chui Dong looked straight ahead, but Li Baoping and the other 2 children were surprised. It turned out that it was the old assistant minister of Huangting Kingdom. He had brought his family and servants all the way to the county capital. There were 3 carriages parked in the alley outside the inn. Seeing an old friend in a foreign land, the old assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue laughed heartily, especially when he saw that Li Baoping, Li Huai and the other children had changed their straw sandals into boots and wore new clothes. They were full of vitality. The old man was even more gratified and had to send them out of the city. Among the family of the old assistant minister, there was a graceful woman in simple clothes and a dignified man in a green robe. They were the most eye-catching. The old man introduced them as his eldest daughter and youngest son. He said that they were not good at studying and that it was an extravagant hope to rely on his children to bring honor to the family. Listening to his father's complaints in front of outsiders, the green-robed man remained expressionless. The mature woman smiled as she looked at the young boys, girls, and children. Finally, she fixed her eyes on Yu Lu. The woman's smile became even wider, as if she had accidentally found the most delicious delicacy. The woman coughed uncontrollably and quickly lowered her head. She raised her sleeve to cover her scarlet lips and coughed dryly twice. Inside the wide sleeves, the real scene was a woman secretly swallowing her saliva and licking her lips. Chin Pingan frowned. The tall youth who acted as the coachman smiled as usual and turned to look at Chui Dong. "Young master, when shall we leave?" Chui Dong said indifferently, "Let's go." The old assistant minister laughed heartily and said, "My old body has caught a cold before and I really can't stand the wind and the sun. Let's sit in the same carriage as young Master Chui, and I can ask young Master Chui about the cliff carvings. The 2 of you follow behind. If you don't want to walk out of the city, it's up to you whether you want to take the carriage or not." The 2 carriages drove out of the flowing cloud alley. In the carriage in front, Chui Dong and the old assistant minister sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was heavy. The old man who appeared to be the assistant minister of Huangting country cupped his fists and said, "I came uninvited this time. I hope Lord Imperial Tutor can forgive me." The youth in white with a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows rubbed the jade pendant on his waist with 2 fingers. He stared at the old man impolitely and his words were even more offensive. Did that little bastard of yours instigate you to come and find out? Do you want to see if I have the ability to kill you and your father? The old man who went to the Milky Way drunk that night was not angry. He looked amiable and said, Lord Imperial Tutor, my youngest son is not very capable, but he has a lot of little tricks. This time he is really scared and happy and lost his composure. That's why he informed me, hoping that I could help him come up with a plan on how to cooperate with the Imperial Tutor and Dolly. How can this be considered as testing? Lord Imperial Tutor, you misunderstood and overestimated my youngest son. Chui Dong shook his head and said, I don't care about what you think, I only care about how you do it and the final result. So, since that little bastard broke my rules first, I naturally have a way to teach him a lesson. As his father, if you're not convinced and intend to break the alliance and not be the hill master of the new Academy of MT Padding Cloud, we can slowly calculate all of this. Let's see who's stronger and who's stronger. Old Dragon, who was disguised as the old assistant minister, had a gloomy expression. Lord Imperial Tutor, why do you have to be so overbearing? My youngest son's actions may have crossed the line, but to the Imperial Tutor who holds great power, isn't the big picture more important? Don't tell me that I don't deserve the Imperial Tutor's forgiveness and accommodation? You fellows who treat mutual deception as your spare time might think that this kind of probing is normal. I used to be like this, but the situation is different now. Chui Dong narrowed his eyes. My teacher has just taught me a principle. Sometimes you can't take a single step out, otherwise you'll be beaten. Chui Dong leaned forward and looked at the old man's gloomy face. He sneered and said, Do you really think you're qualified to ride in the same carriage as me? Then, do you know that your original body, the old, thin and small flood dragon on the Crouching Dragon Temple's inkstone, is now in my hands? The old man smiled bitterly. Lord Imperial Tutor, why do you have to do this? Even if there are some small disputes between allies, there's no need for the foundation of the Great Tao, right? The old man restrained his expression and his eyes revealed a cold cruelty. This was originally a good thing, but Lord Imperial Tutor, aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? Both sides will end up with nothing? Chui Dong stared at the old man's eyes that had yet to remove the camouflage. His words became more and more aggressive, but his tone was extremely calm. It was like the world's widest river, and his skills were all under the water. You don't deserve to talk to me about your principles. You have to use your heart to figure out my principles, understand? Next, I'll use the ancient thunder technique to strike the sleeping old dragon on the inkstone, which is your original body, until I've broken your 300 years of cultivation. So, you see, I don't even need to care about your little bastard. In the end, you'll naturally vent your anger on him. The old flood dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent. He shouted, Chui Dong, don't you go too far. Chui Shi laughed loudly and said, Going too far? Are you even human, you old reptile? Your family isn't human. Look at you and look at your little bastard son. You still want to bring honor to your family? Especially that Purple Sun Mansion's founder outside. When he saw you Lu with his dense dragon aura, he probably couldn't even walk, right? With a family like yours, even if I dare to support you to a very high place, will you be able to stand firm? Chui Dong stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in front of himself. You can't. Without waiting for the old flood dragon to speak, Chui Dong pointed out the window. Get out. Looking at you will dirty my eyes. Within 3 days, if I don't receive a satisfactory answer, I won't give you any reply. At that time you can come and kill me. The old flood dragon was silent for a long time. Finally he bowed and retreated. From the beginning to the end, Chui Dong's heart didn't have any ripples. As for the cowardice inside, it was even more impossible. When the carriage stopped for a moment and continued forward, Chui Dong closed his eyes and was in high spirits. The corner of Chui Dong's mouth curled up as he muttered, 3. Inside the carriage, a cool breeze blew without warning. The young man was wearing a white robe with large sleeves. The surface of his robe was like a flowing stream. On the side of the road, after seeing the old man leave the carriage, he chatted with the children for a while and stayed behind to watch the group leave the county city. The green-robed man and the graceful woman walked down from the carriage behind. They were somewhat puzzled. The old man kept looking at the carriage. In the end, the old man withdrew his gaze. Not only did he not find any flaws, but he also saw an unimaginably terrifying scene. Jumping realms. The old man turned his head to look at the woman and son. He said with a smile, Only one is missing. It can be considered a small family reunion. Father is very happy. As the daughter of the founder of the Purple Sun Prefecture, her intuition was clearly sharper. As a flood dragon, it was probably because of the word, lake, that she was born with an innate ability to spy on the movements of other types of heart lakes. She had already noticed that there was something wrong with the old flood dragon's state of mind. Without any hesitation, she rose from the ground and turned into a beam of light, wanting to escape the prefecture city. However, she had forgotten that the difference between her and her father was not just in terms of seniority. The old man was obviously furious. He didn't care whether the county city would be affected or not. Moreover, not to mention a small county city, even the entire Yellow Court country didn't have the qualifications to talk about crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were a few small cats and snakes, but how could they make the old flood dragon look at them in a new light? Now that Dolly's cavalry was heading south, there was no need for him to hide too much. However, this was based on the premise that he had established a stable alliance with Dolly. The reason why he did this superfluous move and caused new problems to arise and angered the imperial tutor Cui Dong. In fact, the old man was indeed too frightened. His state of mind fluctuated greatly and he lost his sense of propriety. Compared to the young son of the Hanxi River god, he wasn't much better. After all, he and Cui Minghuang of the Lakeview Academy had seen the Thunder Pool at the top of the cliff carvings with their own eyes. Together with the old Xiantian who made them leave the Thunder Pool with a wave of his sleeve, a string of golden characters appeared in the palm of his hand. In the secret letter sent by the green-robed man, he talked about the young Dolly imperial tutor on behalf of his father. He described in detail Cui Dong's various actions. He also said that he had lost all his realms and cultivation. In the words of the Hanxi River god, there wasn't the slightest bit of malice. He just hoped that his father could help him probe and see if he could help the Great Water residents gain more benefits. After all, how could a Great Water residents dare to wrestle with Cui Dong? Even if he killed Cui Dong, what benefits would there be? When Dolly went south, wouldn't it be the time for the Great Water residents to be destroyed? The green-robed man asked in a trembling voice, "Father, why? Did Big Sister do something wrong?" The old man stretched out a withered palm and his 5 fingers formed a hook. He drew down little by little and said with a cold face, "It has nothing to do with your sister. It's mainly because of your superfluous actions. You caused me to lose 300 years of cultivation and caused many twists and turns in the future. I'm not in a good mood. Is this reason enough?" Scarlet blood flowers bloomed between the old man's 5 fingers. They looked small and cute, but in fact they weren't warm at all. Because in the sky the same thing happened. The woman's body was cut with 5 huge blood grooves. It was more miserable than pork on the chopping board. With one slash there were deep wounds that showed the bones. Not only that, the woman who had escaped 1,000 feet away was quickly pulled back to the county. However, because the tragedy happened silently in the sky, the people in the county didn't notice. Except for a few who happened to look up at the sky and were stunned, the rest didn't cause much of a stir. Finally, the woman fell to the ground with a bang. Her body was a mess of flesh and blood. Her talisman's robe, which was originally in good condition, was tattered and didn't cover her body. The woman curled up on the ground and wailed in pain, begging the old dragon. The dignified Xiang residence's chief, one of the few Qi cultivators in Huangting country, a great immortal who had the potential to reach the 10th realm, was rolling on the ground like this. The old man waved his hand and the woman's body fell horizontally to the side of the road. After breaking a pillar, she slumped at the foot of the wall like a pile of mud. The green-robed man's face turned pale. Is that Imperial Tutor angry? This is an insignificant test. Even if I'm wrong, is it worth him to mobilize so many people? Isn't he afraid that we'll turn to the Great Sui Kingdom? The old man stared at his young son who was full of fear and sighed. He flicked his sleeves and left. He didn't teach him a lesson and just left 2 words, useless. That Hanxi River god went to carry his dying sister and returned to the carriage. The coachman was the river god scholar under the Great Water residence. When the green-robed man lifted the curtain, his back was facing the scholar. He said with some regret, "Sui Bin, you were right. I shouldn't have been so reckless." The scholar waved his whip and slowly drove the carriage back to the Autumn Reed Inn. He said softly, "Fortune and misfortune come together. It's not all bad. Knowing the Imperial Tutor's bottom line, it will be easier to deal with him in the future. It's better to suffer a small loss now than to be complacent in the future and be killed without knowing the reason." The green-robed man placed his sister in the carriage and sat behind the scholar. He said angrily, "A small loss. My father lost 300 years of cultivation. With his bad temper, I'll be offended in the future. Others don't know, but you, Sui Bin, don't know how my 7 or 8 brothers and sisters died. The scholar Sui Bin smiled faintly. It's good that they died. Only 3 of them are left. Those who are alive don't have to die. If it was in the past, I would have to collect the corpse for the water god. I might even have to piece the corpse together. It's a bit troublesome. If Sui Bin, the military advisor behind the scenes, kept comforting him, the green-robed man might become more and more uneasy. He wouldn't even dare to stay in the county city. He might even dare to stay in the Great Water residence. He would have to run a few thousand miles away to avoid the trouble. Now that he heard Sui Bin's sarcastic words, the green-robed man felt more at ease. He glanced at the back of the river god who had the body of a water ghost and thought to himself, no wonder he was together with County Governor Wei Li and was valued by the young imperial tutor. Don't call me the water god. I'm not used to it. After so many years I've given you extra attention. You've never bowed to me. That's good. Don't be unable to share riches and honor with me. The green-robed man lamented angrily, Sui Bin, my father has studied for so many years. He's not any less than the scholarly sage. His private library has a rich collection of books. It's even the best in the Yellow Court country. Why is his temper still so bad? Sui Bin smiled. Isn't your father's temper very good to those young scholars? He's really good. The green-robed man was helpless. Sui Bin hesitated for a moment. Actually, the reason why your father is so angry is probably related to the opportunity of the Great Tao. Although you've deliberately concealed this, that Dali imperial tutor is sure that your father knows about it. Since he can see so far into the future, he might have the intention to drive a wedge between you father and son. The green-robed man was horrified. In the carriage, an unexpected aged voice sounded, Sui Bin, it might not be a good thing for you to be so smart. Sui Bin laughed, Old mister, I was once a scholar. Now I've become a scholar. Since I'm not afraid of death, why should I be afraid of death? The elusive old flood dragon smiled and said, with you assisting this idiot, I'm relieved. The green-robed man was slightly suffocated. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. If it was said that his father looked down on the little river Earl in the past, or that he was carefully hibernating and didn't need outsiders at all, then from now on he would start to conquer the country. Wouldn't it be better to have more civil officials and generals under him? Sui Bin seemed to have seen through the thoughts of the Hanshi River god. He smiled and joked, don't worry, I won't betray you. Even if I become a ghost, I still have this bit of backbone. The old dragon who was sitting in the carriage coldly glanced at his daughter who was curled up in the corner. He turned his head to look at the curtain of the carriage and put on a warm smile that came from the bottom of his heart. I've heard about your daughter. Do you want me to help her become the mountain god of Hengshan? Sui Bin shook his head. That evil creature is worse than a pig or a dog. Just let her live and die on her own. The old dragon laughed heartily. This temper is like mine. The green-robed man outside and the heavily injured woman in the carriage were both filled with desolation. Every family had their own difficulties. Whether it was the Hanshi River god or the founder of Xiang Manor, they were only one step away from the 10th realm. In their own territories they were high above, having the power to kill and seize. They were even more unrestrained than the rulers of the mortal world. But so what? After leaving the county city, the group and the carriage headed west. Cui Dong walked down from the carriage and came to Qin Pingan's side. He first smiled at Li Huai. Do you want to sit in my carriage? It's spacious and comfortable. You can even lie down and sleep. Li Huai was eager to try, but he didn't dare to make a decision. Qin Pingan smiled knowingly. Go. Cui Dong said in a low voice, Mister, learning how to conduct yourself is indeed useful to me. I've benefited a lot. How should I thank you? Qin Pingan nodded. Cui Dong was overjoyed. What did Mister say? Although I can't open the treasure vault in the Fangsuan item and can't take anything out for the time being, the last time I entered the city, I bought all of that prodigal son's belongings. In fact, there were 2 good items. For example, that little glazed figure. It actually has a hidden secret. As long as you infuse it with spiritual energy and genuine qi, it will start to dance vividly. It can also sing melodious songs. Qin Pingan said to him, disappear. Cui Dong was very sad. He left silently and ran to pester Lin Shui and Li Baoping. In the end he was rejected. In the end he could only return to the carriage resentfully. Seeing Li Huai happily rolling around in the carriage, Cui Dong squatted at the side and opened a package. He took out the little glazed figure and shook it in front of Li Huai. Do you want it? Li Huai stared fixedly at the peerlessly beautiful glazed woman. She was about half a foot away from him. The child spoke insincerely, "Not at all." Cui Dong slightly increased his strength. From the inside of the glazed figure, it emitted a gentle light. Cui Dong then placed it on the floor of the carriage. Soon the glazed figure let out a squeaking sound. After a moment of silence, it suddenly came to life. It even danced gracefully. At the same time, it hummed an unknown ancient song. It was not the official language of the Great Sui Kingdom of Dali, nor was it the official language of the Aquarius continent. Therefore Li Huai could not understand what she was singing. However, the scene was really pleasing to the eye. The child could not help but lie on the ground and stare at the beautiful figure of the glazed figure in a daze. When the light that overflowed in the glazed figure's body faded, the glazed figure calmed down and returned to its rigid and unmoving state. Cui Dong said patiently, "You don't want it even if I give it to you for free?" "What are you afraid of? You and Qin Pingan are friends and I am Qin Pingan's student. We are so close. What do I want from you? Furthermore, what do you have that I want from you, right?" Li Huai retracted his gaze and looked at Cui Dong. He said angrily, "Bullshit, I have a lot of treasures on me. Do you have insect silver? You will turn into a grasshopper or a dragonfly." Cui Dong did not know whether to laugh or cry. "That was my gift to you, right?" Li Huai nodded. "Yes, it is mine now. So you don't have it?" Cui Dong leaned against the wall of the carriage and sat down. He held his stomach and laughed. As expected of the little bastards from Pro Grotto Heaven. Especially you guys who relied on your own luck and fate to become Qi Jingquan's last batch of direct disciples. None of you are easy to deal with. Shi Chuanjia and Dong Shuijing are just a little worse. They are not much better than you Luxi. Cui Dong raised his head and looked above his head. He said, "What a great saying. It is God's will." Cui Dong retracted his gaze and looked at the child lying on the floor in a daze. He asked curiously, "You really don't want it?" Li Huai said, "Yes. Before I went to bed last night, Qin Pingan told me that when I go to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, I can't accept benefits from others." Cui Dong joked, "But we are still hundreds of miles away from the border of the Great Sui Kingdom. Even if we enter the territory of the Great Sui Kingdom and reach the New Cliff Academy, we are still 700 or 800 miles away. In total, it is at least 1,000 miles. Li Huai, why are you in such a hurry?" Li Huai looked at the ceiling. Qin Pingan said that he will not stay in the academy to study. After he sees us off, he will return home. Cui Shi smiled and said, "Isn't this something you knew from the start?" Li Huai folded his hands and used them as a pillow. He said softly, "I forgot about it while we were walking." Cui Dong was stunned. He laughed gloatingly. "It's okay. I won't stay in the academy. I will accompany Qin Pingan back to the town." "Li Huai, are you jealous?" Li Huai turned his head in surprise. Cui Dong was full of pride. Li Huai abruptly stood up and lifted the curtain of the carriage. With a face full of grievance, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Qin Pingan, this fellow Cui Shi is trying to cheat me of my money." Cui Dong hurriedly hugged the little brat to stop him from slandering him. He wailed at Qin Pingan, "I'm innocent." After a while, Qin Pingan, who had rushed to the carriage, left with Li Huai. Li Huai said carefully, "Qin Pingan, I lied to you." Qin Pingan whispered, "I know. I just don't like that guy." In the carriage, the white-clothed youth with a bruised nose and swollen face was lying in the carriage. He was grimacing in pain. Not only did he not look dejected, but he was also smiling. At the northwest border of Huangting country, at the bank of a river, after visiting the water deity temple that was far inferior in scale to Hanshi River, the group walked for another 20 miles. They began to rest and prepare for lunch. Now that they had Yulu to start a fire and cook, Xie no longer did nothing. With their help, Qin Pingan could go fishing at the river bank with peace of mind. Fishing in the ridge in spring, fishing in the deep in summer, fishing in the shade in autumn, fishing in the sun in winter. This was a saying passed down from the small town. In the late autumn, Qin Pingan jogged all the way. He specially found a small river to return to the Wind Bay. Only then did he start fishing. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Pingan successfully caught a green river fish that was more than a foot long. However, just dragging the fish ashore took another quarter of an hour because he was afraid that the fishing rod would break or the big fish would escape the hook. Cui Dong had been squatting at the side and watching without blinking. When they went back, he must help carry the fish. In the end, there was an extra pot of delicious stewed fish for dinner. Cui Dong, who thought that he had done well, quickly moved his chopsticks and fought with Li Huai until his face turned red. After eating, he cleaned up the mess with Yu Lu. When they were free, Qin Pingan began to practice his walking stance along the river. Yu Lu borrowed the fishing rod and went to find a place to fish. Lin Shuyi and Xie were playing chess. Li Baoping was engrossed in his book. Li Huai's book box had an extra Lioli beauty, which he won from Cui Dong in a bet. This was not Cui Dong going easy on him. The two of them guessed the number of black and white stones. For the sake of fairness, Yu Lu, who had his back facing the two of them, picked it up. In the end, Cui Dong won 2 and lost 3, losing the Lioli beauty. Not only did Li Huai keep the worm silver, but he also gained another fierce general under his command. Qin Pingan walked all the way and walked very far away. In the end, he sat alone on the cliff by the river bank, facing the river wind. On the cliff, with the 18-stop breathing technique, the youth tried to practice his walking stance at the slowest speed. Between movement and stillness, he was calm and composed. Not long after leaving the waterway on a mountain far away from human habitation, they met a group of weak mountain bandits. Lin Shuyi showed his beginner's thunder technique, and the bandits were scared witless. Qin Pingan went fishing at night and caught a big black fish half the size of a person. He went into the water and successfully caught the rare big fish. Qin Pingan happily returned to the campfire. When he saw Yu Lu, who was on night watch, he grinned and laughed. Yu Lu looked at the guy who was dripping wet and gave him a thumbs up. After that, they passed by a mass grave full of hostility and were besieged by ghosts. Lin Shuyi, who had gradually mastered the thunder method, showed his might. Every time he attacked, there was a faint sound of thunder. His face was especially bright, and there was a faint purple chi around his body, making him look like a divine general of the thunder tribe. After dozens of ghosts were killed by the thunder technique, a light lit up in the depths of the mass grave. Accompanied by a creepy shout, an enormous palanquin with lanterns hanging from the 4 corners of the palanquin floated over with gloomy air. With Qin Pingan and Xie protecting him, Lin Shuyi, who was not skilled in thunder technique, held on for a while. However, he still could not defeat the local boss of the mass grave in the sedan, a ghost that had cultivated for 100 years and condensed a true spirit. In the end, Yu Lu, who had not made a move, suddenly rushed forward and easily scattered all of the ghost's spiritual energy with a punch, making it disappear into thin air. After that, Lin Shuyi read more and more frequently. Just like that, the group finally arrived at the pass of the Great Sui Kingdom. They successfully passed through the gate that was not grand and tall. Li Huai muttered that this place was not as good as Dali's Yefu Pass. However, in the next moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the street inside the pass. It was getting closer and closer, and it was getting more and more shocking. Qin Pingan asked everyone to stay on the side of the road and make way. More than 20 elite cavalrymen came as fast as lightning. They were led by a burly general in silver armor and holding a spear. In addition, there was also an old Taoist with the air of an immortal. He carried a peachwood sword on his back, and a fair-skinned beardless old man with his hands folded in his sleeves. The 2 old immortals, who looked like otherworldly masters, were guarding a young man with a face as clear as jade on his left and right. When Qin Pingan saw the young man, his heart skipped a beat. What he was afraid of came true. After seeing Qin Pingan and the others, the young man in embroidered clothes took the lead and rushed out of the cavalrymen. When he was about 10 steps away from Qin Pingan and the others, he pulled the reins and stopped. He skillfully flipped off the horse and strode forward. After looking around, he finally smiled at Qin Pingan and said, "We meet again." The young man held the horsewhip in his hand and tapped it against his palm. "Do you know that because of that golden carp and that treasure called Dragon King Basket, I almost died at the border of the Great Li Dynasty?" he asked. The young man suddenly laughed. "But I'm still very grateful to you. Even if I gave you a bag of gold and copper coins, now it seems that I still took advantage of you. I swore that the next time we meet I will give you a bigger reward." The young man patted his head and was a little embarrassed. He introduced himself. "I'm from the Gao family of Yang County of the Great Sui Kingdom. You can just call me Gao Xian." The beardless old man, who had also met Qin Pingan, was about to speak when the young man named Gao Xian waved his hand. "It's okay. It's just a name. It's meant to be called." The young man looked at them and said with a smile, "I'm here to take you to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom in person." From this day onwards, the young man surnamed Gao brought more than 30 imperial guards, more than 200 elite border guards, and finally, more than 1,000 people escorting him, passed through the territory of 2 provinces and 7 counties and quickly rushed to the capital of the Great Sui. The traveling group finally stopped trekking over land and water. Even Li Huai sat in the carriage. On both sides and in front of the carriage, there were strong cavalrymen of the Great Sui Kingdom. Occasionally there would be some gazes on the carriage, but they were all filled with awe and envy that Li Huai could not understand. Along the way, until they could see the outline of the city walls of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital, Li Huai felt like he was being worshipped like a bodhisattva. At first Li Huai thought it was new and fun. But as they got closer to their destination, Li Huai became more and more uncomfortable. Li Baoping became more and more silent. She stuck to Qin Pingan every day. Lin Shui turned a deaf ear to everything. Every day he hid in the carriage alone and cultivated in peace. Yu Lu, who was still driving for Cui Dong, did not seem to be in a good mood. In the carriage behind, Cui Dong was bored to death. He either slept in or yawned every day. He was listless and had no choice but to call Yu Lu to the carriage to talk. In the end, only 100 or so cavalry were able to enter the capital. Li Huai was shocked to discover that the extremely wide imperial road was filled with Great Sui's commoners, densely packed. It was as if the entire capital had already emptied out its alleys, having eaten their fill and had nothing better to do. All of them came to watch the bustle. Lin Shui opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. He lifted the curtain and looked at the crowded scene outside the window. The young man sighed. It turned out that being Mr. Qi's disciple was so unusual. The new Cliff Academy moved to the Great Sui Kingdom and was built on Donghua Mountain, the most beautiful place in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The academy was built along the mountain and gradually grew taller. Its scale was far greater than that of the Dali Academy. It was said that the emperor of the Gao family not only invited the most learned scholars of the Great Sui Kingdom, but also sent half of the Ministry of Rites, headed by the left assistant minister, to all the dynasties and states that were on good terms with the Great Sui Kingdom. He personally sent out grand invitations to all the famous scholars. In the end, he invited more than 30 masters of the literary circles of certain countries and famous scholars to Donghua Mountain in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom to be teachers of the new academy. However, from the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom to the common people, everyone knew that the Cliff Academy did not have Qi Jingchun. It was almost like two different Cliff Academies. Now that the hill master, Qi Jingchun, had disappeared without a trace, it was said that she had passed away due to illness. Therefore, whether or not there was a direct disciple of Qi Jingchun's overseeing the academy became the most important thing. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convince the masses without a proper name. Now they were here. They came to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, so the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom felt that the ceremony could not be too grand. Although there were only 3 children, it was enough. They were Lin Shui, Li Huai and Li Baoping. In addition, there were 2 other students who were not his disciples. Naturally, they were not as important as the first 3, but they were the icing on the cake. Yu Lu, thank you. The streets leading to Donghua Mountain had been cleared. No one was allowed to walk without permission. Therefore, even the children of the rich families only dared to look at the meaningful carriages from the tall buildings on both sides of the road. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, wearing the most formal yellow imperial robe, stood outside the academy at the foot of the mountain. He smiled kindly at the 5 children who came out of the 2 carriages. Behind the emperor was a small group of people with the most power in the Great Sui Kingdom. The entire Donghua Mountain was very strict. There were as many as 6 10th realm Qi cultivators, who were originally aloof from worldly affairs, near Donghua Mountain. They were all hiding in the dark just in case. Li Baoping asked, "Where is youngest uncle?" Everyone, including Yu Lu, looked at each other. Therefore, these children ignored the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. On a street in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, a handsome young man in white was walking backward. He looked at his peer who was carrying a basket and asked curiously, "You have changed your clothes, put on your boots and pinned your hairpin. Why don't you enter the academy with them?" Finally, the youth who was no longer wearing straw sandals was silent. He only looked back. "160. No one in the Great Sui Kingdom, from the emperor to the ministers behind him, thought that the children's impoliteness was inappropriate. Instead, they all smiled and found it quite interesting. The Great Sui Kingdom's literary style was at its peak. The group of children who came from afar gathered together and whispered to each other. The 3 small green bamboo bookcases were particularly eye-catching. A little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket was the most eye-catching. She had a very anxious look. The smallest child, perhaps because he was unfamiliar with the place and people, was afraid of the Great Sui Emperor's disposition, started to sob on the spot. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom did not show any irritation. He turned his head and chatted with the white-haired minister of the Ministry of Rights. In the end, the students who came from afar to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom all turned to look at the end of the street. They were reluctant to meet the emperor. Although the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom did not rush them, they could not keep delaying. One of the 3 deputy hill masters of the New Cliff Academy, a famous scholar in the literary circle of the Great Sui Kingdom, had to apologize to the emperor. He walked out of the group alone to remind the children that they should enter the academy. Fortunately, there were no setbacks. Although the children did not know the etiquette of the imperial court, they were innocent and cute. The Confucian students bowed with their hands folded in front. This made the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom very happy. He personally rewarded each of the 5 children with a jade pendant of morality and a box of gold dragon ink ingots. After entering the academy, except for the wall map that had to be worshipped to the Holy Master, the rest of the formalities that should have taken half a day were simplified. This made Li Baoping and the other 2 who were on high alert feel relieved. As for Xiexie and Yulu, they were used to it and were not nervous at all. In the end, the deputy mountain master personally led them to their respective schoolhouses and instructed them on future teaching matters. The 5 of them were assigned to different schoolhouses. Because the academy occupied a large area, other than the row upon row of buildings built against the mountain, the entire Donghua Mountain had been given to the Cliff Academy by the Great Sui. Thus, many schoolhouses were not too close to each other. This academy, which the Great Sui dynasty had placed high hopes on, had less than 200 students, but it had 30 teachers of virtue and prestige whose knowledge was profound. The Minister of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom held the post of Hill Master, but it was only in name. The deputy Hill Master in charge of the specific academic affairs was a former teacher of Cliff Academy and one of the unofficial disciples of the Sage of Literature. His name was Mao Xiaodong and he had a brandy nose. He was 90 years old, but his complexion was good, and he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. This time the old man did not show up to welcome them. The reason was that he had to teach in the school and could not delay the students' normal homework. Naturally, the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom had no objection. It was said that the deputy hill master had a mahogany ferrule on his waist that was engraved with the word rules. It was said that someone had seen with their own eyes that someone had engraved the word do not exceed in Xiaozhuan on the ferrule. This time, the Great Sui Kingdom successfully accepted the remnants of the Cliff Academy, which was unexpected. First of all, Emperor Dali was willing to let them go, which was very important. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about anything else. Whether the talented and wise emperor was guilty of Qi Jingchun, or he had other plans, everyone in the Great Sui Kingdom thought that taking over the academy was a good thing. However, the teachers and students of the Cliff Academy, who had started with more than 40 people, were able to leave Dali's territory without a hitch. Their journey was not smooth but could be said to be fraught with danger. Previously, the new Cliff Academy, after the Great Sui Kingdom had invested so much manpower, material and financial resources, was still lacking because of the absence of Qi Jingchun, the founder of the academy, and the lack of enough orthodox characters. Therefore, everything seemed to be ready except for the east wind. Then, from today onwards, with the arrival of the 5 students, it could be said that the east wind had entered Donghua Mountain. Halfway up Donghua Mountain, there was a scholar's hall. In the middle hung the portrait of the Confucian sage master. On the left and right were 2 solemn old men who deliberately hid their names. On the right was the portrait of the first hill master of the Cliff Academy, Qi Jingchun. In the hall, there was an old man with a mahogany ferrule on his waist. He respectfully offered 3 sticks of incense to the 3 sages. As he held the incense, the old man lowered his head and said quietly, "Literature carries the Tao and passes on the torch." In the old Cliff Academy where Qi Jingchun was in charge, there was a rule that provided accommodation but not food. Therefore, in the Cliff Academy of Dali's era, many students from poor families in the north who could enter the academy to study would help the academy copy scriptures to earn money for their meals. Today, in the Great Sui Kingdom, this rule was not abolished, but there was a lot of leeway. First of all, the students in the academy were the local students of the Great Sui Kingdom. Because they were the first batch, the Great Sui Kingdom's imperial court chose to collect materials from nearby places. Therefore, almost all of them were from the aristocratic families of the Great Sui Kingdom. These people did not lack money. Second of all, the new academy treated the students well. Books, brushes, ink, Confucian robes and many other gifts from the academy were a shocking amount of wealth. Li Huai was the youngest in the group. When they arrived at the dormitory, as his roommates were still in class and had not returned, the child stood alone in the empty house. Li Huai, who had cried once at the foot of the mountain, suddenly squatted on the ground and sobbed. He only felt that he had lost his parents and friends. How could there be such a pitiful child in the world? It was so pitiful that his new clothes were smeared with snot and tears. In the end, Li Huai opened the book box while crying. He only felt relieved after putting on a pair of straw sandals. However, he was afraid that wearing straw sandals would be looked down upon by others, so he put on a new pair of boots again and again. The lonely and helpless child cried again and again. He thought of all the good things about Qin Pingan over and over again. After putting away the book box, Lin Shui went out for a walk alone. The handsome youth with a cold expression walked with firm footsteps. Finally he found a towering library. Because it was newly built, it emitted a faint woody fragrance. Along the way he could always hear the familiar sound of reading. Compared to the school in the small town, there were many more sounds of reading. Lin Shui took a deep breath and walked towards the library. He heard that here it didn't cost a single copper coin to read 10,000 books. Lin Shui suddenly felt a little sad. If that money grubber stayed with them, he would definitely study as hard as he could. After all, that was tantamount to making money. Li Baoping sat in the deserted dormitory. After opening the book box, she found the letter that her youngest martial uncle had written to her. In the letter he said a lot. He said that he was going home and would help her tell her family that she was safe. He would definitely tell her big brother that she had been very obedient and had endured hardships along the way. He said that he had made a hole in the gold fine copper coin and threaded it with a red thread. In the future she must wear it around her neck and not lose it. In case she needed money urgently, she could use it to exchange for silver. In the letter, he also said that he had prepared a jade hairpin for her, Lin Shui, and Li Huai as a parting gift. They were respectively engraved with Bao Ping, Shui, and Huayin. Along the way he hadn't helped much. This was a small token of his appreciation. Don't dislike it. If you don't think it looks good, just hide it. Li Huai was timid. In the future, look for him to play more. Don't let him be bullied in the academy. Lin Shui had a cold personality. Talk to him more. Don't be so distant. Yu Lu's boxing was very powerful. Xie was also an immortal on the mountain. If there was a conflict, Bao Ping, don't rush to the front. You can ask the two of them for help. Don't be embarrassed. Even if you owe them a favor, youngest uncle will help you pay it back in the future. Youngest uncle has left the whetstone called the dragon beheading platform for you in the book box. But remember to find a place with fewer people when you whetstone in the future. Don't scare your classmates. Also, remember to keep the small silver gourd. At the end of the letter, he said that he, the youngest uncle, had left without saying goodbye and didn't enter the academy with them. He wanted to apologize to them. He had come such a long way, but he didn't end it well. It was his fault as the youngest uncle. In the future, all of you must study well. When you are successful in the future, youngest uncle can boast to others that he knows Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, and he knows Qin Pingan. There were so many bits and pieces written in the letter, but every word was written meticulously and methodically. It was neither spiritual nor elegant. It was just like the character and temperament of the young man from Clay Bottle Alley. What was right and what was wrong. Good things should be cherished. No matter how much one cherished them, it was never too much. As she read, the little girl named Li Baoping's tears fell on the letter like the autumn rain of sorrow. It was neither big nor small, but it was sad. The stubborn little girl kept telling herself, "Don't cry, don't cry. If youngest uncle sees it, he will be sad." On the wide street of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom, the young man in white chattered and laughed. "Since you are so reluctant, why did you leave secretly?" It was obvious that he was rubbing salt on the wound. Qin Pingan didn't continue after that long look. He kept walking back with a straight face. Cui Dong asked, "You are the youngest uncle. Aren't you afraid that they will be bullied in the academy? At that time, no one will be able to back them up." Qin Pingan didn't say anything. The capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom was so big that the two finally got out of the city before the night curfew. Cui Dong had a pot of wine in his hand. He drank as he walked. He only took a small sip each time, and the wine was not finished even after they got out of the city. A group of elite cavalry rushed out of the city and caught up with the two people on the official road. The leader was the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian. This time he didn't have gurus or immortals to protect him. After Gao Xian got off the horse, he came to Qin Pingan and laughed angrily. "You don't even want the reward? Are you trying to frame me as a heartless and unjust person? Qin Pingan smiled and said, if you can take care of them for me, that's your reward. Gao Xian shook his head and said, it's two different things. I won't puff myself up at my own cost because even I can't get involved in the academy. So I won't promise you. Don't worry, my father will definitely take time out of his busy schedule to pay attention to the academy from time to time. So I have to give you the reward I promised. If you don't want it, you have to take it and throw it away. Gao Xian pretended to be fierce and said, Qin Pingan, I'm the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom. I have to give you some face, right? Qin Pingan nodded and reached out his hand saying, give it to me. Gao Xian laughed and stretched out a fist. He suddenly released it and slapped Qin Pingan's hand heavily saying, from now on you're my friend. If you come to the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom in the future, just come to me directly. Qin Pingan was a little stunned. He took back his hand and nodded saying, okay. Gao Xian no longer hesitated and got on the horse again. Because he was in a higher position, Gao Xian bent down and said with a bright smile, it's a long journey. I've prepared a carriage for you and it'll be here soon. If you really like to walk you can sell it for money. But don't sell it cheaply. It's definitely worth the 700 or 800 taels of silver. Gao Xian came and went in a hurry, leading the elite cavalry back to the city. This scene attracted the attention of many passers-by on the official road. Qin Pingan and Cui Dong continued to walk. Cui Dong asked, you can't figure out why a prince is so polite and enthusiastic to Qin Pingan, right? Qin Pingan answered, I can't figure it out so I won't think too much about it. Cui Dong didn't want to let it go so he continued to explain, it's actually not that complicated. Gao Xian's identity is special, and he's close to the Great Sui Kingdom. Moreover, Huangting State is a vassal state of the Great Sui Kingdom. In addition they must have spies in Dali. It's not difficult for him to know the general experience of your study trip. Moreover, the identities of Baoping and the others are more important than you think. So he's willing to be a little friendly to you and cast a long line to catch a big fish. Even if he can't catch it in the end, it's not a loss. Cui Dong pursed his lips. If Emperor Dali was replaced by the monarch of any other dynasty, and if Cliff Academy was replaced by any hill master other than Qi Jingchun, they would be like rotten wood struck by lightning, rotting on the spot. Of course, the Great Sui Kingdom has the guts to take over Cliff Academy, which is indeed admirable. Emperor Dali also has mixed feelings about this. You may not believe it, but the Lu dynasty that Luxi belongs to, although it was recognized as the strongest country in the north of the Aquarius continent before it was destroyed, Emperor Dali only has 3 enemies in his mind. The Lu dynasty emperor is not one of them, but the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao dynasty, whose national strength is slightly inferior, occupies a spot. While Cui Dong was revealing these secrets, Qin Pingan was busy changing into his straw sandals. This made Cui Dong, who was throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person, feel somewhat defeated. Cui Dong asked tentatively, Mister, when you go back, can you also knit a pair of straw sandals for me? I can also have a small bookcase. Qin Pingan carefully put away the pair of sandals, picked up the big bamboo basket and continued on his way. He said unhappily, wearing straw sandals is not for fun. Cui Dong smiled and said, I think it's quite fun. Qin Pingan walked along the side of the official road, looked straight ahead and asked, is reading fun? Cui Dong hesitated for the first time, and finally hung the wine pot on his waist, tied it together with the jade pendant, and held the back of his head with both hands. Reading, I've never felt fun since I was young. After walking for a long time in the dusk with the last bit of light, Qin Pingan looked back at the majestic city walls of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital. Cui Dong, who had been silent all the way, suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Qin Pingan ignored Cui Dong's sarcasm and asked seriously, should I stay in the academy for a few days and see Baoping and the others read with my own eyes before leaving? Cui Dong was a little surprised by this sudden question and thought for a while, it doesn't matter if you leave now or later. Cui Dong found that Qin Pingan glanced at him with a look of disdain as if to say, I asked for nothing and you said for nothing. Cui Dong was really a little depressed and said with a face full of grievances, I'm kind enough to help you out of trouble, mister. Isn't it inappropriate? Qin Pingan glanced at the wine pot on Cui Dong's waist, and quickly withdrew his gaze, sighed and then walked faster, burying his head in his journey. Cui Dong's expression did not change, but he was shocked. What, even Qin Pingan had a moment when he wanted to drink. So this young man already knew the taste of worry. 161. The carriage gifted by Gao Xian arrived late and arrived at Qin Pingan's side in the late evening. The coachman was the old man with a white face and no beard. He had followed the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom to Liju Cave and had met Qin Pingan twice. However, compared to Gao Xian's enthusiasm, the old man looked indifferent. After handing over the carriage, he walked back to the capital. The old eunuch looked back at Cui Dong. Cui Dong was busy looking at the handsome horse and marveling at it. He did not notice the old man's scrutinizing gaze. Cui Dong jumped into the carriage and took the initiative to take on the responsibility of the coachman. He waved to Qin Pingan and said, "Sir, the carriage is not tampered with. Let's go in peace." Cui Dong slapped himself in the face. "What do you mean go in peace? It's too unlucky. Let's hurry up." Qin Pingan looked around. The sky was dark. Because of the night ban in the capital, the never-ending flow of people on the official road during the day seemed very deserted. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm just practicing Zhouzhan. You can just drive. As long as you don't go too fast I can keep up." Cui Dong knew Qin Pingan's stubborn character, so he did not waste any more time. He slowly drove the carriage, took a sip of wine, and leisurely said in a loud voice, "Busy with 100 things and 1,000 things to worry about. In the end everything is over. The weather is cool. What a good autumn." Qin Pingan silently followed behind the carriage, constantly repeating the 6-step Zhouzhan of the mountain-shaking fist manual. He had already memorized the Zhouzhan and Zhouzhan. In the middle of the night, Cui Dong had been talking nonsense. He read the Confucian classics, recited poems, and recited all kinds of things. His mouth was not idle. In the end he even muttered, "I have an old donkey that I never ride." Hearing this, Qin Pingan, who had persisted for nearly 2 hours, let out a breath of turbid air. He stopped walking and said, "I'll get on the carriage and rest for a while." After getting on the carriage and putting the basket on the carriage, Qin Pingan noticed that there was a small mountain of bottles and jars piled up in the corner. However, the light was dim so he couldn't see what they were. Cui Dong, who was driving the carriage, said with a smile, "There are several jars of good wine, Taoist elixirs for refining qi and healing injuries, and even rouge and face powder. This Gao Xian is really interesting. To be honest, even if we don't talk about the enemy's camp, compared to your friend Song Jisin's younger brother, who was my former disciple, Gao Xian is more respectful to the wise?" Qin Pingan sat behind Cui Dong, sitting sideways with his legs hanging out. He shook his head and said, "Song Jisin was never my friend." Cui Dong said, "Then Song Jisin, who has now changed his name to Song Mu, will be sad." Before he left Clay Bottle Alley, Qi Jingchun gave Zhao Yao a World Ingchun seal, and gave him Song Jisin's 6 books, 3 miscellaneous books, arithmetic, chess manuals, essays, and 3 books on basic learning selected by Qi Jingchun. As for Song Jisin, his attitude towards you is very complicated. He probably wanted to feel at ease, so when he left the last 3 books on the table in the room, intending to give them to you, Qin Pingan. However, people's hearts are complicated. In fact, Song Jisin is well aware that even if you got the key to the house that you left in your courtyard, you would never take the books without permission. However, this didn't affect his conscience. "Teacher, isn't this guy very smart?" Cui Dong said a lot of unknown secrets, but there was one thing he didn't say. He guessed that the books were actually something that Qi Jingchun had predicted early on. Song Jisin would look down on the 3 basic learning books and choose to leave them for Qin Pingan. In terms of playing chess, planning, and calculating, Cui Dong used to think that he was far better than Qi Jingchun. Looking back now, of course he was very wrong. Qin Pingan said in a low voice, "Song Jisin has always been very smart." Cui Dong asked curiously, "Your relationship with him is so strained because he lied to you and violated your oath?" Qin Pingan didn't say anything. Cui Dong said with a smile, "Don't blame me for talking too much. I'm not trying to absolve Song Jisin. I'm just telling you the truth. No matter right or wrong, Song Jisin has his own reasons for this matter. In fact, the reason is very simple. Song Jisin ate well, dressed well, and lived well. He was better than you in everything. Later he even had a maid to take care of his daily life. He was proficient in reading, chess, calligraphy, and everything else. But the more he was like this, the bigger the knot in his heart became." Qin Pingan finally said, "At that time he was misunderstood as the illegitimate son of the construction supervisor. Since he was young he was criticized by the neighbors behind his back. Many people scolded him behind his back." Cui Dong nodded and said, "So, Song Jisin looked at you every day and thought, why do you, Qin Pingan, a poor peasant who almost starved to death, have parents but I, Song Jisin, don't? I don't even know my mother's name?" Chui Dong shook his head and said, "The most unbearable thing for Song Jisin is that you, sir, have such a miserable life, but in the eyes of Song Jisin, your neighbor, you seem to be living a happier life than him every day. After eating you go to sleep. After sleeping you get up and do things. This makes Song Jisin feel like his heart is scratching his liver. So when he's unhappy he wants to make you unhappy. He knows what you care about the most, so he wants you to lose it." Chin Pingan remembered that rainy night in Clay Bottle Alley. That was the first time he wanted to kill someone. At that time, Song Jisin was almost strangled to death by him against the wall. Lu Xianyang, who sneaked out of the kiln factory with him, might have been hiding in the distance and accidentally saw that scene. So for the next month, Lu Xianyang didn't dare to talk to him, which made Chin Pingan depressed for a long time. Chui Dong sighed to himself and said, "Some children have the temperament of a child. The things they get involved in are both terrifying and laughable, but also hateful and pitiful. Because it's not only children who have the temperament of a child. Many important people with high positions can also be immature and unreasonable in some important matters." Chin Pingan put his hands on the sword furnace stance. He didn't practice it, it was purely natural. With a calm face he said, "For this matter, of course I hate Song Jisin to death. But the thing that really makes me dislike Song Jisin is not this." Chui Dong was very curious. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "What do you mean?" Chin Pingan slowly said, "That time when Lu Xianyang was almost beaten to death, Song Jisin actually squatted on the wall and fanned the flames. He couldn't wait for Lu Xianyang to be beaten to death. This kind of person is very scary." Chui Dong was silent. Chin Pingan raised his head and looked into the distance. "In my hometown there's a saying that goes, it depends on the person who carries the burden. I don't think that's a big deal. But if you think it's fun, you're so bad that you add a stone to another person's burden. How can you be friends with such a person?" Chui Dong joked, "Song Jisin didn't add a stone to your burden. In fact, Song Jisin probably wants to be friends with you deep down. Because he's smart enough, he knows very well who to be friends with. For example, he looks down on Zhao Yao, who isn't as smart as he is, but he'll still try to worm his way into being friends with him." Chin Pingan shook his head and said, "I don't like this kind of person." Chui Dong said something heartfelt and conscientious for no reason. "There will be many people who won't like you in the future." Chin Pingan smiled and said, "Why would I want so many people to like me? I don't need to worry about my family when I'm full. It's not like I want anything from others." Chui Dong turned around and gave Chin Pingan a thumbs up. "Teacher, this is called standing tall on a cliff. You can be strong if you have no desires. I, as your student, admire you." Chin Pingan said softly, "I know you're trying to get information from me because you want to find out something I don't know. But it's okay. After saying all this, I feel much better." Chui Dong chuckled and said, "Teacher, you're a wise man who looks foolish. Your student, I am a wise man who looks foolish. Let's learn from each other. When we join forces in the future, we'll definitely be invincible." Chin Pingan suddenly asked, "You know Alliance, right?" Alliance used to hum the song Old Donkey. Chui Dong's face changed slightly and he said, "I've known him for a long time. I knew him even earlier than Qi Jingchun and Ma Zhan Mao and Xiaodong. When I was drinking with my old man they were probably still playing in the mud. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A cool breeze was blowing. The young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows had a faint melancholy expression on his flawless face. He smiled bitterly and said, "After I left my hometown, I also traveled far to seek knowledge like you. But I traveled much further than you. Because of my pride I finally lost face. In a fit of anger, I became the disciple of the old elementary scholar. At that time, the old elementary scholar's reputation was not prominent and his knowledge was regarded as heretical. So I was his first disciple. The one surnamed Zhuo Qi Jingchun. These people came under the old man's tutelage one after another. Actually, there aren't many disciples. The old elementary scholar is a person who wants to explain everything clearly, no matter how big or small. When it comes to imparting knowledge, a simple principle that can be explained in a few words can take him an entire day. He really doesn't have the energy to take in too many personal disciples. There were relatively more registered disciples. As for those who didn't hesitate to call themselves the lackeys of the literary sage, they were vast and mighty. They were like carps crossing the river. There were countless of them. As for Alliance, he knew the old elementary scholar earlier than me. At first, Alliance went to the old elementary scholar's door to beat him up. Who was the old elementary scholar? His eloquence was very good. The debate between the three factions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism was the most dangerous thing in the world. How many bodhisattvas and Taoist embryos fell into the unorthodox path because of this? They became pitiful heresies in their respective orthodoxies. They were glorious before, but they became miserable after that. Before I betrayed my sect, I confidently proposed my opinion because I wanted to help. Let's not talk about this. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. In fact, the old elementary scholar was the only one who participated in 2 debates in history. The key point was that he won both debates. Forget it, you don't need to know this for now. Anyway, the old elementary scholar at that time, TSK. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the only one in the world. The kind of peerless demeanor that was known as the bright moon in the sky was something that only scholars could understand. Otherwise, do you think that the old man was only a pitiful elementary scholar and could be worshipped in the Confucian temple? Why did he keep moving up the ranks? The small country that the old elementary scholar came from wanted to make him the ancestor of the top scholar. However, the old elementary scholar didn't want it and kept it to himself. What do you think? Anyway, the old man confused Alliance and the 2 enemies became best drinking buddies. The old elementary scholar's status became higher and higher while Alliance's cultivation became higher and higher. The 2 of them complemented each other and had a good relationship. Alliance was the closest to me, Qi Jingchun, and that guy surnamed Zhua. For the 3 of us, Alliance went through a lot of trouble, especially for Qi Jingchun and that guy surnamed Zhua. He fought with them until the sky turned upside down and the earth was turned upside down. Speaking up to this point, Cui Shi smiled knowingly and said, "Every time a Liang comes back to us he starts to brag, saying things like, 'I'm so fierce even when wiping the ass of you 3 brats, a Liang am really fierce.' Or, 'You don't know, when I went to the sects where I slaughtered everyone today, those fairies only hated that their cultivation wasn't high enough, otherwise they would have eaten me alive.' Alas, it's the hardest to bear the grace of a beauty. You're young so you won't understand." Cui Dong took a sip of wine and said, "There's one good thing about Alliance. He never brags, unlike us scholars." Cui Dong said so much in one breath. In the end, he turned his back to Qin Pingan and said with a smile, "All right, just like you, I feel much better." Qin Pingan had already closed his eyes and was silently practicing the sword furnace stance. However, it was obvious that the youth was carefully listening to everything, not missing a single word. Cui Dong's expression was calm. After talking openly, "I'll still be the bad guy and you'll still be the good guy." Qin Pingan opened his eyes and said, "I'll go down and continue practicing the walking stance." Cui Dong laughed and said, "All right." After Qin Pingan jumped down from the carriage, he continued to silently walk the walking stance. Cui Dong's smile slowly disappeared and he emptied his hand to drink the last mouthful of wine. For the first time he was absent-minded and muttered, "Qin Pingan, do you think people like you aren't scary?" A voice came from behind the carriage. "I heard it." Cui Dong laughed loudly, "Mr.'s ears are good. You're worthy of being a martial arts genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. In the future you'll unify Jianghu and be invincible. That's just around the corner." The straw sandals youth unhappily replied, "I have to thank you." On the way back home they still passed by mountains and rivers. The carriage had already been sold along with the horse. Cui Dong sold it for a high price of 1,500 taels of silver. He then bought himself an exquisite book box and stored all the valuables in the carriage inside. Compared to his previous travels to study, Qin Pingan had more free time to practice the mountain quaking fist and use his time to practice the 18 stops qi circulation method. As long as it wasn't raining heavily, Qin Pingan's walking stance would be exceptionally slow. It was as if he was still practicing with Li Baoping, Li Huai and the others. A white-clothed youth would stand beside him and practice with him. His movements were even more fluid and graceful than Qin Pingan's. Every time there was a high mountain or a flood, Cui Dong would loudly recite the classics of the sages. Although Qin Pingan didn't say anything, he would subconsciously recite it in his heart. The 2 of them were no longer like that night on the official road outside the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Most of the time they were silent. Cui Dong would occasionally quietly leave Qin Pingan's field of vision. When he came back his mood would be both good and bad, but Qin Pingan never questioned him. In this way the master and disciple in name walked from autumn to winter in the unhurried sound of the carriage wheels. The route was very different from when they came. It was chosen by Cui Dong and Qin Pingan didn't object. The 2 of them also happened to have seen some strange and colorful anecdotes, either from afar or in person. Qin Pingan, who had traveled from Dali to the Great Sui Kingdom, still felt that it was incredible. In a large lake to the east of the Great Sui, the two of them were traveling at night. Under the moonlight they saw a group of elegant immortals flying in the air. Each of them held a huge iron chain in their hands. Finally the lake water shook violently, setting off huge waves. The immortals actually lifted a huge rock from the bottom of the lake. It was as big as a mountain. Just like that, they pulled it out of the lake and carried it back to their own sect. Cui Dong explained that there were many spiritual objects in the mountains and rivers. Once the immortal forces on the mountains found them, they liked to use their magic to seize them and bring them back to their sect. They regarded them as exclusive property and used them to help suppress the fate of the mountains and rivers. Cui Dong also laughed and said that the immortal forces had some conscience. They chose to travel at night and were willing to spend money to buy fine iron chains at a high price. Ordinary immortals didn't care about these things and just bought a lot of cheap iron chains. As for whether mortals suffered when the mountain fell on the ground, the local government didn't dare to care. Unless it fell on a big city, there was no way to hide it. In the end, most of the immortal forces would just pay a symbolic compensation. Between the mountains at the junction of the Great Sui Kingdom and the Huangting country, Qin Pingan saw a large school of fish that looked like crucian carps. They were migrating along the mountain roads and were not hindered by the mud. Cui Dong said that those were the mountain cobra carps. They could stay alive for half a month out of the water. The mountain cobra carps had high requirements for the water quality of the lake. Once the water quality of their old habitat deteriorated, they couldn't survive and would immediately move. The more abundant the spiritual qi in the water source, the better the reproduction of the mountain cobra carps. Moreover, a golden spiritual creature would be born in every 10,000 of them. Therefore, the ordinary forces on the mountain were willing to raise these creatures to accurately determine the situation of the spiritual qi in their sect's mansion. After that, within a bustling city in Huangting country, two young sword cultivators actually rode on flying swords that were less than 5 m above the ground, and they moved swiftly through the crowd as if they were competing to see whose level of flying swords was better. They completely disregarded the chaos on the streets, and some commoners who couldn't dodge in time were directly pierced by the flying swords that emitted a swift and fierce aura, causing them to fall to the ground. They were extremely shocked. When the sword cultivator passed by Qin Pingan, an old woman was so frightened that she stumbled and fell. She dodged to the left and right twice and just happened to collide with the sword cultivator who had deviated from his route. The young sword cultivator didn't want to lose to his companion who was close behind him. Seeing that he would be overtaken if he stopped abruptly, his face was full of anger. He simply sped up and flew forward. If Qin Pingan hadn't pulled the old woman over, he would have been stabbed to death on the spot. Instead of being grateful, the sword cultivator turned his head and glared fiercely at Qin Pingan. The two high and mighty sword cultivators, one in front and one behind, flashed and disappeared just like that. Although the civilians in the city were terrified, no one had the intention to pursue the matter. Even when they were cursing, they only dared to lower their voices. Cui Dong, who was watching by the side, said casually, "If it were other Qi refinement warriors who had not ascended to the middle 5 realms, they wouldn't dare to be so domineering in the city of a country." This was because sword cultivators were the rarest and most precious Qi refinement warriors in the world. After the grateful old woman left in a hurry, Qin Pingan turned and looked in the direction where the two sword cultivators had left. He didn't retract his gaze for a long time. Cui Dong said indifferently, "I can't control them. Moreover, how can I control them? Chase after them and kill the two sword cultivators? They didn't kill anyone from the beginning to the end. Or should I reason with them and earnestly warn them not to be so mischievous in the future? Taking a step back, if your fist is strong enough and you force them to promise you verbally that after you leave, everything will go on as usual. What can you do? Isn't it annoying? I think it's very annoying." Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm only so capable. I won't chase after them. I do hope that Mr. will join in the fun. As a student, I've been freeloading all the way. I feel so guilty. At the very least, let me resolve Mr.'s problems." Cui Dong made sarcastic remarks. Seeing that his teacher didn't respond, he asked with a smile, "What if you're capable enough in the future?" Qin Pingan carried the big bamboo basket and continued on his way. "Then we'll talk about it on that day." Cui Dong caught up with him quickly and asked with a smile, "Mister, when is that day?" Qin Pingan replied, "Anyway, it's not tomorrow." Cui Dong followed behind eagerly. "It'll be great if it's the day after tomorrow. As a student, I'll be proud to follow you." Qin Pingan looked up at the sky and suddenly remembered that by the time he returned to his hometown, it would be almost the new year. He wondered if he should buy a few couplets as soon as possible. Red Candle Town and Dali didn't seem to have many of these things. At this moment Chui Dong also looked up. However, he was looking at a tall building. The corners of his mouth curled up. Oh, interesting. Following Chui Dong's line of sight, Qin Pingan saw a towering pavilion in the city. The wind and clouds nearby were dark and gloomy. In the dark clouds higher up, there were faint flashes of lightning. It was very different from the sunny scenery elsewhere. It seemed like it would only rain in this small area. Chui Dong turned around and smiled. "Mister, we must join in the fun. Let's make it clear in advance. If Mister doesn't want to go, I'll go by myself. Mister can just wait for me at the city gate." Without another word, Qin Pingan walked towards the city gate and said, "If you don't come out before the night curfew, I'll go on my own." Chui Dong said with a sad expression, "Mister is so heartless." Qin Pingan's back was facing Chui Dong. He raised his arm and stuck out his middle finger. Chui Dong's expression immediately changed. He waved goodbye to Qin Pingan. "Mister is becoming more and more humorous. This student has contributed greatly." Qin Pingan retracted his middle finger and clenched his fist. Chui Dong hurriedly bowed. "Mister, take care." (162) Qin Pingan walked out of the city gate and rested on the side of the official road. Not far away there was a tea stall. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment, then went to buy a cup of tea and sat down to drink it. The teenager, who had never regretted anything, began to regret that he had left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom too quickly. Just as Chui Dong had said, what if Baoping and the others were bullied when he was not around? Qin Pingan might not have seen much, but he was not ignorant of the good and bad of people. Because he had not lived an easy life since he was a child, he had done everything he could to survive. Therefore, Qin Pingan understood the unhappiness of life and the ugly side of people better than Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shui. Especially on the way with Chui Dong, Qin Pingan understood one thing through this cheap student's idle chatter. A high official's hat did not make a person smart, nor did a person with great knowledge become good. Qin Pingan drank tea and looked at the city wall, silently making up his mind. In the Cliff Academy of Donghua Mountain, there was a hall with a plaque that said, Songtao. People like to call it the teacher's courtyard or the teacher's residence. The current nominal hill master, the minister of rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, was drinking tea. It was rare for him to be free, so he looked relaxed. The 7 or 8 people present were all teachers of the academy, and most of them were not young. The 3 deputy hill masters were all present. One of them, a square-faced old man in a Confucian robe, finally could not help but complain, "These children are too mischievous." It seemed that after the word mischievous came out of his mouth, the old man was still angry and added, "Unbearably mischievous." It should be noted that this deputy hill master was not only a great Confucian scholar in charge of large-scale lectures in the new academy, but also a genuine gentleman. The old man's name had long been recorded in a Confucian school. Therefore, his words carried more weight than those of the so-called famous figures in the literary world and masters of the scholarly circles. The Minister of Rights was a short and amiable old man with an ordinary appearance. If it were not for his uniform, it would be hard to imagine that he was a second-rank official in the central government. Moreover, the Great Sui Kingdom's title of heavenly official was given to the Minister of Rights. For example, the Great Sui Kingdom's Ministry of Rights was given to the minister. The short old man did not feel that the deputy hill master's words had spoiled his mood. He chuckled and said, "Tell me, how mischievous and mischievous is he?" Lin Shui is extremely talented, and his foundation in the Confucian classics is quite solid, but his character. He often skips classes and goes to the library to read miscellaneous books. So what if he reads but he doesn't even have a single Confucian classic? Instead, there are many heterodox Taoist secret manuals. In such a short period of time, he has already borrowed 20 or 30 books. What kind of scandal is this? It doesn't mean that a Confucian student can't read Taoist books, but at such a young age, how can he be qualified to talk about comprehending by analogy? If he goes astray, how can he explain to the original Mountain Lord? The short old man nodded slightly and drank his tea at a significantly slower speed. The more the deputy hill master spoke, the angrier he became. And that little girl, Li Baoping, is even more undisciplined and out of control. In class, she often goes on a mental journey and doesn't know how to respect her teachers. If she's not reading that mountainous travel book, she's drawing little figures in the book. Ha well, she's even using the martial arts techniques of the barbarian. The short old man held back his laughter and did not comment. He lowered his head and drank his tea. The deputy hill master continued, the youngest, Li Huai, is honest and dutiful. He doesn't skip classes and doesn't cause trouble. He does all the homework that the teacher gives him, but his comprehension is really... Why do I feel like he's a blockhead? During class he dozes off and drools all over the table. He doesn't look like a direct disciple of the original hill master. I'm so worried. A relatively younger deputy mountain chieftain joked, Minister, many of our mountain chieftain Lu's whiskers have been broken. The old man with a square face retorted seriously, only the deputy hill master. The short old man laughed heartily. After putting down his teacup he asked, is there no good news? If this continues I won't dare to come again next time. The old man with a square face was in a better mood. He nodded and said, there is. It's strange. But Yu Lu and Xie are outstanding. They're more like pure scholars of our Confucian school. They treat people normally and respect their teachers. Especially Yu Lu, he's gentle, respectful, and thrifty. He's simply the son of the top tycoon in the Great Sui Kingdom. He seems to be more worthy of cultivation. The short old man was still not in a hurry to make a conclusion. He smiled and looked at a tall old man who had been secretly dozing off. Elder Mao, what do you think? The tall old man with a long piece of mahogany at his waist was called. He shivered and opened his eyes in confusion. What? Minister, you're leaving? You don't want to stay a little longer? The Minister of Rites was still smiling. Since Elder Mao wants me to stay a little longer, then I'll stay a little longer. The headmaster's courtyard was suddenly filled with laughter. The short old man patiently recounted the vice mountain chieftain's complaints in a concise manner. After the tall old man with the surname Mao heard it, his face lit up in realization. I see. Then I do have a few words to say. The short old man joked, we're all ears. The tall old man sat up straight and asked, is Qi Jingchun more knowledgeable or are all of you more knowledgeable? There was complete silence. Wasn't this nonsense? The tall old man asked again, then is Qi Jingchun more knowledgeable or are all of you better? Well, it was still nonsense. The square-faced deputy hill master thought for a moment and did not directly refute. Instead he lowered his voice and asked, Elder Mao, the Pearl Grotto Heaven is now the county seat of Dali's Longquan County. It's only so big. It's said that there are only 5,000 to 6,000 people in total. There are definitely not many children suitable for learning. Could it be that Mr. Qi really doesn't have a choice there? The tall old man was Mao Xiaodong of the academy. When Dali's Cliff Academy was founded, it was this man who helped St. Qi Jingchun build it up bit by bit. No matter whether it was cultivation, seniority, or moral knowledge, he was worthy of being called the #1 person in the academy. Therefore everyone, including the Minister of Rites, was willing to respectfully address him as Elder Mao. After hearing Deputy Hill Master Lu's question, Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, of course it's possible. And it's not just a possibility, it's the absolute truth. The group of people was dumbfounded. Mao Xiaodong looked around. It's the Great Sui Kingdom that needs these children. It's best if all of them are geniuses and shine brightly. When they grow up, they'll take the initiative to choose to stay in the Great Sui Kingdom so that they can be proud of you and help you slap Dali's face. I don't have such boring thoughts. The Minister of Rites hurriedly coughed twice, then naturally went to pick up his teacup and lowered his head to drink tea. The tall old man did not care about this and continued to speak without restraint. If it were me, those little fellows personally taught by Qi Jingchun will eat and drink as they please. If they want to learn, then they can learn. If they want to slack off, then they can slack off. If they don't, then I can't be bothered to care. As the Deputy Hill Master in charge of the academy, I have so many students under me, and there will only be more every year in the future. Where would I have the time and energy to listen to your complaints about these children climbing trees, skipping classes, and drawing figurines? Everyone in the hall looked at each other. The short old man sitting on the main seat continued to drink tea calmly. In fact, there was no tea left in his teacup. The tall old man smiled and stood up. I'm going to take a look at the matter of Chong Wen Lane's book engraving. This is a big matter, so I have to keep an eye on it. I won't be drinking tea with you, Minister. The short old man took the opportunity to stand up and said with a pleasant expression, then I won't delay your teaching. Mao Xiaodong complained, Minister, it's not too late to leave after drinking tea. The tall old man tiptoed slightly and glanced at the teacup. Oh, it's finished? Really, Minister, drink another cup. Give the academy some face, won't you? If word gets out, people will think that we don't like you. That's not good. What if the Ministry of Revenue deliberately deducts the money needed for the book engraving in Chong when Lane for heavenly officials' sake? Who can I complain to? The minister, who was almost a head shorter than Mao Xiaodong, put his hands together and said with a bitter face, Elder Mao, please forgive me. You're the Hill Master and I'm the Deputy Hill Master, okay? No. Mao Xiaodong laughed and turned to leave. After the tall old man left, the short old man looked helpless and said angrily, I originally wanted to hide in peace. Well, in the end I still have to be scolded. We're still family, so I won't dare to come again. There was a burst of laughter in the headmaster's courtyard. Even the square-faced Deputy Hill Master could not help but laugh. The atmosphere was harmonious. Mount Donghua in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom was not at all lofty compared to the other 5 mountains. It was only because it was taller among the shorter ones that it looked particularly tall and graceful. There was a 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree at the top of the mountain. After a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket finished her days, she hugged the tree trunk familiarly and slid down. In the end, she saw an old pedant who was waiting for her. He was really tall, squinting his eyes and smiling slyly. The old man did not look like a good person. The tall old man asked, At this time, are you skipping class again? The girl was honest. Yes. I know the academy has its rules. I accept the punishment. The old man smiled and asked, Why? When Qi Jingchun taught you before, you would be punished for skipping class. The girl shook her head and said, Skipping class is not punished. Teacher never cares about this. But if we remember the things he taught in the academy wrong, we will remind him the first time, and punish him the second time. The old man said, Oh, and asked curiously, What are you looking at up there? The girl was stunned. Considering the old man's age, she answered, The scenery. The old man became more and more interested. What scenery is so beautiful? Why don't I know? The girl blinked her eyes. Old man, climb up and see for yourself. Scholars climb trees. It's a disgrace to the educated. The old man waved his hand quickly and then quickly understood. Oh, you want us to break the rules together so that I won't report you, right? Little girl, you're quite clever. The girl laughed and then shook her head. The old man understood the girl's thoughts and asked, What's wrong? Am I wrong to say that it's a disgrace to the educated? The little girl patted her clothes and explained, In the past, when I hung a kite on a tree branch, it was the teacher who climbed the tree and helped me get it down. Another time, I threw Li Huai's underwear up there and then ran home by myself. Later on, I heard that it was the teacher who helped me get it down. Why are the scholars in your academy always so particular about such things? The old man corrected her. It's not your academy, it's our academy. The old man bent over and put his hands behind his back. He smiled at the girl and asked, Do you think that your teacher, Qi Jingchun, is better than the teachers here? The girl sighed. She thought that the old man was tall, but why did he always ask such stupid questions? The old man said earnestly, Little girl, let me tell you, we have a lot of rules. Although we are not as knowledgeable as your teacher, we are not useless. We have our difficulties. Have you heard of the saying, Do as you wish, do not violate the rules? Do you know what's in front? The girl nodded and said, It's in 17, and before that is in 16. The tall old man was stunned for a long time and could not speak. The old man's knowledge was beyond imagination. It was not that he did not understand the meaning, but he could not figure out how the girl could come up with such a strange answer. The little girl waved her hand and was about to leave. Sir, my name is Li Baoping. I'm a new student. I won't escape punishment. I've already understood all the rules. I know that I have to copy an essay within 3 days. I'll finish it tonight and hand it to Mr. Hong when I get back. If you don't believe me, you can ask Teacher Hong yourself. Li Baoping patted her chest and said, Don't worry, I can write faster than I can run. The old man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly stopped the heroic girl and said, I haven't finished my reasoning. Don't be anxious. You've heard my reasoning. Take it that you've been punished. Li Baoping's hands were already in a running posture. After hearing the old man's words, she could only stop. She stared at the old man and said, Sir, you can say it. But if the reasoning is not good, I'll just go back and copy the book. The old man was choked by the girl's words. Think about it. The Holy Master only dared to do this when he reached this age. If ordinary people only cared about their own happiness and did not follow the rules, wouldn't it be bad? The girl nodded and said, Of course not. The old man laughed heartily. Okay, I finished my reasoning. You don't have to copy the book. This time it was Li Baoping's turn to be stunned. That's it? The girl sighed heavily and looked at the old man. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, she bowed and began to rush down the mountain. The old man was so angry that he laughed. Little girl, what did you mean by the look in your eyes just now? You think that I'm older than your husband, Qi Jingchun, but I don't know as much as he does, right? Li Baoping nodded slowly. She was determined not to lie. Since the old man had seen through her, she certainly would not deny it. The old man smiled and said, Then do you know that I just look old? Qi Jingchun looks young but he's actually older than me. So it's not strange that he's a little more knowledgeable than me. Li Baoping's face was full of suspicion. The old man seemed to be a little angry. Why would I lie to a little girl like you? Li Baoping was not in a hurry to go down the mountain. She crossed her arms and walked a few steps to the left and then to the right. She raised her head and looked at the old man. She asked a strange question, Even if you're younger than my husband so you're less knowledgeable, why is my youngest uncle, who is younger than you, more knowledgeable than you? The old man clicked his tongue and said, More knowledgeable than me? Then I don't believe it. Li Baoping was a little anxious. She thought seriously and carefully looked around. She stretched out a small hand and put it by her mouth. She whispered, I'll tell you. Don't tell anyone. Then she stretched out her hand and gestured to her head. If my husband's knowledge is so high, then my youngest uncle's knowledge is at least this high. Li Baoping stretched out her hand and gestured to her shoulder again. Finally she moved it to her ear. When youngest uncle is on his way home, he'll learn more words. His knowledge will be this high very soon. The old man was stunned. In the end he could only agree. Then your youngest uncle is amazing, amazing. Li Baoping nodded vigorously. That's right. My junior martial uncle is so powerful. The old man suddenly sighed. It's good that he's amazing. If he's amazing then he'll be able to protect our little bottle in the future. Li Baoping's expression was a little gloomy. She squeezed out a smile and rushed far away. As she ran she turned her head and waved goodbye. I'm leaving. I think old Mister's knowledge is actually not bad. It's so high. The little girl wanted to gesture with her hand but she ran too fast. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Then she quickly got up and ran down the mountain at an even faster speed. The tall old man patted his waist and the discipline ruler returned to its original form. Looking at the red figure that was getting smaller and smaller, the old man sighed. Jingchun, if I knew this would happen, I would have met that young man. There was a small lake on Donghua Mountain. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. It was full of lotus flowers. However, it was winter and the leaves had already withered. It looked especially bleak. A tall young man was holding a green bamboo fishing rod and sitting on the shore fishing. Occasionally people would point at him but no one approached him. Finally, an ordinary-looking dark-skinned girl came to stand beside the young man. Is fishing interesting? Yulu nodded and smiled. It's interesting. Xie asked, What's interesting about it? Yulu smiled and answered, You'll be happy when the fish takes the bait. Even if the fish runs away in the end you'll still be happy. Xie was a little angry. Yulu stared at the lake and held back his laughter. He said, Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I'm practicing martial arts. Yulu slowly explained, Let's not talk about holding the rod. Just my sitting posture is very particular. I have to be as still as a mountain and as moving as a river. When the fish takes the bait, my entire body will change in an instant. It's in line with the Taoist's yin and yang reversal. There's a martial arts secret book that says that when you're still, there's nothing that's not still. When you move, all the bones will follow. That's why I'm fishing like this. It can nourish my bones and replenish my vitality. Xie was skeptical. Yulu didn't look at the girl from beginning to end. If you say that I've never practiced martial arts, you're not wrong. I've never practiced fist stances. But if you say that I've always been practicing martial arts, you're not wrong either. When I'm eating, sleeping, walking, and now when I'm fishing, I'm thinking about those secret martial arts books. One of the benefits of being born into a good family is that the secret martial arts books in your family, even if the quality isn't too high, there aren't many mistakes. And in many fist techniques and sword techniques, there are many places that seem to contradict themselves. But in fact, there's a lot of knowledge. It's especially fascinating. Xie sat on the ground and hugged her knees. She looked at the slender fishing rod. It's a pity that you don't cultivate in the mountains. Yulu felt wronged. Hey, Miss Xie. You shouldn't expose people's scars like that. Xie was silent for a moment and said, I'm finally living a peaceful life. But my heart feels uneasy. What about you? The girl asked and answered her own question. It doesn't matter where you're Yulu. In this aspect, I'm far inferior to you. Yulu turned his head without warning and shook his head. I like to watch the fire alone. Xiexie was puzzled. Why? Yulu turned his head again and stared at the lake. I don't know. I just like it. Xiexie smiled. Then do you like her? The girl who almost became the crown prince's wife? Yulu was expressionless at first, but soon he smiled. He didn't answer the question. Miss Xie, here we have to be careful with our words and actions. Xie smiled insincerely. Li Huai came to me before to show off his jade hairpin. You don't have it? Yulu smiled. You don't have it either. It's not strange that I don't have it. But it's not right that you don't have it. You're such a beautiful girl. Xie's face darkened. Please be careful with your words. Yulu suddenly shook his wrist and the fishing rod bent in a beautiful arc. The tall youth laughed. Hooked. The girl stood up and left. There's no good man. Yulu carefully walked the fish while looking at the girl's back. Whether I'm a good man or not, it's hard to say. But someone is really good. Well, she's just a little biased. She doesn't have a bookcase, she doesn't have a hairpin, she only has straw sandals that everyone has. Sigh, it's really disappointing. Xie turned around and walked towards Yulu in big strides. Yulu quickly tried to make up for it. I don't mean anything else. We're all the same. We don't worry about scarcity but inequality. Don't misunderstand. The girl didn't have any intention of stopping. Yulu threw away the fishing rod and ran away without caring about the fish that was hooked. Xie picked up the fishing rod that was not dragged away by the fish and threw it towards the center of the lake. Then he clapped his hands and left. Yulu was dumbfounded. This time he was really angry. He said angrily in a low voice, if it was Qin Pingan's fishing rod, you can try it. Do you still dare to be so fierce? I'll take your surname. Lin Shui. He had a plain yellow jade hairpin in his hair bun. The young man's skin was slightly tanned, but it couldn't hide his handsome face. Although he gave people the impression of being cold and serious at Cliff Academy, Lin Shui was still very popular with the girls. Although the girls of the Great Sui Kingdom couldn't obtain scholarly honors, it didn't stop them from studying openly. Before they got married, they could stay in the major academies. As usual, Lin Shui went to the library to read when he encountered a class he didn't like. He was very eye-catching along the way. Among the first batch of students of the new Cliff Academy, the Great Sui Kingdom students were either rich or respectable. They either came from influential families in the capital or were deeply rooted in the local area. All of them were the children of the rich and had been rich for generations. Lin Shui's appearance was like a clear stream of spring water from a mountain stream. Many girls were infatuated with him. Lin Shui's unapproachable attitude aroused the fighting spirit of the girls. They felt that Lin Shui was unique in everything he did. For example, the young man wore plain clothes and lived a simple life. He was completely different from the noble people around him. This was Lin Shui's refined style. If being close to Lin Shui for these reasons was only a superficial understanding, then some details that no one paid attention to were the great driving force to solidify this favorable impression. For example, Lin Shui was highly regarded by the great Confucian scholar Dong Jing. This old man, who was well known in the Great Sui Kingdom, was recognized as a master of both Confucianism and Taoism. Dong Jing often called Lin Shui to his simple hut and taught him alone. Every time there was a thunderstorm, he would personally take Lin Shui to the highest mountain in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, Iron Tree Mountain. As for the reason, the outsiders of the academy also tried to find the knack for it. There was no wall in the world that didn't leak. Dong Jing also had his own close friends who were famous for being a drunkard. After a few drinks, he revealed some clues. Lin Shui was a cultivation genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. Once he cultivated the Great Spirit and supplemented it with the Five Thunders righteous method, he would definitely be an immortal in the middle 5 states and had a chance to reach the 6th state before the age of 25. To put it simply, this meant that Lin Shui, a cultivation genius, was qualified to reach the 10th state, which was far beyond the scope of ordinary geniuses. Suddenly, a child who was out of breath ran all the way to Lin Shui. It was Li Huai. After seeing Lin Shui, he immediately burst into tears and sobbed, "Lin Shui, my painted puppet is gone. Someone stole it." Lin Shui asked, "Didn't you lose it?" Li Huai shook his head desperately. "Impossible. How many people live in your hut? Including me, 4. Do you have any suspects?" Li Huai still shook his head. Lin Shui frowned. In the end he brought Li Huai back to his hut. He took out a few banknotes from under his bookcase and handed them to Li Huai. His family had sent this money to Red Candle Town's Pillow Inn. That day, Lin Shui's expression was extremely ugly when he received the letter from his family. Li Huai panicked. What? I only want the painted puppet. I don't want money. Lin Shui said, when you return to your hut, tell your roommates that you lost the painted puppet. In short, just pick a place and give this money to whoever can help you find it. Li Huai was at a loss. That works? Lin Shui said helplessly, let's try it first. The next day, Li Huai happily went to find Lin Shui. That method really works. Lin Shui said in a bad mood, lock the box properly in the future. Don't always show off your little junk. Li Huai angrily said, thank you. I will definitely pay you back in the future. But you are not allowed to talk about them like that. Lin Shui reached out and slapped the brat's head. Don't bother me. I want to go to the library. Be careful not to become a bookworm. Li Huai made a face at Lin Shui and ran away. A few days later, Li Huai came to Lin Shui again with a sad face. He hung his head and didn't dare to speak. Lin Shui, who was blocked at the entrance of the library, sighed. What's going on? Were the painted puppets stolen again? The child said weakly, no, this time it's the set of small clay figurines. Is the box locked? It's locked, I promise. There are 2 locks. I always keep the key with me. Lin Shui had a headache and rubbed his forehead. I will go and find Mr. Dong and see if he has any ideas. It's not a good idea to keep doing this. Li Huai suddenly looked up and forced a smile. Forget it. I will look for them myself. Maybe they will come back by themselves. Before Lin Shui could ask him to stay, Li Huai had already run out. The child didn't listen to him. Li Huai and Li Baoping had class together today. After class, Li Baoping found Li Huai, who was purposely avoiding her. She noticed that his mouth was red and swollen. She couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Li Huai shrunk his neck. I fell. Li Baoping stared at him. Tell me. Li Huai pouted and was about to cry. He tried his best to hold back and said, I was arguing with someone and couldn't win. Oh, it's my roommates, but I fought against 3 of them alone. I didn't embarrass you. Let's go. The little girl was very direct and efficient. She spoke at most 2 words per sentence. She ordered Li Huai, go to your dormitory and wait for me. Hurry up. I will be there soon. Li Huai returned to his dormitory uneasily. His 3 roommates, who were only slightly older than him, were chatting in a group and completely ignored him. They only glanced at Li Huai with ridicule and disdain. This little country bumpkin from Dali was not good at studying and talked vulgarly. His whole body exuded a rustic aura. He treated his broken bookcase as a treasure. More importantly, there were more than 1 pair of straw sandals hidden in the bookcase. Li Huai quietly walked to the doorstep of the dormitory and squatted there to draw circles. Not long after, Li Huai saw Li Baoping rushing in aggressively with the saber called auspicious symbol in her hand. Li Huai was so frightened that he almost couldn't stand up. When he finally stood up, his legs were weak. He swallowed and whispered, Baoping, do we need to bring a saber to fight? Li Baoping glared at him and pushed Li Huai away. She strode into the dormitory alone. You don't need one for fighting, but do you need one for getting beaten up? Get out of my way. Although Li Huai was sweating in fear, he gritted his teeth and quickly caught up with her. He shouted, Li Baoping, wait for me. Li Baoping looked at the 3 guys and raised the saber in the scabbard. She said coldly, who stole Li Huai's clay figurine? Take it out. The 3 of them were dumbfounded at first and then burst into laughter. Li Baoping was even angrier. Who hit Li Huai? Come out. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they rolled their eyes. Li Baoping held the saber and gave the 3 little bastards a good beating. Although Li Baoping was not tall, her strength was built up from a young age. In addition, she had practiced martial arts with Chen Pingan all the way. They traveled through mountains and rivers together, so it was easy for her to deal with her peers who were not even as good as embroidered pillows. In addition, when 2 armies were facing off, momentum was very important. Li Baoping's first move was already shocking enough. She moved extremely fast and swept the scabbard across, ruthlessly slapping a boy about 10 years old on the cheek. The boy directly spun on the spot. Then she chopped down with the scabbard, smashing the second pitiful creature into crying. The third one did not dare to fight back and hurriedly ran away. Li Baoping caught up with him, flew up and kicked him in the back. His whole body crashed into the bed. He was in pain and scared, so he simply lay there and pretended to be dead. Li Baoping's gaze swept over and pointed at them with the end of the scabbard. Today you will obediently take back that clay figurine set and give it to Li Huai. In the future, if anyone dares to bully Li Huai, I will beat you until even your parents won't recognize you. I, Li Baoping, am a woman of my word. Li Baoping saw a guy quietly raising his head to look at her. She raised her arm and was about to smash him with the scabbard. The guy was so frightened that he quickly retreated. Li Baoping sneered and turned around angrily. In the end, she saw Li Huai standing at the doorstep. She was furious. Li Huai, look at how cowardly you are. In the future, don't call me young martial uncle. If you dare to call me that again, I will beat you again. As if his sore spot had been poked, Li Huai squatted on the ground, hugging his head and sobbing. Glancing at Li Huai from the corner of her eyes, Li Baoping seemed to be even angrier than when she had arrived. Holding her saber, she left in a huff. Inside the house, a boy with a swollen head said in exasperation, "This matter is not over. I want you, little shrew, to know who you beat up." 2 days later. In the teacher's courtyard, the square-faced Vice Hill master slapped the armrest of his chair. Lawless. Preposterous. In public, from the young to the old, they actually dared to fight in public. Not a single one is left out. No one is to interfere in this matter. I would like to see how terrible our Great Cliff Academy, the seat of learning where the hope of the Great Sway Kingdom lies, can be. The rest of the people looked at the tall old man who, for the first time, did not close his eyes and doze off. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. So be it. Someone mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice, "Elder Mao, what is it?" The tall old man's face was indifferent, as if he was speaking in riddles. That's it. With his attitude, even the square-faced scholar with the status of a gentleman felt a chill run down his spine. "163. Shui Dong, dressed in fluttering white robes, walked through the streets and alleys and finally found the residence where the pavilion was located. It was indeed a prestigious residence. 2 stone lions stood guard, the threshold was extremely high, and the gate was tightly shut. However, the strange thing was that the 2 words Jilan were hung on the wall of this residence, not the Zhang residence or Qian residence. The pavilion where Cui Dong had seen the strange phenomenon should be the private library of this family. Its height was almost as high as the Kuishing Pavilion of the Confucian Temple in the city. It was certainly not an ordinary wealthy family. The closer he got to this Jilan residence, the more clearly Cui Dong felt that a storm was coming. This feeling was like a cloudy day before a rainstorm, making one feel suffocated. Between heaven and earth, in addition to the awe-inspiring righteousness that the Confucian school worshipped, there were many other formless qi. Generally speaking, there were clear and impure qi. The former was spiritual and was beneficial to cultivation, while the latter was impure and impure, damaging the soul. Places such as mass graves, ancient Jingguan temples, and battlefield ruins all had their own mysteries. Not all of them were impure qi. In the world, the blessed land that was beneficial to cultivation was like a room of orchids. It refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. Cui Dong put his hands behind his back and leisurely walked up the stairs. A middle-aged gatekeeper walked out from the side door. Seeing the extraordinary bearing of the youth in white, he did not dare to neglect him and respectfully inquired about his identity. Cui Dong said that he was a loose immortal who relied on slaying demons and devils to accumulate merits. When he was outside the city, he saw that something was wrong with the residence and that there might be a bloody disaster, so he came to help. The gatekeeper only took it as a joke. Speaking of whether or not there were spirits and ghosts in the world, the gatekeeper knew that there were, because his own residence had raised many harmless spirits and ghosts. But to say that there were evil spirits and ghosts that dared to cause trouble in the city, especially in their Jilan residence, that would be the biggest joke under the heavens. Who did not know that the 4 people in the mansion, father and sons, were all recognized as immortals among immortals, especially the youngest son, Chao Shishan. Rumor had it that just last year he became the sect leader's direct disciple of an immortal family on a mountain, and was proficient in both flying sword and thunder technique. Cui Dong, who was regarded as a liar, was not annoyed. He continued to explain patiently, "Your house has done a good job of hiding wind and gathering water. The layout of the library is also the best. It is where the eye of the formation is located. In addition, there are probably many rare books that have been personally stamped by sages and gentlemen in the library. Therefore, after a long time, it is easy to gather spiritual qi. Ordinary demons and ghosts do not dare to come here. However, some timid and gentle creatures who like to live with people will grow up smoothly. The gatekeeper looked a little impatient. He asked Chui Dong to leave quickly, saying that he did not have time to listen to this young man's nonsense. Chui Shi stretched out his hand and gently pushed away the gatekeeper's hand. He smiled and said, "But the library of this mansion is indeed a little strange. There is a big python inside. It might have been there since the beginning, but its origin is unknown. It might have been invited in later. If I'm not wrong, it should be a fire python. Recently, it has been shedding its skin for the second time. The next time it sheds its skin, it should be formed by water. Once it succeeds, it will become a big flood dragon." Chui Dong stretched out his hand and pointed outside the city. "However, there is a water snake in the river. Its state is higher than that of the fire python. It is waiting for an opportunity under the water. It will not easily let your family's sworn enemy succeed in shedding its skin. The flood dragon, snake, and python in the world, once enlightened and have spiritual intelligence, no matter what kind of temperament they had before, they do not like to be close to their own kind. Therefore, if your mansion does not prepare early, when the fire python is weak after shedding its skin, the water snake will definitely leave the river and rush here. It will try to kill the fire python with one blow and seize the half-fire elixir in the fire python's body to transform it into its own cultivation." The gatekeeper's eyes were complicated. He suddenly became angry and tried to push the young man in white away. Go away, go away. You are so young, but you are talking nonsense." Chui Dong sighed and said to himself, "Sir, you see, it is not reasonable. It is so troublesome. Let me do it my own way." With a wave of his sleeve, the middle-aged gatekeeper was swept away by a gust of wind and fainted on the spot. Very quickly, 5 or 6 burly men rushed out from the side door. As Chui Shi strode forward, the fate of those initial and second realm martial artists was even worse than that of the gatekeepers. Before they could see the handsome young man with the mole between his brows waving his sleeve, they were all sent flying backward and fell to the ground in disarray. Chui Dong walked all the way. Many guards swarmed over, but they could not stop him. When he arrived at the square outside the library, the yawning Chui Dong finally became interested. He looked at the 3 people standing side by side. They looked like father and son. There were no outsiders except for them. Perhaps they did not want to expose the truth of the library, or did not want to hurt the innocent. No one was allowed to come close. Chui Dong quickly looked past the 3 people. The library occupied a large area as high as 6 floors. The sky above the building was covered with dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, extremely dull, and lightning flashed. In this tall building that stood between the heavens and the earth, there was a huge python that was dozens of feet long. Its body stretched out from the bottom of the building, winding its way up. Its head that was as big as a water tank was flicking its forked tongue at the thunderclouds in the sky. It was filled with natural awe and also contained a strong fighting spirit. Almost all the monsters in the world were not afraid of thunder. This was a brand that was engraved in their bones and passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. According to legend, in ancient times, a certain celestial emperor who controlled thunder once led a group of gods of thunder and many rain masters to tour the world. No one knew how many demons were killed. Chui Dong continued to walk. The middle-aged man in bronze armor stretched out his hand and stopped his 2 sons who wanted to teach the uninvited guest a lesson. His eyes signaled for them to calm down and not act rashly. He clasped his fist and said, "This one is Chao Hushan. May I know why the honored guest has come to our door?" Chui Shi didn't stop walking and said lazily, "I've used up all my good temper at the entrance. Now I'm going up the stairs. If you're determined to stop me, don't blame me for not telling you the ugly truth. I'll wipe out your entire family. I won't do such a thing now, but I'll kill the 3 of you and destroy your corpses. At worst, I'll explain to my husband that you died in the battle between the snakes. I won't have any psychological burden. Maybe I'll even shed a tear of sympathy for you in front of my husband. Alas, who asked me to have such an old-fashioned husband?" The middle-aged man held the handle of the long saber at his waist. His armor was flowing with a layer of thick yellow halo. He said sternly, "Do you really think the Chao family of Jilan is a soft egg that can be trampled on?" Chui Dong spat, "How dare you call yourself Jilan? You have so many good books at home, but you don't let your descendants learn the teachings of the saints. Instead, you play with spears and sticks. What's more, you dare to collude with the monster and let him steal the library to absorb the fragrance of books. That's fine, but you know that the day the fire python molts is the day the water snakes in the river fight to the death. You didn't remind the people in the city to leave the city to hide. Instead, you deliberately used a trick to hide the scene of the thunderclouds descending and the fire python climbing the building. Do you know that this sudden battle between water and fire will kill at least thousands of people in the city? Chui Dong felt wronged when he said this. He muttered, "Sir, it's all your fault. I'm a little addicted to the habit of talking nicely." A tall young man holding a silver spear said with a grin, "Father, don't talk nonsense with this guy. Let me kill him. How dare he ruin the Chow family's century-old great cause of dominating a province. He deserves to die." Chui Dong laughed and pointed at the tall young man. "I like your bad temper." Before he finished speaking, a drop of blood appeared between the young man's eyebrows. The tall young man was about to use his supernatural power to enhance the magic weapon silver spear in his hand when he felt a slight pain between his eyebrows. Just as he was about to reach out to wipe it, he collapsed to the ground. There was no dying breath or painful wail. He died directly. The middle-aged man's armor shone even brighter. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in yellow clouds. His other scholarly son was chanting incantations, forming hand seals with his fingers, and using the astral steps. He was very busy, and soon, a string of dazzling words appeared beside him. They were white and bright and connected from head to tail, forming a full moon that protected him within. Not only that, a small fire python wrapped in flames appeared in the air, quickly circling around the young man. There was also a simple tall crown on his head that released a five-colored light, and then it sprayed out like spring water, enveloping the young man's surroundings. Inside and outside, up and down, layers of defense were used. Chui Dong was amused by the young man's life-saving methods. "You're really afraid of death. It's good that you're afraid of death." Still, there was no movement. A cinnabar also appeared between the young man's eyebrows. He died instantly. Chui Dong smiled and said, "Since you've become a ghost, you don't have to be afraid of death anymore. Don't thank me." The middle-aged man ran away. Chui Dong didn't even bother to chase after him. He was so lazy that even killing him was troublesome. Chui Dong wasn't in a hurry to enter the library. Instead, he stood outside the door. The wine pot at his waist was quite heavy and filled with wine. On the way here, Chui Dong bought another 2 kilograms of loose wine. After leaving the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, he finished the wine pot. At that time, there were still a few bottles of good wine in the carriage. However, he couldn't put his head into the wine pot to drink. Chui Dong didn't throw away the wine pot. After some time, he developed some feelings for it. Since then, he had been buying loose wine from the roadside wine shops. He had no choice. Now, Chui Dong had to borrow money from Qin Pingan. He didn't have much money. He had a mountain of gold and silver, but he couldn't enter it. Before he became a level 5 Qi refinement warrior, Chui Dong could only stare helplessly. Chui Dong took off the wine pot and took a big gulp. He walked forward and crossed the threshold. The fire python that sensed the threat had already retreated into the library. The lightning and thunder clouds in the sky weakened a little. Chui Dong walked to the stairs on the first floor and sighed. Young people don't know what it's like to be worried. They love to go up, 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 up. When Chui Dong reached the 5th floor, he didn't go up anymore. He sat on the stairs with a gloomy look. He was unwilling to go to the top no matter what. Between the 4th and 5th floors, a huge scarlet head slowly popped out. Its eyes were as black as ink. It carefully looked at the resourceful but ruthless young man in white. Chui Dong turned to look at the fire python and said regretfully, "If there was someone like you in my family who could talk to me and relieve my boredom, I might not be like this today." The fire python gently put its chin on the floor and made a humble gesture of listening. It understood human nature very well. Compared to the Chow father and son who had the ambition of conquering the land of a province, it was obvious that this beast had a better vision. Chui Dong smiled and asked, "I interrupted your path to immortality and caused you to miss the right time, right place, and right people. Aren't you angry?" The fire python shook its head slightly. The whole 5th floor shook and dust flew everywhere. Chui Dong nodded and said, "You have the root of wisdom. If you insist on shedding, the water snake in the river will have a much higher chance of success than you. By then, your hundreds of years of hard work will be reduced to a wedding dress for others." On the stairs higher than where Chui Dong was sitting, there was a 6 or 7-year-old boy in green clothes. He squatted on the stairs handle and looked at Chui Dong's back. He clicked his tongue and said, "Wow, you outsider boy. Not only are you ruthless and vicious, but you also have a good vision. You know how powerful I am. The fire python was shocked. It resisted the urge to hide downstairs with great difficulty. Its whole body was trembling slightly. Without the protection of the Chow father and son, now it had to forcibly stop the shedding process. It was at its weakest stage. And that guy even sneaked into the Chow family. How could it be his opponent? Chui Dong turned his head and said with a smile, "Naughty boy." The boy in green clothes was at a loss. He stretched out his finger with sharp nails and pointed at himself. "Boy, are you talking about me?" The next moment, the boy in green clothes covered his forehead with both hands. Blood constantly seeped out from between his fingers. He fell from the railing to the 5th floor and rolled on the ground. The whole library began to shake. Chui Dong took out something from his sleeve and said in a bad mood, "All right, stop pretending. If you continue to be so naughty, I'll really let you go see the king of hell." The boy in green clothes suddenly stopped rolling. After getting up, he patted his sleeves and asked, "What do you want?" "I have a good relationship with the river god outside the city. We have been brothers for more than 200 years. Compared to this little girl that even the city god doesn't dare to meet, I'm much, much better. Your cultivation is not bad. You have the qualifications to be my guest. If you help me today and let me eat it, in the future within 1,000 miles of the city, you can kill whoever you want." The green-clothed boy seemed to be choked by someone, unable to utter a single word. He stared fixedly at the item in the white-clothed youth's hand, scared out of his wits. His legs began to tremble, and the fire python turned into a little girl in a pink dress. Her body curled up at the staircase as she trembled. Chui Dong held an ancient inkstone in his hand. There was an old thin dragon that was less than an inch long on it. If one listened carefully, one could actually hear the faint sound of sleeping. To the green-clothed boy and the fire python of the library, the sound of sleeping soundly, which a mortal teacher would not find strange, was scarier than thunder in their ears. Chui Dong lowered his head and pinched a shining embroidery needle with 2 fingers. He rubbed it on the edge of the ancient inkstone, causing a series of sparks, as if he was using the inkstone to sharpen its edge. Chui Dong held out the inkstone. "Come in obediently." The fire python turned into a little girl in a pink dress and leaned against the wall. After getting up with difficulty, she did not dare to move. The boy in green clothes asked, "Are there any benefits?" Chui Dong nodded and smiled. "Yes, for example, to live." The boy in green clothes said "good" in a deep voice. Then, he broke through the window of the 5th floor and flew out. Then, a ray of golden light that was 2 to 3 feet long followed him closely and flew out of the window to the east of the city together. A moment later, in the great river to the east of the city, there were raging waves. Blood splashed in all directions from time to time. Chen Pingan, who was drinking tea at the city gate, immediately paid the bill and rushed into the city. In the end, he found that there was not even a guard at the gate of the Orchid Mansion. Chen Pingan went all the way without any obstructions. In the end, he arrived at the towering pavilion and just happened to see Chui Dong personally holding a little girl in a pink dress and walking out. Probably for the sake of enjoyment, Chui Dong transferred the book box to the little girl with a slender figure. His hands were empty except for the wine pot at his waist. Chui Dong patted his head and asked the little girl with the book box to take a few ancient books with the most spiritual energy. Then he sat on the threshold of the library and drank wine. He raised his head and smiled. "Sir, go ahead. I'm listening." Chin Pingan asked, "Do you know why I asked you to return to Longquan County with me?" Chui Dong drank wine and wiped it with the back of his hand. "I know. You're afraid that I don't have a good memory, or that I have ill intentions and will cause trouble in the Great Sui Kingdom's New Cliff Academy. You're worried about Li Baoping and the other 2. That's why you'd rather not be able to sleep peacefully than let anything happen to those children." Chen Pingan looked at Chui Dong. Chui Dong said helplessly, Hey, is it that hard to guess the answer?" "Sir, please don't look at me like that. Even the slightest bit of surprise is an insult to me." Chui Dong. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and finally said, "If you're willing to sincerely protect them from today onwards, I'll agree to let you be my student." Chui Dong raised the wine pot high. "It's a deal." Chen Pingan frowned and said, "Forget it. Just because I agreed too quickly?" Chui Dong sneered, "Don't be in a hurry to go back on your word. The moment I sneaked out of the carriage with you, I already guessed this step. I'm not overjoyed at all, but the result of careful consideration for a long time. So don't think that I'm patronizing you, Qin Pingan. You may not believe it, but my staying in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom was originally a chess move that I made myself. Do you think it's fun for me to play chess with myself all the way here? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. That's Dolly playing chess with the Great Sui Kingdom. This game of chess is related to the fate of the two great dynasties. Cui Shi sighed. But then again, it's not my style to put myself in danger and play the hero in a tiger's den. But there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm the one who caused this mess. I might not feel at ease leaving it to others to clean up. Cui Dong said with a bitter face, Sir, if I really die in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, Qin Pingan said seriously, I'll try my best to build a cenotaph for you. Cui Dong was stunned and whispered, Damn, he even knows about the cenotaph. Following Li Baoping and Lin Shi all the way, I didn't study for nothing. Haha, as expected of my teacher, he learns quickly. Qin Pingan asked, By the way, is it Cui Dong or Cui Dongshan on the tombstone? Cui Dong's face was full of fear, Ba ba ba. Then Cui Dong said with a smile, I knew that you would take this step, so I even prepared a farewell gift as your student. The girl just now was born in a fire python and grew up absorbing the fragrance of books since she was young. She has a very docile personality and is most suitable to be your little attendant in the future. The other one has a similar background and has a more violent personality. On the way back to Longquan County, you need such a person who can fight by your side and help you cross mountains and rivers. Liju Grotto Heaven is still very tempting to them. In the future, when they enter your territory, they can't be disobedient. However, I need you to wait for a moment. The water snake in the river will soon run here to kowtow and admit its mistake. Qin Pingan's mood was a little complicated. You're a bad person and you're much smarter than me, so you know how to deal with bad people better than me. I hope that after you return to the academy, you can really protect Baoping and the others. Qin Pingan's eyes were sincere. He took a deep breath and said with a posture full of Jianghu spirit, If you can do it, then I'll thank you here first. If you're willing to make this decision, it means that you really approve of me, even if it's only a little. What you want me to do, it's a matter of course. Why do you need to thank me? Cui Shi was smiling mischievously at first, but when he saw Qin Pingan's serious face, he immediately stopped joking around, shook his sleeves and solemnly bowed with his hands clasped in front. His sleeves drooped down like a crane's wings and he said in a deep voice, Student bids farewell to Mr. Take care of yourself. "164. The girl in pink ran out of the attic with a large stack of ancient books in her arms. When she saw this scene, she looked at Qin Pingan with some fear in her eyes. At the same time, a little boy in blue fell from the sky. His clothes were ragged and he was in a sorry state. A wisp of golden light flowed around him, like a fierce soldier escorting a criminal. The little boy in blue lay on the ground, panting. He wiped the blood off his face and turned to look at the unknown dragon. The hostility in his eyes could not be dispelled. This was not strange. He had been tyrannical in the river outside the city for hundreds of years. Suddenly he was beaten into a stray dog. It was natural that he would be furious. Cui Dong snapped his fingers. The wisp of golden light flew back into his sleeve like a swallow returning to its nest. Seeing that Qin Pingan was somewhat puzzled, Cui Dong smiled and said, Sir, do you remember that outside Yefu Pass when I was bragging to you about how generous the gift for becoming my disciple was? I mentioned this temporarily ownerless natal flying sword called Golden Autumn. It is of good quality and does not require a high level of cultivation to control it. It can be used at will. Cui Dong grinned, rather pleased with himself. The previous owner of this flying sword was once a fully deserving sword immortal of the Central Plains. He was a chess fanatic. Perhaps his brain was stuck in a door. He actually wanted to change his path from sword cultivation to chess. Unfortunately, his chess skills were not good enough. He gambled his life with me and lost to my flying sword. But in the end, he wanted to cut off all means of retreat and did not want to have anything to do with this flying sword. Qin Pingan asked curiously, Then can Lin Shui use this Golden Autumn? Cui Dong looked like he had a toothache. Sir, you are not so biased. Of course Lin Shui can use it, but it will be a waste for him to refine and use it. I am willing to give it to you as a student, but I am absolutely unwilling to give it to an outsider like Lin Shui. The girl in pink and the boy in blue looked at each other in tacit understanding. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. Central Plains, sword immortal, chess, gambling. When these words were strung together, it was enough to shock the world. Chin Pingan looked around and did not see anything strange. He prepared to leave and continue on his journey. Sir, please wait a moment. Let me explain the reason first so that you will not have any problems on your journey home. Chui Dong thought for a moment and then took out the ink slab that was originally the treasure of the Crouching Dragon Crouching Monastery. He ordered the Huang Tingwa. Huang Tingwa, quickly put your real body. My patience is not very good. If you dare to delay, don't blame me. Before he said a few words, Chui Dong's killing intent rose. He just wanted to slap the boy in blue to death. Out of sight, out of mind. After all, according to the plan of the Longquan County, it was enough to be able to establish a relationship with the old flood dragon. The fire python and water snake in front of him did not have high cultivation and had not even completed the transformation into a flood dragon. They were far from the Hanshi River god of the Grand Water Mansion. In the end, their capture was just a small addition to the brocade. At the beginning, now that the treasure house and the Fangsuan item could not be opened, he wanted to subdue these two little guys for his sir. Even if they were useless, he could keep them by his side in the future to help guard the mountain. Coupled with the special background of Liju Wonderland, it was barely feasible. Therefore, Chui Dong really did not care about their life and death. Now that his teacher was already a teacher and the students were already students, Chui Dong was very clear about Chen Pingan's character. He was really a stone in the latrine pit, smelly and hard. If he did not recognize him, even if he gave him 10,000 fire pythons and water snakes, it would be useless. Now that he recognized him, it was not a problem to lose the two insignificant little guys. Thinking of this, Chui Dong had mixed feelings. Dealing with Chen Pingan was really tiring. It felt more strenuous than moving the 5 mountains. However, when he crossed the invisible threshold of seeking Tao, he had a very strange feeling. It could actually make a scheming person like the Dali Imperial Tutor have some peace of mind. Seeing the golden light flowing out of the white-clothed youth's sleeves, the little boy in green hurriedly got up and kowtowed. Please spare my life, immortal master. I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for you, immortal master. Even if I die, I will not regret it. The little girl in pink who had read tens of thousands of books in this Jilin prefecture's library felt ashamed to be associated with him. She was not the kind of monster who spoke without thinking. She stammered, not knowing what to do. Chui Dong could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the little water snake cub. He raised the ink stone. I will count to 3. The little girl in pink hesitated for a moment. A small fire python as thin as a thread darted out from between her eyebrows and swept into the ink stone. Then her face turned pale and her body swayed. Seeing this, the little boy in green could only sigh like an old man. He nagged, forget it, forget it. A wise man submits to circumstances. He fumed and finally condensed into a small dark green snake that was slightly thicker than the fire python. It flew into the ink stone. The python and the snake curled up in the ink stone, not daring to move at all. After all, at the edge of the ink stone, there was an old dragon sleeping soundly. That was the ancestor of monsters like them. It might even be as far away as 18 generations. Chui Dong put away the ink stone that Dali's men of sacrifice had given him halfway and sneered. Don't be ungrateful. You are only under a little restriction, but you can use it to improve your realm. If it were a monster of the dragon species from another continent, if the two of you were placed in front of them, they would have long begged and kowtowed to the point of breaking their heads. The little girl in pink who had grown up in this small area of the library bowed and expressed her gratitude. The little boy in green who had always been free and unfettered and had a wild nature curled his lips, disapproving. Chui Dong turned a blind eye to this and said with a playful smile, Do you know Dali's Longquan County? That is the place after Liju Grotto heaven fell. My master is a rich man there. He owns 5 mountains and has collected a lot of snake gall stones full of spiritual aura. This thing is condensed from the spiritual blood of the last real dragon in the world. You can consider its value yourselves. So, serve my master well along the way. The little girl in pink's eyes lit up. She bowed to Chen Pingan and her face was full of joy. I am willing to follow you, master. The green-robed little boy was even more straightforward. With a plop, he knelt down and kowtowed. Master, do you lack beautiful maids to warm your bed? I know quite a few of them. Even among cultivators there is no lack of them. As long as master nods, I will immediately snatch. Oh no, I mean invite them over in a palanquin with 8 carriers. Chin Pingan rubbed his forehead and glanced at Chui Dong. Could it be that birds of a feather flock together? Why did he have to provoke these unscrupulous freaks? On the other hand, Bao Ping, Li Huai and Lin Shui beside him were all very serious. After the old scholar severed the spiritual connection, although Cui Dong now had the appearance of a teenager and the mentality of a teenager, his vision and shrewdness were still there. With regards to Qin Pingan's thoughts, Cui Dong could more or less guess. He felt a little helpless. How could children like Li Baoping be normal? Taking a step back, was Qin Pingan normal? How many people in the world would wholeheartedly want to hit a lousy fist technique a million times before talking about other things? The little boy in green raised his head. Master, Chao Hushan from Jilan Prefecture has a young son. He was previously in charge of keeping an eye on me by the river outside the city. His realm is not high, but his cultivation is not bad. He is quite talented and has the backing of an immortal mansion. I think he has already met up with his father. If we let him be, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Do you want me to? The little boy made a gesture of opening his mouth wide and swallowing them in one gulp. Cui Dong smiled. After getting rid of you, I have only explained half of my reasoning. Now, you just accompany Master out of the city. I will stay behind to finish up. Qin Pingan nodded and reminded, don't kill indiscriminately. Cui Dong laughed and said, how dare I not listen to Master's words? The bamboo basket moved slightly. Qin Pingan turned his head and saw the scholar with sword shaking slightly. The cute pocket-sized golden-clothed girl followed the sword and the basket to Qin Pingan's shoulder and waved at him. Qin Pingan understood and turned his head. The strange spirit that had been living in the scholar with sword whispered in his ear. Qin Pingan listened carefully and said to Cui Dong, it told me that if you go to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, you should say 2 words to Mao Xiaodong. One is heaven and man are separated, and one's nature is changed. The other is etiquette rules and the law rules. Cui Dong sighed softly with a complicated expression. Obviously, one of the words was the old scholar's parting words to him, and the other should be the last words that Qi Jingchun wanted to pass to Mao Xiaodong through Qin Pingan. Cui Dong was a little discouraged and pointed to the little person on Qin Pingan's shoulder. This is the only incense stick figure left in Lizhu Cave. It has been shaped into a golden body. It is very rare. Master, there is a mountain god temple in Luapa Mountain. The mountain god is trustworthy. In the future you can raise this incense stick figure in the temple. The golden-clothed girl standing on Qin Pingan's shoulder hesitated. Finally, she took a deep breath and looked at Cui Dong. Mr. Qi left a message, but at that time, Master said that you might not have a chance. Now that you have recognized Qin Pingan as your master, although he is still a bad person, I think I can tell you. Cui Dong was stunned. His heart was a little excited. He slowly said seriously, I'm all ears. The incense stick figure in golden clothes said in a childish voice. Student asked, crab 6 kneels and 2 claws. What do you mean? Is it a typo? Master answered that poor scholar is shy of money. Cui Dong held his belly and laughed until tears came out. Everyone was baffled. Cui Dong walked alone to the library. He could not stop laughing. As he walked, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He turned his head and said with a smile, Master, I won't see you off. Cui Shi walked into the library and stood by the window on the 2nd floor. Looking at Qin Pingan's back, he shouted, Mister, if you run into an extremely difficult situation, you can turn around and look for that old assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Just say that you are my mister. If you can go against your conscience and say that you and the old elementary scholar are half teacher and student, that would be even better. Qin Pingan turned his head and said, I know. Be careful. Cui Dong waved his hand and murmured, you and I will work together. Cui Dong climbed all the way to the 6th floor and looked into the distance. The reason why he did not want to go to this floor was not because there was a mystery here. It was because of his youthful nature. It reminded Cui Dong of some unpleasant memories. Whether it was the first disciple of the sage of literature or the Dali imperial tutor, they were all youths. Cui Dong reached the top floor and fell back. He put the ancient inkstone aside, ignoring the dust that stained his white clothes. He turned his head and looked at the inkstone. Since I've already started, why don't I catch all the flood dragons of ancient Shu in one go and raise them all? Cui Dong looked at the colorful caisson on the top floor. There was a majestic dragon carved on it. It was different from the library in his memory. It was dimly lit and did not have such beautiful scenery. Cui Dong closed his eyes and felt a little sleepy. He still remembered that when he was young he was very talented. It was just that his temperament was unstable. He was mercilessly imprisoned in the attic on the top floor of the library by his grandfather, who had high hopes for him. The stairs were moved away and food boxes were delivered to him with ropes. Even eating, drinking, and defecating were done in such a small place. Naturally, there was also a toilet. It was changed every day. The child resisted and expressed his dissatisfaction. He often tore pages from books to use as toilet paper or folded paper into small flying kites. He threw them out of a small window and flew with the wind. Every time he did that, he would hear his grandfather scolding him from below the attic. At that time, the thing that Chui Dong did the most was to stack up all the books in the attic. He stood on top of the tall pile of books and leaned against the window to look at the river outside the city. He would often look at it for hours. At that time, Chui Dong was not called Chui Dong. It was Chui Dong. The word Chui Dong was the sound of water and Chui Dong was the word Chui Dong. The grandfather who named him hoped that when this grandson grew up, he would have the moral character and knowledge of famous mountains and rivers. He would be both intelligent and benevolent. He would be able to become a scholar and enter the ranks of gentlemen and virtuous people. But the child did not appreciate it. After he walked down from the attic, he quickly left his hometown to travel. He walked out of his home country, walked out of a continent, and finally went to the Central Plains. He hated that he did not go far enough. He wanted to be as far away from that stubborn old man as possible. He even purposely removed the word Chui Dong, leaving only the word Chui Dong that he liked. In the long years that followed, he always called himself Chui Dong. Even when Chui Dong returned to the Aquarius continent and became the Dali imperial tutor, he still did not return to his hometown. He did not want to go back. Chui Dong opened his eyes and used his sleeve to wipe his face. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a man sad?" An old man dressed in a scholarly robe appeared on the top floor. It was the old flood dragon. The old man stared at the ink slab with a gloomy expression. Chui Dong did not get up. He waved his sleeve and threw the ink slab to the old man. "Your 300 years of cultivation has been destroyed. The previous matter is considered settled. Next, you do not need to rush to Longquan County to help capture the remaining vile spawn of the flood dragon. Regardless of age, lock them up in the ink slab. My master left behind many snake gall stones of the best quality and did not bring them out of his hometown. It is fortunate that he did not bring them out. Otherwise, with his character, who knows if he would become a child of wealth and squander them all away. Now is the right time. We can make the best use of them in the future." Chui Dong sat up and casually shook his shoulders. The old flood dragon kept the ink slab. He could clearly sense the change in the young man's aura. The anger in his heart instantly disappeared and turned into helplessness and admiration. Imperial tutor is indeed the imperial tutor. Chui Dong sighed. From 0 to 3, from 3 to 5, it is not worth making a fuss about. In this small Aquarius continent, it is considered rare. But if it was the Central Plains divine continent, you would not even need to stay there for 1,000 years. In a short 100 years, you would discover countless shocking geniuses. They would rise rapidly and then fall in an instant. It would even be too much for your eyes to take in. In the end, you would discover that only being old and immortal is truly powerful. The Confucian-robed old man, the founder of the Purple Sun residence and the father of the Hanshi River god. He was the retired assistant minister of the Yellow Court Nation. He shook his head and laughed. "That is not a place we can stay. Once we are discovered, there is an 80% to 90% chance that we will be skinned alive by those great empires." Chui Dong was still sitting on the ground. He said with a wooden expression, "Things have changed again. In the capital of Dali, there are people who feel that you are not able to convince the masses to accept you as the mountain leader of the new cloud-splitting mountain academy. Although I am against it, the emperor has already decided to only let you be the deputy mountain leader. You might not be able to secure the second position. This is my Chui Dong's mistake. So if you want to go back on your words, I have no objections." The old man smiled calmly. "Deputy mountain leader with a seat at the back? I think it is quite good. There is no need to be a bird in the woods." Chui Dong turned his head and frowned. "You are being courteous with me now. If you go back on your words in the future, I will not be so nice." The old man shook his head. "I am not being courteous." Chui Dong's strange temperament was revealed again. Instead of feeling relieved, he mocked, "No wonder you can live for so long." The old man did not take it to heart. He sighed. "Now I only hope to live a little longer." Chui Dong stood up. Without any movement, all the dust from his white clothes drifted away. "Next, I will have to trouble you to send me to the Great Sui Kingdom. After that, you can come back here and settle the matter of Jilan Prefecture. You can also instigate the water god outside the city to rebel." The old man's expression was strange. Chui Dong walked in front of the old man and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you not used to people riding on your neck? What is there to be embarrassed about?" In ancient times, deities riding on dragons was not much different from rich people riding on donkeys. It is very normal. The old man smiled bitterly. He accepted his fate and said, "Then I will wait for you outside the building?" Chui Dong nodded. The old man's figure flashed and disappeared. In the sky above the city, the wind and clouds suddenly surged. The clouds drooped and almost touched the top of the library. Outside the city, the river god transformed into a human and stood by the river. He looked up and was full of respect. The city god pavilion and the three deities of the civil and martial temples were the same. Chui Dong tiptoed and floated out of the window. He passed through the sea of clouds and landed on the head of an old flood dragon. He sat cross-legged. The old flood dragon shook its tail and moved forward with the wind. A white-clothed youth with a mole between his brows was like a legendary deity riding on a heavenly dragon. Chui Dong smiled and closed his eyes. He formed seals with his hands and practiced the sword furnace stance out of boredom. One is marked by the company one keeps. At the city gate, Qin Pingan turned his head and looked. The sea of clouds in the sky was rolling. Beside him were two children who looked like page boys. When the little boy in green walked out of the city gate, he felt that he was a ferocious tiger returning to the mountain and a flood dragon entering the sea. He swaggered and said, "Old master, that fellow is really ferocious." The little girl in pink glanced at her archenemy who spoke without thinking. She pursed her lips and refused to speak. Qin Pingan stretched out a palm and gently pressed on the head of the little boy in green. "He is my student." The little boy in green was so frightened that he hurriedly ran away. Qin Pingan continued forward. "Is this considered as one who is close to ink being black?" You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.